like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just get two in a row, and I believe this is going to be named SUJ. Yes, John, that is going to be huge.
No me hagan mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? Te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia para adelante y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que alto, que de plata estoy abasto. Prende la mano celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un, si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful, Rahi. I just get two in a row, and I believe this is going to be named SUJ. Yes, John, that is going to be huge.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful ride. I just get two in a row, and I believe this is going to be named Assume J. Yes, John, that is going to be huge.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Wonderful ride. I just get two in a row, and I believe this is going to be named Assume J. Yes, John, that is going to be huge.
would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
This is impossible. My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Garena's Call of Duty Mobile Philippines Championship. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue. Bro, the anticipation by the community for this one day, the playoffs of the Philippines Championship. Everybody's been waiting for it. How do you feel, man?
First of all, I feel amazing, AJ. Thank you. But second, I think the big here, the thing we have to be, aware of is the fact that we've been waiting for this for so long, and we're now finally at the stage where we're going to get 4 teams, and some of these teams just barely scraping by throughout the group stages to get here. And well, at the end of this, we're going to find out, who are going to be, those favorites to go and represent the Philippines internationally and look and put that face forward. So, AJ, I'm feeling really good. How about you with the games we got coming up today?
I'm nervous, right? I'm nervous because day one for FANTASMA, it wasn't the most challenging group to get through. I'm not saying that it wasn't easy or it wasn't difficult. They most definitely had a few challenges that they overcame on day number 1, but it's nothing in comparison to what today is going to be like, right? Because the opener in itself is FANTASMA taking on Smart Omega. And that can potentially be the best series ever in the Philippines Championship, just because both of these brands, they bring such a huge fan base behind them, Nico.
I mean, that's kind of, the story of a lot of the teams that we got here. They are really, coming into this with lots of hype, coming into this with lots of expectations from them, and rightfully so, because these are some of the best teams you have in the Philippines, and they have a huge fan base to accompany that. Our first game of the day is pretty much 2 of the biggest names we have here in the region, right? You got FANTASMA versus Smart Omega, two huge brands with teams that have accomplished so much already in the past, especially the latter. And they really, going into their own groups, they were both the respective seeds that we were expecting to come out of the groups and the favorites, and that they have accomplished. They've lived up to that expectation. But now, with, everything on the line, with them going up against one of the toughest, basically, competitions that are going to be going up locally can they deliver that same form factor that we saw during the group stages? Everything's different here now that we're in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are looking at PDR Esports as well as Ultimate E Pro. Both of them have gone through quite harrowing matches at the group stages. They've earned their, spot here. But now in the opening series, number 1 as well as number 2, we will decide exactly how things break down at the playoffs. It will set up the lower brackets as well as the upper brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we opened up the Philippines Championship, we started off with 16 teams. We broke it down into 4 different groups: Group A, B, C, and D. Only one of those teams from each and every single group could move on to the playoffs, which is exactly what we have in front of us right here, right now. FANTASMA, Smart Omega, PDR Esports, as well as Ultimate E Pro, the 4 top brands that have made it up to this spot, Nico.
Definitely there, AJ. I mean, when we saw things, coming in on Group A and Group C, those were one of the more dominant, groups that we have seen, with Group A just completely being a runaway for Phantasma, and especially Smart Omega here, who went a perfect 9-0 in those group stages. In Group D, they did not drop a single map. They're quite close to some of them, but as we look at here, the top 4, the representatives for the playoffs here in the Philippines Championship presented by Sony, will be Phantasma from Group A, PDR from Group B, Ultimate E Pro from Group C, and Smart Omega from Group D. And mind you, Group C and B, Charlie and Bravo, were both super close to the fact that the playoff slot was actually decided at the very final map of each day. PDR winning that one, and so did Ultimate E Pro. So the level of competition here is at an all-time high for the Philippine Championship.
Oh, absolutely, man. And, I am looking forward to them taking this fight. It's going to be so heartbreaking to see any one of them make their exit tomorrow, right? But today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be a situation where we might be able to see heartbreaks as well. Yeah. That's an understatement, Nico. I mean, all four brands in here at the playoffs, they are the top of the top of the top as far as Call of Duty Mobile comes. Now, PDR Esports as well as Ultimate ePro, they have the capability to go out there into, any of the other regions and stomp those teams down as well, right? That's exactly the kind of firepower the Philippines kind of brings into Call of Duty Mobile. So that's not going to be an easy matchup at all, but we have seen some bouts of weaknesses from Ultimate ePro as well as PDR Esports in terms of their map control, in terms of their map mastery. So hopefully they have been able to patch that up after going through this grueling group stages in here for those playoffs, because none of those mistakes will go ahead unpunished here at the playoffs.
Especially, with the level of competition going at an even all-time high here in the playoff stage where, maybe in the group stage, you might be going up against some teams who might not have, the same type of experience or the same type of, historically, the same type of accomplishments. And because of that, you can make some mistakes and they might go unpunished, but not here. And we saw that happen time and time again, against teams like Smart Omega, against teams like PDR Esports, where you give them one small opening and they just fully capitalize on that window of opportunity. And we even saw that, a lot happened with the rest of the teams here, FANTASMA and Ultimate ePro as well. And so there is definitely a lot more different now that we're playing the playoff stage as compared to the group stages. Once again, we're going to be playing in a bracket system, not a group point system based anymore that we had during the group stages where, one win equals 1 point, one map win is a point. No, it ain't like that anymore. You win or you lose. If you lose, you're going down to the lower bracket. You lose once again, you're out of the tournament.
Absolutely, man. And, the saving grace here, it's the best out of 5. What's crazy is it could go all the way down to those number 5 match for each and every single one of the series that we have in here. I'm hoping for it. I mean, it's the playoffs for the Philippines. What more can we expect from all of the teams in here, right? But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 2 main things on the agenda. Number 1, I want to know, who do you guys think is going to be the victor of series number 1? Is it going to be Smart Omega or is it going to be FANTASMA? Let me know in the comment section. Number 2. Now, a huge subset of the Philippines community knows that I owe Crush a kiss. So the question is, do you guys want me to deliver the kiss before the series or after the series? Because Nico, I'm worried, man. Like, what if I give the guy the kiss now? He becomes like love struck or something. Because I look quite good in pink. It messes up series number 1. I don't want to be held liable for that.
If anything, AJ, I think what's going to happen is if you give him the kiss now, it will maybe, give him that boost, that kind of confidence to bring into the game. But if you give it after the game, then it's just going to be the cherry on top to make things every more sweet.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Hey, because God forbid, touch a little bit of wood. What if they get kicked down into the low brackets? Maybe they will need the kiss at that point of time, right? Maybe there's a little bit of an energy booster to make sure they don't get kicked out of the competition. So I think I'll deliver the kiss after the series. So if anyone is here waiting to see the kiss come through, you guys got to be patient, right?
I'm looking out for that. I'm already expecting that at this point. I'm really excited for that. And something I didn't even notice till right now is can we all just put our attention to the very amazing bow tie that Mr. AJ is wearing. I didn't even see that till now.
Nico, this is why everybody needs a life partner, man. I mean, if my dressing was left up to my own devices, you'd probably see me here sitting down in a singlet. You probably wouldn't see me here because Garena would have fired me already. Shout out to my fiance Shalini for getting me this awesome wooden bow tie, which I'm absolutely in love with. Sometimes it's nice to have a double mustache.
It's cool. It's so personalized, and honestly, my partner is like that too. If I don't really care what I'm wearing, if I come out here with a round collared shirt, she'll be like, can you put something on, please? Let's probably keep things touched. So shout out to all our loving partners out there. But we're going into the game, and this is what we should be aware of here, AJ. This team, this bad bunch of boys, FANTASMA. You got Bench, you got Color, Icarus, iPow, Juanito, and YPi. Some huge names in the scene. YPi, Icarus, iPow. These guys have been playing forever. And if you are familiar with the Call of Duty Mobile Philippines scene, you should have seen these names time and time again. And FANTASMA, well, they come into this with a lot of expected from them, a lot of hype. And by all means, I think they're looking to live up to that.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, iPow, when he jumps in with the snipes, so good. Now, I'm gonna have a terrible, terrible time here casting this match because I mean, how do you pick between Whoopi as well as iPower, right? I guess we will find out today. Juanito, he pulls the KRM out. You are absolutely toast. But here's the problem though. The same mastery that Phantasma has, Smart Omega has, and they might just be a little bit better at it as well because these boys have been at it for a little bit longer together. And remember what we've talked about synergy as well, Nico, so far in the competition. It's essential if you want to win some of these respawn matches. Domination as well as Hardpoint. If you don't have that synergy, if you don't move in together, if you don't go in as one unit, you're probably going to get snuffed out.
Yeah, especially, with those respawn game modes, which should easily be, kind of thrown into, a big avalanche or snowball at the very least. If you're not going to have that synergy on point, and we've seen some other teams here just be, kind of assimilated right prior to this just for this tournament. But this team, this is no such of that ordeal because Smart Omega are one of, if not the best team in the world even. These guys are improving themselves that the Philippines is their kingdom. But can they live up to that throne once again? Crush, Hydra, Jay-Z, Candy, Whoopi, and 6ix9ine. These guys need your introduction once more, but you should know their names at this point. They are one of, if not the most dominant team in the Philippines at the moment, and they're looking to go once again and claim the throne as theirs. Not that they've really given it up, but they need to actually perform to make that claim true. And a lot of the other teams here are very, very worthy of that title as well, and very capable of overthrowing the basically the dominance by Smart Omega. And for a team like Smart Omega, they have to lock into this. They cannot let themselves look too forward ahead because they know that if they look for the forest, they might just miss the trees in front of them. And these guys are really going to plant themselves in front of a team like Smart Omega. The thing is, when you're at the top of the scene, when you are the top dog, AJ, everybody's going to have it out for you.
Oh, absolutely, man. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just for your information, what you saw my son just drink, that's exactly what his daddy is drinking as well. So when you combine all of those two powers together, I think you guys are going to have quite the time watching the show. Don't forget to hit that like and drop those shares as well. Smart Omega winning the coin toss and banning Hackney Yard out of the list just to kick things off here, Nico.
Definitely so here, AJ. Hackney Yard to get banned to start things off. It's been a very common map, and I'm curious to see that Smart Omega banned that, considering they had a pretty good performance last time around the final series. We saw them in play Hackney Yard. But Summit will be banned by Phantasma, which I think is a very smart ban, although we will leave Crossfire on the board, a map that is going to be really good for Smart Omega. But Summit, they have been completely dominating Summit still as well, and nobody has been able to dismantle them on Summit at the meantime during this entire group stage. But Phantasma are going to be the first team to do that. The two bans coming on in here. We're going to find out the first ban, which will be Hardpoint, and then the next Hardpoint map right after. And Takeoff, AJ, will be the opening map for the playoffs.
A challenging one to open things up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have all seen exactly how P3 as well as P4 is just absolute chaos, but it does not mean you cannot control chaos. As long as you know how to manage the spawns, control crane area, visitor center as well at P4, Aurora launch, just make sure you control the generator area before you go in there to snuff out your opponents. You should be able to take this full game. Let's see if or not Smart Omega has got those smart moves, or if Phantasma will be able to outplay them. We will jump on over to Hardpoint number 2, which is map number 4, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if we need this. And this will be the map pick of Phantasma. And into firing range we drop, Nico.
Firing range, okay. That's a map that we have seen quite commonly happen on S&D and Domination. Hardpoint, though, is a very interesting one to get things going. I'm curious to see how this one will play out and how either team will approach this factor, but Crossfire is a map that Smart Omega have been claiming for themselves time and time again. I'm curious to see that now it shall be picked. Crossfire, one of the best maps here for Smart Omega. We've seen them completely dominate, especially in Domination. Yeah, they're very aptly named enough. And they are really good on playing this map. This is one of their best maps. Once again, one of the best teams to play on Crossfire ever as well. So Search and Destroy will be our second map. We're going to be looking over at the next S&D map. And at this point, AJ, I really think that this is where Phantasma have to bring it back. They need these S&Ds to bring things home, and Raid will be the second S&D map. That shall be the map decider if we ever get that far.
Yeah, Crossfire is going to be a map that is most probably decided by the snipers. Raid, the snipers can bring in a little bit of effect into that map, but you are going to be seeing the KRM users make the biggest of difference. Those Holgers will be dropping out as well for that map control. Let's see exactly if or not Phantasma is able to, number one, drag this game all the way into map number 5. And number 2, win it at raid if possible. Domination is a map that is not going to be picked by either side. This is the final map that's available within the map rotations itself. But Phantasma will be able to pick which side they start on. At the moment, we do not have that information, but we'll fill you in later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sparrow as well as Annihilator are the operators that get vetoed out in here. So a lot of those death machines as well as Equalizer, just like what we've seen at the group stages, Nico. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I seem to have lost Nico here, but not a worry at all. I am more than happy to just take over for a little bit. There you go. Nico jumped right back in here. Welcome back, buddy.
All right, we're back now, and the only caveat I see to this, AJ, is that I honestly feel like we're going to go into a full 5-map series, and that isn't even a problem in and of itself. I want a full 5-game series between these two teams. There's so much hype in between them. You touched on it. Standoff will be our final map, domination to get things going, and now we are ready to go into the game. Arrow and Annihilator bans default pretty much. We're probably going to have the Death Machine come up at some point. The map number 1 will be takeoff on Hardpoint, Crossfire for S&D, and Dom for Standoff. We'll see if we'll even get to a map 4 and 5, but honestly, I'm kind of feeling that way. We saw, AJ, that, during the group stages that some teams like to pick Hardpoint on takeoff for their opening map, but are not able to actually make it work out. It's a very, very curious map to play on Hardpoint, especially one that if you do not master how to play Hardpoint, how to rotate perfectly at the time, and how to flip the spawns in your favor, especially on a map like Takeoff, you can get bit in the back, and we've seen that happen time and time again.
Absolutely. I mean, in order to go into a map like this, you need to have played it quite a bit. You need to have mastered all of those spawn areas, which clearly Smart Omega has completed in here. They are confident that Takeoff has been quite the challenge for quite a number of teams in this competition, and they've done their homework against Phantasma as well, right? And to open up hardpoint number 1, the side of Phantasma, jumping straight on over to that power position, launch center, the second floor will be taken over, and what a good opener here by Team Red.
Okay, Phantasma trying to gain some control on the point, and for the meantime, they have seemed to be successful in that endeavor. The point is kind of flipping back and forth, to be quite honest with you. You can see here the vertical control trying to be established by Smart Omega. That will be Candy there, trying to get things from the launch pad, trying to be able to get that open sightline on the point itself, but it's been a back and forth. No team really pulling ahead just yet. They're trying to filter into the points, but the thing is, with the power position that Smart Omega are going for, it seems like Phantasma are considering flushing them out of it, which you can't blame. The Raptors here going to be held by Clutch, and this gives Smart Omega a really good position to continue to hold on to this, but P2 will be moving forward, and at that endeavor, Smart Omega are already ahead of Phantasma.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 19 to 12 now, on towards P2, the side of Smart Omega, just clearing out the whole of the vicinity of Launch Center, and now they are picking up that hard point. They should be able to blaze on through. 55 seconds in here, but Phantasma straight up with those questions. They drive their numbers in there now, but I want everyone to keep an eye on player number 5 from the side of Phantasma. Ooh. Look at the position that he's holding all the way in control room. iPow trying to help his team members to get some of these fights, but he's not going to be able to do much unless his team members win some of these gunfights in there.
What a flank they're coming from Juanito to find those opening picks, but Crush has found the triple there, 2 off the cluster, and he does get a bunch going down more as well with the KRM. Very, very good opening here from Smart Omega, but P2, Phantasma putting up a bit of a fight, but not really being able to pull out of that for the meantime. Smart Omega currently holding this down like a champ. They haven't been letting go for it, sliding left and right, and that KRM is going to do wonders here in the favor of Crush. As now Phantasma, they have had lots of experience fighting Smart Omega, and some of these players have even played with each other in the past, but at this point, Phantasma know that they have to step things up. 50 to 21, we're going to P3, and this is arguably one of the hardest points that you have in the game if you do not have the spawns in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely, and now Smart Omega has picked up But their members now holding on to that spawn whilst the rest of them go here. Flushed out Phantasma from where they stand. Jay-Z picking up the hard point for his team members. And now Phantasma, they are holding on to the weaker spawn. Gas tank area is not the spot you want to be when Aurora launch has been activated. But it is wonderful to see YPi now stepping into generators, trying to clear out the area. IPA will be able to spawn from the back, and Phantasma takes over the hard point. But for how long more? Because it is Smart Omega that takes back over and snuff out Phantasma.
Gravity Vortex there to get more kills in their favor. Hydra just doing so much here for the side of Smart. Omega is going to back off after finding Juanito, and Whoopi will chime in to find Airchris as well. Flying too close to Sun, and his wax wings will burn. But now, Phantasma here, they've passed the 75-point mark for Smart Omega. Phantasma looking to take P4 back in their way, but the control of that seems to be in the favor of Smart Omega. They do have the Sentry here to hold down the line, as well as Crush playing really close Katana to try and slice things up, but Juanito, he knows better than that. YPi will find another frag here in the favor of Phantasma, and this is looking really good for them. They've taken the control of P4 at the moment, and Smart Omega did not find their way on in. Phantasma do have good control at the moment, but as you see, Smart Omega, they're at the door of it. They've taken the point for themselves back once again as a full whoosh, the full push and wave here for Smart Omega, completely overtaking the site. Phantasma looking to return.
Yeah, Phantasma, they had the advantage there. They already had the generator area spawn. Just stringing on Aurora launch into control room is not going to be an issue at all, but very well played by Phantasma. Although the sentry was set up, they immediately jump on into the visitor center. They master, they grab hold of that spawn first, and now they trickle in one after the other. They have to continue winning more of these gunfights, which they finally do. But so far in here, it's mostly scrap points for Phantasma. They have to make a better showing at Fountain. This is going to be round 2 of Hardpoint.
Exactly, AJ. They've been very scrappy for this point. You can see them trying to fight over this vertical advantage right now. To have that sight line going down into the point is going to be huge, and both teams realize that factor. Smart Omega on the push right now. They're trying to go in and cluster to deny the control for it for the meantime, and that will keep Phantasma off of the point itself. We're going back around here to P1, as we talked about, and that cluster is perfectly timed here from Smart Omega, AJ.
And Phantasma cannot respond at all. They have to come in here. They have to win their gunfights. Cluster's not brought in just yet. We do know that Juanito has got his sentry in here already. He cannot bring it out too early. P3s or P2 is exactly where they want to play this for the time being. Fountain looks like it's absolutely dominated by Smart Omega. What a map pick. Takeoff is just the sort of map where you win it all by the vetoes. iPow jumps on in with the shorty, goes in for the snuff, and 67 to 112. Phantasma trying to fight on back with 10 more seconds at that hard point. They won't be able to get much, and P2 might just be the opener that they need in here. They might be able to turn things around if they use those score streaks smartly in here now.
This is the point that they really need, because Smart Omega, they're 38 points from securing map number 1. Definitely not something that you want to happen if you're Phantasma at the moment. But here with the KRM, Aircraft's able to do an amicable job of holding down the line, but Smart are too good and too quick to get on the point itself. Phantasma, though, will do good to try and keep that in their control for the meantime. Smart Omega trying to go on the flanks here. Candy will successfully do that, but Bench will send him back to the bench, sit his butt down, and keep them going. Here, Smart Omega, they're only 30 points away, AJ, from taking map number 1.
iPow. I want to have eyes on iPow to see exactly what sort of angle he's holding on to, but it's okay, a little bit too late. iPow has already abandoned control room, now jumping on straight for the fight of P2 in itself. Phantasma has given away way too many points, and now panic moment. Smart Omega, they will be able to win this because they've got it. Phantasma off guard, and it's just a little bit impossible to make a comeback in here right now. 5 more points to close this off, Nico.
5 more points is all they need, and that shall be it. AJ, Smart Omega take map number 1 in such decisive fashion. A very scrappy map there coming from Phantasma. They had some really good moments, and we can really see the competition, stepping up here to the level of the playoffs that we kind of expect. But as we also expected, Smart Omega just running away with map number 1 for the most part. They seemed in control. There was some good signs there from Phantasma, but can they make it happen as we move into map number 2?
Yeah, the problem here is Phantasma just did not have map mastery. They were not taking control of those spawns. I guess at a certain point of time within the They realized what they were doing wrong. They tried to overcome Smart Omega, but by that time, it was just too much of panic involved in there. There was just too much of panic mixed up into the situation, right? We started off things quite equal at the fountain. The power positions weren't really heavily played by Phantasma, but they were playing it quite well. Stringing it into launch center, they seem to have lost a little bit of the command of the game, mainly because Smart Omega were much, much better at those gunfights, right? They were winning it left, right, center. And we did see the side of Phantasma drop into P3, Aurora launch a little bit early. But although they were there first, they back on away into the gas tank area. They go on to grab that spawn instead of the generators. If they had just stepped on there a little bit earlier, Nico, perhaps this game could have swung around a little bit differently, right? Because it's really easy once you've got hold of generators to string P3 as well as P4 back to back. So that's one of the biggest, downfalls of Phantasma here. Very weakly taken takeoff. Then again, it was excellent plays coming through from Smart Omega, right? Untouchable so far. Phantasma might be able to make a comeback in a slower pace match. Search and destroy next.
Yeah, I mean, when you play, hard point on takeoff like this, especially against, either of these two teams, it's a game of inches and seconds. Seconds earlier, seconds later mean the difference. Inches to the left, inches on positioning does matter quite a bit, and especially at the highest level competition like this, you can see just how much of a factor that played on. And if maybe Phantasma were able to take that control earlier on, just a few seconds earlier, it could have maybe swung things their way. If you're able to flip the spawns a bit earlier, it maybe would have worked their way as well. But we're going to be going over to map number 2. And what we have seen for the most part, AJ, during the group stages is whoever doesn't win map number 1 can typically make it a lot closer or even win and come back in map number 2. To play Search and Destroy is very different. You're going to have those respawns. Rather, you're not going to have those respawns. You're going to have round-based kind of bouts here, and that gives a lot of the teams here who maybe might have the same firepower as the opposition be able to get that time, to take a breather, to try and take a step back and reset themselves. And we've seen that work out for teams who might not be as favorable in terms of, the respawn game modes versus a team like Smart Omega. And Search and Destroy will be one that Phantasma are going to have to bring back because domination is not looking good for them at the meantime. But you also cannot forget the fact that Crossfire is one of the best maps that Smart Omega has in their pool.
And one very interesting play that I saw come on again and again from Phantasma was at P2. Instead of taking a straightforward approach to P2, what iPal continuously did was he jumped on into control room, and from control room, he was trying to shoot towards launch center. Now, we didn't really get to see the cam on iPal to see what sort of an angle he was holding, but back to back, both the times where we went into P2, iPal was holding the exact same location, the exact same angle. And if you notice from the scores earlier on, iPal was at the very bottom. He was the least effective member from the side of Phantasma at the takeoff matchup, right? So it could have just been really, really bad planning from the side of Phantasma. They expected to, I see some sort of an ideation coming out here, but it just wasn't executed well enough. Not near as well as Smart Omega.
Yeah, you can see their blueprints of that plan. You can see that they kind of had those ideas, but could not really execute it to the fullest extent that you have to, especially against such a formidable team like Smart Omega, who are definitely going to have some sleeves up their own, some tricks rather up their sleeves of their own. And for a team here, like Phantasma are coming into this, with lots of hype, lots of expectations for them, the pressure can kind of surmount on you, but I know that these guys have been able to, do a lot of big things in the past, and they are players, who have maybe lots of experience from other teams, other organizations as well, and this is no new facet to them. This is no new situation that they haven't been in before. I really think that Phantasma have what it takes to dig deep here and bring this into a full 5-map series, although for the meantime, Omega, they are looking in tip-top shape once again, AJ.
Yeah, Phantasma has got a lot of backing coming into the competition. Everybody expects them to go far because of the tremendous amount of support behind them, right? How do you fail your community when they have got so much of belief in you? And each and every single one of those players from the side of Phantasma, these guys are all star players, star streamers from the gaming world and Facebook. Everybody's so popular, but when you bring a team like this in here fresh, it's I don't know if it's asking for too much to expect them to be equals with Smart Omega just yet. Because once again, Nico, Smart Omega's been here for quite a while. They've been dominating for quite a while.
They have been, those kings for such a long extended period. The dominance, the level of dominance that they've been playing at has been huge. And Candy is just the first say in that matter here to find Icarus, catching him off guard. KRM in his hands, we know how deadly he can be. But Juanito finding Candy to get the trade. 4-2, 4-1. And suddenly Phantasma has turned things around and it's all onto Hydra.
Yeah, Juanito with the KRM, he's just a little bit too good, right? Wipi getting taken down by Edra, and now Edra should be able to step up close, ask big questions here, but unfortunately, bench from across, Holger 26 will be able to find its mark. Phantasma takes round number 1, and the Kings of Garena 0. Let's see exactly what they've got in round number 2. Attacking side Phantasma starting things off once again. They are going to go in here for a quick crossover. Let's see if or not they will be able to make it into the bus station. Only the bomber makes it through towards launch. Let's see if or not he gets some of the backup he needs.
See if it can actually work out in their favor. Crush will find that frag here into Juanito. Bye-bye, Pepito, because, well, they know better than to let him just swing by there for free. Now, Whoopi trying to go here on this angle, looking if they're going to cross into the back of that. Will not land a shot, but he's got some information that they are there. The counter snipe will not land for the meantime, but Whoopi, he knows that he's gotten value from that shot and from that information as well. Smart Omega trying to buy their time here for the defensive side. They know they don't necessarily have to go too aggressive. The top building here, corner building, being held right at the moment by Icarus, Arctic 50 in hand, but can't go thrifty just yet. Whoopi will be the opening pick here for the favor of Omega.
Yeah, 5 versus 3. Now, iPow has gotten taken down already. Phantasma needs to see exactly how they can play this a little bit slower. It should be iPow opening the game up and then the other players stepping in to see exactly what they can do. If they do not fix this play, Whoopi is going to be punishing them all the way through. So far in here, 2 frags. Whoopi looking for yet another. He should be able to find one in Juanito, but Icarus manages to take Idra out of the equation. Jay-Z dropped as well. This is a 3 versus 2. The numbers don't really look that strong on the side of Smart Omega. Phantasma now in action. There are some smokes being popped in here. Icarus should be able to hold down the fort whilst the bomb goes in here for the plan. But Whoopi with a well-placed nade puts Phantasma out of position and Icarus gets caught out as well.
What a plant denial there coming from Smart Omega. Whoopi with the perfectly timed name put in the right position to just stop that ever from happening here. That's how you use your utility to AT. Put a capital on it, and he just completely wins them the round off of that one piece of utility there. Snipe will not land for Whoopi. He will find a second follow-up chart here up on the Wi-Fi, though. These guys have been at the bout time and time again. These guys have seen each other in so many competitions, and this time Whoopi will get the better of him. He's gonna go for the wallbang! Sees the shoulder of Bench, and he lands ahead. That's all he needs. What a snipe from Whoopi!
Am I going to say it yet? Nah. This is just round number 2. We're not going to pop it off just yet, man. Juanito takes Whoopi out of the equation. iPow drops Idra. Jay-Z returns the shot, returns the favor immediately, takes Juanito out of the equation. Smart Omega still in front in terms of the numbers. Jay-Z pulls the katana out. Icarus will be able to punish him for it, but with the panic in Jay-Z's hands, he should be able to ask some of these tough questions. And now the attacking side, the bomb on the ground. Icarus should be able to catch Captain Jay-Z. Pulls out his sniper and snuffs him out. I bow! Shorty on to Crush, down for the count, but it's now all left to a 1-on-1. I bow, taking this fight up against Candy. What's gonna break down in here, Nico?
2 all-star players in the Philippines. These both guys have been at about time and time again, and this time iPow will catch the better of him. You cannot have your nade out in a 1v1 like that when iPow is on the crawl, and he will get the round for Phantasma as they go up 1-2. What a play coming here from the Phantasma squad, and Smart Omega are at the deficit.
Well, let's see exactly how they will go in here for the push this time around. I love this ideation! Juanito holding the bomb back, but Icarus just hides behind the vehicle, explodes, taking him down with it. Wi-Fi, iPow, they can come in here for a response. iPow now holding on to corner building, trying to find an angle for himself. He needs to be a little bit careful, because Whoopi should be able to take him out if he is not too safe. Now he needs to hold his angle a little bit closely. iPow, is he going to be punishing Whoopi first, or will Whoopi be able to get this shot off of them? 5-4. The numbers look good on the side of Smart Omega, Nico.
That was a great opening pick here for the side of Smart Omega, something that they really needed and wanted to make this comeback happen. They are only down a single round, but Whoopi's in a very exposed position at the moment from that bomb car, looking up towards iPow there on the top building. And look at this. Look at how FANTASMA are playing their attacking side, biding their time. They have control of that bus station, but do not go for the plant just yet. They know that if they go for that a bit too early, then they can be caught out in transition to go for that plant. You have two players here inside the Butcher for Smart Omega, 5 and 3. That will be Hydra and Jay-Z respectively to hold things down. They can go for the wall bang if they try and go for a hasty plant. And so for the side of FANTASMA, they know they're going to want to look for an opening pick first, but Hydra they're just not giving that angle up.
Smart Omega, they made the choice to go in here for the defensive side first. Jay-Z taking bench out of the equation, so they know exactly what they're doing. They want to see exactly what FANTASMA brings onto the match. Jay-Z, unfortunate for him, Wi-Fi punishes him, but thankfully Crush is just right behind. iPow now, the final player alive, exposes himself. What a shot he takes Candy out with, and now Shorty in hand. He will need to back away. Whoopi can ask some strong questions in here, but let's see if or not they will be able to snuff out what can potentially be said as the best sniper from the side of FANTASMA.
2-2. The game is all tied up here, AJ, and Smart Omega have made that round comeback happen. It's been a complete back and forth for the meantime. As we're going into the final round of the half, we're going to end things 2-3. Who will take that third round, though, in the half is going to be the question that remains to be answered. For the meantime, here, Snipe from iPow will not land. He does have, some information given to him that there are players from Smart Omega playing real close. And Kyandy and Crush bring the fight face to face, real close and personal. And they find the opening 2 picks. Jay-Z will chime in as well. Now in a 5-2. And Smart Omega have completely blown this round open. This should be theirs for the taking.
Let's see exactly what Wi-Fi as well as Icarus can pull off in here. Crush pulls the katana out, but unfortunately Wi-Fi snuffs him out. 4-2. FANTASMA, they still don't look good. The numbers will play against them. Icarus as well as Wi-Fi, they need to figure out a gameplay in here. And first things first, they need to take Candy out of the equation because he's the one holding on to the bomb. But if they do step out of that angle, Jay-Z will punish them very heavily for it. Icarus now a couple of shots, but he does not know that Jay-Z is listening on. This is a very, very tough situation to get out from.
Coming on in here. It's a 4v2, AJ. They do have some time to work with FANTASMA, but giving himself away, Icarus, they now know that he is there, and they will confirm the frag. Wi-Fi, that was huge here from him to find Whoopi. They bring it to a 2v3 rather, and suddenly FANTASMA have a choice, have an option here to try and go for the plant, to try and find a pick. Wi-Fi almost getting the pick off. If he can find the frag here on Jay-Z, that's going to be huge. He's swinging left and right, but Hydra is on his back and will catch him off guard. It's down to FANTASMA's Icarus, who flew too close to the sun as well. 3-2, and Smart Omega end the half with a 1-round lead.
Yeah, smart placement. And now Smart Omega, they will be able to bring the bomb in. Let's see exactly how their setup looks. They managed to go in here for a quick push. The stuns as well as smoke going to get popped first. Whoopi holding a sharp angle will be able to spot ahead. Does not take that shot off. And no opening frag stepping through just yet. 2 players stepping up into dead end. So the bomb moves through. He will get snuffed out. Icarus, what a snipe. Whoopi taken out of equation already. And now the attacking side of Smart Omega will have to move on. A very well-placed bomb coming in here from Icarus. Let's see if he gets any strikes from that. He will take nobody out of the equation. Candy, Crush snuffs out Juanito. Wi-Fi on for the angle. Candy will be snuffed out here if he takes this badly, but no, anticipation comes through for him, and that Fennec snuffs Wi-Fi out of the equation. The numbers look great on the side of Smart Omega.
Candy knew he was there, and Wi-Fi was none the wiser. Crush finding that pick on iPower brings it to a 4v2 once more. Phantasma, can they find the pick off here to try and equal as Amanda's advantage up a bit? Holger in the hands of Bench here right now is going to really have to sit things down, take things calm, and find those picks. But they've only got 3 seconds left, which isn't much time to get something going. And on the cross here, he will not find Candy. Was just waiting there on the back alley. It's all on the Icarus, just walking idly by here in the middle. And Hydra will shut him down as Smart Omega take it 4-2. They're a single round away from match point, AJ.
This is tough, man. Once again, iPower needs to be the guy that opens up the match for them, right? But on the defending side, the Smart Omega gets to call the pace. And now Whoopi will be able to hold these sharp angles. But as we noticed earlier on, Whoopi got taken down early. But even so, that didn't really make a huge difference for Smart Omega. Whoopi, what an angle on iPower. And now, 4-4, the numbers are all equal. Smart Omega looking for yet another threat. And hey, steps out bravely, gets the stab onto Bench as well as Juanito. And the numbers once again do not look good for Phantasma.
This is looking really nice now for the side of Phantasma, at least for, for Smart Omega, as Phantasma are once again in the 2v4.
Get to pull off here from the side of Phantasma. 2 on the defending side. 1 player now moving in from the side of Dead, and Icarus in with the approach, but a little too slow on the scope. And Whoopi punishes Wi-Fi once again. 5-2 on for match point now, Nico.
Very nicely done here, AJ. You can see it, and suddenly Smart Omega are at match point. Phantasma, they have a 1-round chance to bring this back. They need to win this round to be able to make things happen. Here on the cross will not land the shots, but the hit marker will connect on the Wi-Fi, who fortunately will be able to get back in the cover. It will regenerate off of that, but now the control here by Phantasma is mostly focused towards that Alpha side. Smart Omega not really wanting to contest on that Bravo side as well. As the plant will go down, they're going to have to try and retake this B side. Can they make it happen, AJ?
Well, it looks like Crush is going to be annoying them a little bit from the side of Central Building. Opens up those shots early, which means the distraction is on. Draw the side of Smart Omega, and now Crush will be hunted down and taken out by Bench. The numbers look great from the side of Phantasma, and now they only have to deal with 1 final player in here in the form of Captain Jay-Z. Fennec in hand, goes in for the shots onto Wi-Fi, gets taken down, and Phantasma still alive.
Holding on to a lifeline here, and for the meantime, they're going to keep on going. Phantasma 5-3 as Smart Omega are at that match point option, but they have yet to be able to kind of pull away with this one. It only has been 1 round that Phantasma's won here to stay alive. Can they go 2 more rounds perfectly to be able to clutch this game and bring it in overtime? We're going to have to find out. We're moving to one of the final rounds of regulation. Whoopi on the top here, trying to go for those snipes. Will not find anything from the corner building. Looking all the way down towards the kitchen. What can he find? Not much just yet. But at the same time, Phantasma are not wanting to give him that window of opportunity, as the plant will go down from Smart Omega.
I love exactly what Smart Omega just did. They go in for the quick plant and then the immediate exit. They back away. Indra was the only one sacrificed, but I think that number was worth letting go of. And now let's see exactly what Juanito will have in here, because 3 players now making the approach 1 by 1. Corner building, 2 of them go in at the very same time. Whoopi gets snuffed out by Bench. Good setup coming through from the side of Phantasma. Now Clutch trying to hold on space. Oh, beautiful! Gets the frag! Clutch gets another as well, and he goes on for the hunt. He needs to be a little careful. iPow catches him from the back, but the time now running out. Bench does not have enough on him. Candy snuffs out the final 2 players, and it's all over. Smart Omega picks up Search and Destroy as well.
It came down to the wire, AJ, almost making it happen there in 1v2, but of course, who other than him to be able to get the round, get the game, and the match number 2 here for the favorite Smart Omega. And you're looking to dish out the donut to deliver that 3-0 towards the side here of Phantasma. Now, Phantasma, they have a single match left before they get sent down to that lower bracket. They're going to have to continue fighting on for more. You can see just how elated they are here, AJ. And it seems like to me, you're going to be handing out kisses real soon.
Oh, absolutely, man. And, just one thing to point out here, Smart Omega, they were playing Crossfire well. Unfortunately for the side of Phantasma, just one too many mistakes being made on their end, right? Especially when they were on the attacking side. They should have been able to, at the very least, go in for the push on iPower first, depend on iPower. And every single time Phantasma has depended on iPow has been able to deliver. And now Phantasma is pushed into the corner. They now need to win not one, but two matches in order to stand a chance. But if not, they get kicked down into the lower brackets. And that's not going to be a great place to be in, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be there. At the point of when you get to the point that you're in the lower brackets, you lose one match, you're done. Not one map, rather, one match, one series, and you're done. You're out of this. You're going to be going home. At the very least, okay, there's a consolation here, AJ. You go home with 100,000 at the minimum. But that's certainly not the place that you want to be. That's not some position that you want to be really taking. I mean, it's a bit of a consolation, but you want to go for gold. You want to go for the top slot. You want to be the champions here of the Philippines. I doubt any team here would really be content with just going home at 4th, 3rd, nor 2nd. Everybody wants to be the top dog right now. And for a team like Phantasma, who are down 0-2 here in the upper bracket, in the quarterfinals, they are going to need to bring out everything here on Standoff, a map that Smart has also been especially, spectacular in, but Phantasma has had great performances on Standoff specifically as well. Can they dig deep and really use the power of everything they got? Friendship, strats, skills, it doesn't matter. You need to bring it out here. A Standoff could be where they make their final stand.
Oh, absolutely, man. And standoff is not going to be easy at all. Domination, we know exactly how that works. Picking up guerrilla base, that C flag, as well as the A flag over the special forces base, that's going to be quite straightforward, very easy. The main fight will come through at mid square. Picking up the B flag is going to be so tough, and the power positions must be played in order to defend that site. So bakery, second floor, as well as the second floor at house, we will be able to see those players flood in there. Or will we not see players flood in there? Because although these are power positions which, a lot of these players know that they need to play, we don't really see those perfect plays and perfect strategies being pulled off by each and every single squad in here. Phantasma has been quite, I do not want to use the word disappointing, but at the moment, since my brain is lacking of capacity in terms of vocabulary, that is the only word that comes to mind. They were definitely disappointing in terms of their strats, in terms of their map mastery in here. It looks like they are giving too much of respect over to Smart Omega, and they are underestimating what they truly can bring into this matchup, because they can play a more equal match. Let's see if that breaks down here in Standoff, Nico.
We're going to have to find out for ourselves. This could be the final stand here for Phantasma in the upper bracket. Otherwise, they're going to be going down to the LB, to the lower brackets, and now going to make everything happen there. But now on the push, look at this. Opening picks going either way. Bench will find a double for the favor of Phantasma, and so will Whoopi. Hydra will do the same here, Edra. And now, Alpha and Charlie have been taken by either respective side, but Whoopi on the flank is just completely decimating things, just like a runaway train. And now Bravo Point is almost going to be secured here by Smart Omega, AJ.
I love that. Look at what Smart Omega did. They expected the bakery second floor to be, held on by one of these players. And I believe it was Crush. Crush goes in immediately for the flush on that second floor and drops in for the backup on the pickup for B flag. And they've got it in the bag. But Phantasma, with the immediate response, managing to pull that the A flag into the bag for themselves. Quick work now being done by Smart Omega. They should be able to win these gunfights. A flag back into the bag, and all equal yet again.
You have to reach equilibrium here, but 17-17 now. Smart Omega do have that Bravo control, and look at how far back they're pushing the side of Phantasma here. Phantasma trying to use a Granny's house, trying to use that hotel positioning to maybe flood over the midpoint to go for that Bravo point, and it seems to be working for the meantime, but still a rock solid hold from Smart Omega. Bench, a good find from him, and across the map, Candy will land that shot, no problem.
Okay, now Crush just needs to step on right back into the second floor of Bakery. But just before he does that, he wants to clear off the marker on B first. B flag, beautiful defense coming through from the side of Smart Omega, but they need to step it up because their players have now gone down. And the defense from the side of Bench, beautiful play on Jay-Z, gets taken down. And now Smart Omega might be losing this B flag here. Wi-Fi can make a play, but the smoke very badly placed. They can't go in for the access. Smart Omega still holding on strong to the B flag. Just pure map masteries from the Kings.
Smart Omega here. Bravo point almost going away from their hands, and they will. They'll let it slip. Phantasma have taken it, and that's a really good position for Phantasma to be in right now. Predator missile will not land. A bit of a waste there coming from Wi-Fi, but they've got to the control of it, and Candy will just slip by him. It seems like it was a bit of a misnomer there. IPA will find that frag on the Jay-Z, and look out on this push, and suddenly they're just shutting them on down. What's happening here to the side of Omega? Are they getting caught asleep, getting caught off guard? We're at the 45-point mark for Phantasma, and suddenly the gravity spikes are just completing everything in their favor. The Bravo point will be taken back though by Smart Omega. They can continue to end this half strong. They're about 15 points away from ending the first half.
Oh, I absolutely love exactly what Smart Omega is bringing into this competition, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Idra has been tasked to take care of that A flag, and now he gets taken down, so the A flag will drop into the hands of Phantasma. B flag, on the other hand, Crush is in charge of it. This guy is still alive and kicking, so this B flag is going to remain in their control for quite a while. The gameplay now is on the side of Smart Omega. They need to make a comeback in here by pulling either C or A back into their hands. Now, beautiful plays coming through from Candy. They win their gunfights. A flag drops right back in hand to the 75-point mark. Smart Omega still in front.
Smart Omega here right now. Bravo will be completely held for them, at least to end that half off. And only a 10-point differential here, AJ. Just tells and goes to show how close this game has been. This is pretty much nothing at this point. Phantasma, that's not a big deficit at all for them to cut back into. And they're looking to make this stand right now. With them coming here from the top spawn, maybe they can make things happen differently. Bravo, you can see immediately that the teams are trying to fight over that power point here. They have the convenience store spawn for Phantasma. That's going to be huge for them. But Granny's house has not really been controlled as of the moment.
Okay, no hold on to Granny's house, which means Phantasma is going to lose that B side very, very quick now. Beautiful plays, and now Bench asking the right questions from Granny's house. He's managed to take control already, which means Phantasma should be able to hold on to this for quite a while. Beautiful sentry play coming through from the side of Smart Omega to make sure even Phantasma won't be able to pick this side up just yet. Beautiful clearance now coming through from the side of Granny's house, and they will be almost at the point of a triple cap, but immediate swap around coming through for those A and C flags. And now questions being asked by the side of Phantasma on mid square, but the denial dropping through as usual for the side of Smart Omega. Their gun skills just a little bit too good, and now with the setup of the sentry at Granny's house as well, touching that B flag just got even more difficult for Phantasma.
It can be quite difficult to flush that sentry out if you don't have the proper utility to deny it. And so the hotel right now, you can see them are trying to flood out of it here, Phantasma, and they will be successful for the most part. Never mind, spoke too soon. Jay-Z will be able to get his back save because of his teammate, and now Bencher is going to try and go and help him on that. Icarus will try and do the same here, and now the Bravo point is going to be firmly held in the hands of Smart Omega. They've reached the 100-point mark, AJ, and now Ben should not even flush him out. We'll be here with the Death Machine. Now we're going to find Color, and Kenny will do the same. Omega just completely rushing everything through, and there isn't anything that Phantasma have been able to do to flush him out of the positions right now. Smart Omega, solid hold from them. Death Machine is out, and he will deliver the destruction by his hands. Won't be completely decimating here the side of Phantasma.
Oh, and now Phantasma, beautiful questions being asked by Color. He steps onto that A flag to ask these questions. But I know this next statement is gonna make some people very, very, very salty. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what was expected was for Phantasma to be close on the same level as Smart Omega. But sorry to disappoint, the kings of the Philippines, the kings of Garena, still prove they are on a totally different level. Gun skills, Phantasma able to take some of these fights, but Smart Omega has been having such a stronghold on this map from the start of this match. Map mastery at its best. Smart Omega not overextending, and finally, towards the very end of the game, they tease a triple cap, but they're not going to be able to get it. Phantasma's good enough to prevent triple caps, but good enough to perhaps take a win off the Kings of Garena, Nico. I think that's a little bit too much to ask.
Perfectly apt, the fact that they are going under this Smart Omega brand right now, this organization, because you can see that they don't just have the bronze, but they have the brains to make it happen. And so they shall, closing off the first series of the day, 3-0, a donut delivered to the doorstep here of Phantasma. And you can see, the first half was a bit closer. We ended 75-65 on the first half. But you can see Smart Omega living up to their name. They knew what adjustments they had to do, the perfect plays, the perfect, kind of rotations and adjustments that they had to pull off in the second half, not overextending, using the control to their fullest extent, and that is why they start to run away with it in the second half. A complete momentum shift, a complete different tale told in the second half.
Idra for the A flag, Crush for the B flag. That was their main intention, and all of the other players were in charge of holding down the Special Forces avenue. The side of Smart Omega, very, very smart plays, even though they are the kings, even though they are the supreme players, the supreme masters of Call of Duty Mobile Philippines. They don't underestimate Phantasma. They don't go in there for those cheeky triple caps again and again and again. You see a player straying off once in a while, going in for the cap, but it's just literally that one player because he is able to overextend after winning all of the gunfights in his area. They know that the B flag as well as the A flag is safe in their hands, and they want to go in and force that spawn trap. And apart from that, Smart Omega was just so good. A couple of questions were being asked right by the side of Phantasma. They go in for the access from the hotel shortcuts in for the A flag, and those questions being kept asked again and again and again didn't really make that much of a difference anyway, Nico, because the moment Idra loses, that backup from the Special Forces avenue is immediately in there. Crush never once moved back in to protect house because Crush's goal was mainly to take over Bakery, and he really stuck to his post. This was just the side of Smart Omega showing all of us that they are ready for the world stage. Gunfights, map strategies, they've got it all.
They always have been, AJ. They always have been. And you can see here that, classically in Call of Duty, you have those roles that you have to fulfill. You got that player on the snipe, you got your main SMG, you got your main rifler, and you got your anchor like Crush there, just holding down the line, knows that he doesn't have to overextend. And that's the reason why they're closing off this series already, at least here at the third map with a 3-0. A pretty dominant go and run here so far for the side of Smart Omega. AJ, mind you, they have not dropped a single map yet here from the group stages into the playoffs. They went 9-0 in the groups, and now in the playoffs, they're 3-0 as well. They're perfectly now 12-0, have gone for a flawless run for the meantime. It doesn't seem like any team is up to the plate to stop them just yet.
Yeah, and Smart Omega, they are a testament to, absolutely what just hard work, tenacity out there on the battlefield will bring you, right? They have been at the top, at the echelon of Call of Duty Mobile Philippines for the longest of time, but they just don't seem to be slowing down. They don't seem to underestimate their opponents, and they never ever stop getting better. And even if the other teams try their best to catch up, these guys just keep stepping it up. Smart Omega, I do not know who can touch them right now.
They're practically levitating above the competition at the moment. We have yet to see them, go up against these other teams that we got in the playoffs, for them to go against Ultimate E Pro, or the other teams like PDR here that we have in our group stages. That is yet to remain, to be seen. But so far on Phantasma versus Phantasma, which, mind you, was another team that was able to just completely decimate their Group A, one of the most decisive groups we've had here, aside from Group D, which Smart Omega themselves made into complete chaos. Phantasma just did not seem to the same form that they were versus Smart Omega. And that's no knock on Phantasma, because Smart Omega are just that step above the rest right now. They are in that forward position. They are, for the meantime, the kings of the Philippines. And as you say it here, Mr. AJ, the kings of Garena, for a good reason. And it's just complete domination from them, and especially there on our final map standoff, it looked like they just really held on to the lead, and there wasn't much that Phantasma can do. Although map number 1, it was looking to be pretty close for some moments, but in the end, Smart Omega, they looked firmly in control.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, takeoff was quite the showdown between Smart Omega as well as Phantasma, but Phantasma was a little disappointing in terms of all of their rotations. Even though they were the first ones to go into P3, they picked the wrong spawn to fight for, and then on towards P4, they just couldn't win a lot of their gunfights. iPow was the least contributing member because every single time we stepped into P2, hopefully you guys get to see this once again. Number 5 is iPower, right? Look what happens when this hard point moves on into that launch center. You will see that number 5 icon move on in towards control room. Now, I don't know what iPower was doing there. I don't know what he was achieving all the way from the control room, but I can assure the guy, as I was watching the match, probably not the best of positions to be holding. He's such an amazing player. He would have done so much more if he was in there fighting for all of those hard points, Nico.
I have to agree here, AJ. I mean, there's some point where you kind of have to, maybe it was part of their game plan, for him to be up there, but yeah. I think what matters more than having, those default strats, those set strats going into the game is being able to basically be flexible and adjust on the fly to realize, okay, it's not really maybe working out for him, that control. It's not something that has been benefiting and being converted into, points itself, into us getting real control of the points. And so it might be part of the strat book. It might be part of the strats, strategies and the decisions that they've drawn up before the match. But when it comes to that point, you're realizing it's not working. You have to be flexible. And for the most part, Smart Omega, they are perfect in doing that. You saw especially there on domination. First half was a huge difference compared to the second half because from that first half, they got the information that they needed. Candy, obviously, ending that game with a clutch 1v2 there on Crossfire. And as we went to domination here on standoff once again, well, you can see that they read the defense here. They read the play, the positioning of Phantasma in the first half, and they just completely countered that for the second half, winning all the gunfights as well, and perfect positioning for them to be able to run away with it here in the second, and pretty much in control for the most part. The driver's seat was theirs, and they never let go of the wheel.
Absolutely. And in the second half, they got the unfavorable side once again, and they immediately flipped the spawns and Crush as usual. Look at that number 2 at the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, continuously back to back, one after the other. He was going in for the shutdown at the bakery. Second floor of bakery belonged to Crush, and because of that, the B flag was just so tough for the side of Phantasma to go on and cap. Soldier of the game, none other than OMG Candy, 19 average kills and the KD 1.97. An integral reason as to why Smart Omega is this dominant out there on the battlefield, Nico.
Yeah, he's just completely one of the standout players we have in the scene here, and he goes to this, ending the series with pretty much a 2.0 KD. He's getting so much value for every life that he plays, always, getting, so much out of it and being able to really help and contribute to the team as the whole Smart Omega roster have. But that will be Smart Omega taking series number 1. The quarterfinal goes in their way, and now they're going to be moving over to the upper bracket finals where Phantasma will not share the same fate. Lower bracket elimination is what they face, and they will be going up against whoever cannot win the next match we got going on here. PDR Esports versus Ultimate ePro. Who shall prevail? Well, whoever does, they're going up against Smart Omega.
Oh, absolutely, man. And this is a matchup I have been waiting to watch. This, has been a question within the scene itself. PDR Esports, Ultimate ePro, finally, when they meet, who will be able to step up to the front? The scene has been very much, gotten used to the PDR brand. Ultimate ePro, on the other hand, is a brand new brand that has kind of stepped into the Call of Duty mobile scene to take over. But the names, the players that represent the Ultimate ePro brand are very much familiar. So we should be able to get quite a great series in here. We didn't get it from the Phantasma OMG matchup, but this might be a potential 5-match series, Nico.
I have to agree here, AJ. I think that this will probably be the closest series we're going to have all playoffs. This is the series that undoubtedly should, by all means, go into a full best of 5, and I'm not going to expect anything less than that, to be quite honest with you. I really do feel we're going to go to that final map decider, and to think that we're going to be deciding this on S&D of all things, that is certainly going to deliver. We could be having another historical match here, one for the highlights, one for the books, to be noted down to watch after the VOD, because we can never expect anything less from two teams like this, PDR versus Ultimate ePro, some of the biggest names we have here in the Philippine scene, and that is not saying a lot to just how much influence that these guys have brought to the scene itself. But AJ, honestly, at this point, I don't even know who to predict.
Oh, there's just no predicting this one, Nico. We'll jump on straight into the series later on after the break, and we'll try to break down the matchup for all the audience as much as we can. You guys, let us know how or what did you think of series number 1? Did it end up the way you expected it, or are you a fan of Phantasma? Are you crying a little bit now? Don't worry, because they're not out of the competition just yet. They are waiting for us patiently at the low brackets, and we will be able to see them in action once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue Gayoso. We will be right back after a quick short break.
No me hagan mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balato y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que te
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome to the first day of the playoffs here for the Call of Duty Mobile Philippine Championships presented by Sony. I'm Black and Blue, with me is the ever-amazing AJ, and we just saw Smart Omega completely dominate Phantasma in a 3-0 sweep here for the opening quarterfinal match. We're going into the second match of the day, AJ, with PDR going up against Ultimate ePro, and at this point, we're looking for another spectacular match to get the day going.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's all about map masteries. The meta has grown within Call of Duty Mobile. Maybe a year and a half ago, you could run in and hope and pray that you get lucky with a few sprays. It's not like that already, Nico. You saw in match number one, it was just an absolute decimation by Smart Omega because they controlled the map, because they knew exactly what positions to hold on to, and they made that matchup look so easy. Although they were taking on a team that is not easy to beat at all. Phantasma fell 0-3 to Smart Omega as well as their smart plays. And we are waiting to see exactly who will bring similar smart plays in the quarterfinal two as well, between PDR Esports as well as Ultimate E Pro. The winner of that match will catch Smart Omega in the upper brackets, and the losers will be meeting Phantasma for a lower bracket elimination in match 3.
For sure. And that is not a situation you want to be in. And neither of these teams we're going to be seeing up ahead will want to go to that deficit. And now PDR Esports versus Ultimate E Pro. We are going to be looking at PDR first and foremost. These guys have barely clutched out with a point-based system from Group B to be able to qualify into here. You got Jello, JB Lux, Millones, Rage, and Young J. This squad that we've seen go through that Group B stage, just clutching it out to be able to qualify into the playoffs. One of the best teams we have, one of the most known names as well, who have had that experience, playing internationally, who have had that experience playing against teams from Malaysia, from Singapore, playing in MSP, and now they're looking to bring that fully into this playoffs here right now. The team they're going up against, though, AJ, they're no slouch either.
Oh, not at all, man. I'm most definitely looking forward to the shots from Young Jay. He should be able to control the pace, especially at Search and Destroy later on. Millones will be able to do somewhat of a similar, play as well. PDR Esports, a brand that is no stranger to the whole of the Philippine squad community, will most definitely be looking to book a match for themselves at the upper brackets for to meet the side of Smart Omega. But even earning a opportunity up to that point, although you can look forward to it, it's not the best of positions to be, right? Smart Omega, anyone that steps up against them, man. Phantasma couldn't even take one match away. What can PDR Esports do, right? So much for them to anticipate, but before they can get there, they need to, go through Ultimate E Pro. And this lineup is not going to be easy to take on at all. AG, Flex, J Bandit, Yato, as well as Yobabs. We've seen Tin so far. And this guy, the latest addition in here to the team, with his Fennec, he just absolutely puts all of those other players on the ground. And he gets those clutches as well most of the time.
I have to agree. I mean, he's been a player who has been such a standout performer, but Ultimate E Pro have been playing as that one cohesive unit. They also just barely scraped by in the group stages to be able to qualify here into the playoffs. It was either them or RLT, and they were able to win because of that tiebreaker over RLT, and they made it here, and they are definitely a team worthy of this position. We've seen them go through lots of hurdles to get to this point, and now they're facing one of the biggest challenges they ever shall against the side of PDR. And if they win this, they're going to face an even bigger hump ahead, as Smart Omega are waiting to challenge whoever comes out of this series moving on further in the upper bracket. We're going to look at the head-to-head here right now. We got Rage and Tin. Both of these two players have been so spectacular, being completely, the glue, the tape that holds the entire team together. And while they might not be, some of the most flashiest players that we have here on either team, they get the job done and get so much value. High impact kills is what really matters from these two teams, from these two players especially, and they are completely in the forefronts of that factor.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the average score on the side of Rage a little bit higher, but of course that doesn't really mean all that too much looking at how much Tin has been able to bring in for the side of Ultimate E Pro. Once again, this guy manages those clutches, especially in the Search and Destroys. He knows how to play his positions. He is absolutely deadly close quarters combat, and he will be able to ask some very, very tough questions in that second as well as fifth match later on, if it it goes on to that fifth match. But as for PDR, they've always been, they've always had that slight edge at those respawn modes, right? Hardpoint as well as domination. So it's all going to go down towards the vetoes. Though the team that wins the coin toss is going to have so much of the advantage moving into this matchup, Nico.
I have to agree. There is, so many different facets that are going to have to really kind of play around as, and we're going to really find out how that will come to be when we go over to the map vetoes itself. But Ultimate and PDR here are two teams with lots of expectations from them. There's lots to be expected in terms of performance from these two teams to bring. And we're going to be looking over to that map bans, the picks, and the vetoes to see exactly how things will turn on out. And so, once again, the way the map bans shall be revealed will be hardpoint maps first, S&D map second, and then domination map, the final map 3 to be shown. Crossfire, though, will be opening ban here from PDR, and standoff as well coming from Ultimate ePro, AJ.
That means Hackney Yard as well as Takeoff gonna be in play. Holy Lord, we are in here for a treat. But whether or not Hackney Yard as well as Takeoff will be within the first 3 maps, let's see exactly what PDR Esports decides in here, ladies, German boys and girls, because map number 1 for Hardpoint, this is gonna be the respawn matchup. This, in the past has been quite a favorite for Summit to be picked for quite a number of these teams. Let's see exactly where PDR Esports brings us into, Nico.
You have to agree here. Let's look at now Hardpoint, the first map of the day, PDR versus Ultimate ePro, starting on Summit. S&D will be the second follow-up, and Summit is a map that we have seen time and time again to be, such a very, very tightly contested one. Whoever can control that P1 and P2 will get an early lead, and then at that point, P3 is going to come down to a battle of attrition, and who can really control the spawn points, very importantly, because coming from P3 to P4, that's a huge shift on the map, completely on the other side from SF to Gorilla Spawn. That is going to matter a lot on who can really play that micro game, the meta game here of Call of Duty Mobile. And as we move into S&D, AJ, this will really be where we can see, whoever loses map number 1 can have that chance to bring things back. But the second hardpoint map we're going to be playing on map number 4 will be Firing Range.
Yeah, exactly, and that hard point is picked by Ultimate ePro. Very, very straightforward firing range matchup. Only 4 of those rotation points, ladies, German boys and girls. But PDR Esports, they will not be able to pick the first search and destroy map. That one belongs to Ultimate ePro as well, and they decide to bring us in here for Takeoff. And I think this is a very, very smart pick because the respawn modes that Takeoff really needs 100% mastery, right? At Takeoff, for search and destroy, the pace is so much different. You make a mistake, you can go back to the drawing block and bring a stronger matchup straight up. And I really like that. Hackney Yard response coming through here for the side of PDR Esports. Once again, a really, really good way to just, neutralize all of the pressure that the respawn mode brings in to 2 of these very, very tough maps to master, Nico.
I definitely have to agree here, AJ. I mean, it's going to be a very, very curious one to see. Takeoff on S&D is not something we've seen quite common to be. We've seen, domination, especially we've seen hardpoint on Takeoff happen, but not necessarily on S&D. It hasn't been something that we've really seen come into play. Domination will be our final map raid here, at least if we do go on a 3-0 donut, but that will also be a very big point of contention. Hackney Yard will be the final map of the series if we ever get to that final map decider. And that's something that we have seen to be quite a nail-biter. But Sparrow and Annihilator will be banned here for the operator skills. We're going to be playing, for the most part, a standard game of Call of Duty Mobile, especially with our start here on Summit.
Absolutely. Well, basic vetoes on the operators there, but we will be able to see the Death Machine be, the game changer in a lot of these, hard points, right? Because we've seen it being the game changer many a times before, but you've hit the nail on the head there, Nico, earlier on, where you said that P1 and P2, very important. Whichever team is able to string those on, should be able to perhaps get a stronghold on the game. But when we move on to P3 as well as P4, who's going to be able to control those spawns? Who's going to be able to perhaps perhaps get the momentum on from that spawn control from P2 in itself, right? It's all about map masteries, not just about the gunfights anymore. And Ultimate E-Pro opening things up great here at control room number 2, picking up quite a number of these points. PDR Esports a little bit late to the party, but you know, they don't really have to worry about so much just yet. A cool and collected move in here to fight for it, as long as they don't give away too many deaths, because you don't really want Ultimate E-Pro to rake up those score streaks as well.
Ultimate E-Pro have a lot on the plate at the moment, but it seems like Control, for the meantime, did kind of go their way early. PDR Esports now at the 10-point mark, and they're looking to tie this game up, at least at the end of the first point, as we move into P2 in just a bit. Can they snowball this into Control of P2? That remains to be seen here, AJ. It is now with a clear up PDR with that man advantage for the meantime, but Ultimate E-Pro, we're flooding over the sides. They're going to be looking over to try and quickly rotate into P2, as PDR have brought it within a few points, 5 points here of a deficit only as we move into P2.
Yeah, let me bring your attention over to the mini-map. The players from Ultimate E-Pro immediately moving over to the green radar. They want to hold on to that spawn first before they go in for the push onto the hard point. There you go. The spawn now belongs to these players. They should be able to trickle in very strongly one after the other to hold on to that hard point. All out Ultimate E-Pro here. Unless PDR Esports can go in to not only reset their spawn, but also bring in some of these heavy gunfights. Beautiful plays coming in here. The sentry being pulled out, but I don't really agree with the placement though, Nico.
I have to agree here, AJ. What was that? A bit off kilter. That's not what we were really expecting from a team of this caliber. But okay, Young Jay, Yato, especially with the KRM, just fully making use of that cryo nade to be able to slow down the pusher coming from the side. Ultimate E, and now they have that control. They have those points as we're going into P3. PDR are trying to take an early control of that, trying to take the early positioning to be able to hold down the line. But will they have a rock-solid hold on P3? It seems for the meantime, PDR are doing a good job of keeping them at the gates. And Rage will find another kill with the KRM. He's doing so much work to hold down the line. Hold down P3 coming from Rage. He's certainly angry about that. The Ultimate E-Pro, they're trying to funnel on in. They have the favorable spawn. They are at the gate here of this point, but PDR are doing a great job of keeping them at bay.
Yeah, it will be PDR that wins this because it's all out map mastery by... Sorry, it will be Ultimate E-Pro that wins because it's all out map mastery by them, right? Once again, right after they've won over the second hard point, the players back away in towards deep for the Special Forces base. They want to control the spawn first. Yes, PDR was winning a couple of these fights. Rage was amazing with the KRM, and he will be able to pull the hard point back, but the numbers as well as the spawn to Ultimate E-Pro. What in the world? Rage finally gets taken down. Monstrous play coming in here solo from him, but it's not gonna be worth anything if PDR does not start mastering the whole of the map. And now early rotations coming in here from the PDR brand. They should be able to put up quite a great fight for P4. They've already wasted a sentry gun over at P2 earlier, so hopefully they've got one to bring in for support this time round. Spawns coming through from Ultimate E-Pro at the red garage. This does not look good for PDR.
PDR here on the push right now. They have to make a stop here as we're on the P4 already, and Ultimate E-Pro once again has a firm hold on that aspect. And on PDR, you can see that they're trying to kind of encircle the point here, but they can't really get to the wings of that. They can't get to the flanks. Huge will try and do and hold on here, but PDR, okay, they found their way on in. Javen will not be able to get those kills, not be able to clean up the crew of the Ultimate E-Pro side. And PDR, they have taken some points back in their way. Not letting this one get too out of hand, but Ultimate E-Pro still have some cushion to work with.
Yeah, excellent plays coming through from PDR. They managed to get that spawn back, but they have to hold on to it a little bit stronger here. Beautiful plays coming through from one and only Rage once again. 25 kills in here so far, and he should be able to help his team members string on the point into control room number 2. 77 points on the board for the side of PDR Esports, but they're not too far away. 20 points behind Ultimate E-Pro, and they bring it well into control room number 2. Beautiful on the gravity spikes, and PDR's not down and out for the count just yet, Nico.
They're holding on here. They've got that life raft. to be able to keep on floating in the rough waters that Ultimate ePro are putting them in, and PDR Esports are not going to be letting go for the meantime. Ultimate ePro, they have taken P1 once again, but not for too long, as PDR are going to answer back, and they're not letting this get too out of hand. Barely at 100 points there for Ultimate ePro, but still PDR, they're clawing their way back in. Such a scrappy fight, such a tenacious squad that they're putting out here, and that Cryonade will kind of bite them in the back, and that's a good positioning. They're really using the Cryonade here. One of the teams that we actually have seen use the Cryonade a lot more often than some of the other teams here in the playoffs, and they're using that to full effect. Really good area denial with that Cryo and Ultimate ePro. They have even a bigger lead, but it's not really going to be that far up ahead. If PDR can get back point 2, then this can easily be us going to a final point.
Well, this time the spawn belongs to the side of PDR, but look at Ultimate ePro. They are fighting for the spawns first. If PDR Esports can hold on to their own, win these gunfights, and then go in for the challenge onto that hard point, things can turn around. But as I say, that time is running out. Challenge now from one player from the side of PDR. Millones gets snuffed out, but it's still in the hands of Ultimate ePro. PDR Esports needs to put up a better fight, and they finally come through, winning all of their gunfights as well. Hard point pulled right back into the bag, 90 to 129, and now the fight starts. Can Rage help his team hold on to the hard point? Yato in here with that katana. He should be able to ask these tough questions. And in back for the fight, Ultimate ePro looking to close this off.
Ultimate ePro now here, 137. He's got on his hands, and looks, what an ultimate, what was that? The Predator missile landing and going nuclear here on the side of Ultimate E. And now they're 10 points away from taking this map number 1. PDR are going to have to bring it back here as we move into point 3. This could be their final stand, Adrian. It's looking to be the case. They do have some spawns here, but so are Ultimate ePro.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late for the side of PDR Esports because they just started playing map control, right? Unfortunately for them, Ultimate ePro has been at that game from the get-go. And now PDR Esports just trying to win this purely through gunfights. It's not going to be possible, my friend. This is not the group stages. This is the playoffs for the Philippines Championship. And you need to play the map. Ultimate ePro, what a performance.
Well, a great job here coming from Ultimate ePro to be able to really hold down the line there. And even when there were some slights, some kind of openings that for the side of for the side of PDR rather, they were kind of able to utilize and making it a lot closer. It never really shook the side here of Ultimate ePro. You can never really see them stirred by what PDR were doing. They're able to just fully regain themselves and come back into it when they made that lead, and suddenly, PDR were making it very close, cutting that lead down to just 20 points or something. You saw that Ultimate ePro were able to regain themselves, just take a deep breath, and afterwards, completely ride it out, smooth sailing. Very nicely done from Ultimate ePro to take map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, round number 1 of the rotations for the hard points, it was just played so aggressively by the side of Ultimate ePro. Once again, control room number 2, a little bit back and forth there, purely with gunfights. But when we went on into P2, it was all about the control of the spawns. And we saw the side of Ultimate ePro immediately drop into Grain Radar Station. They wanted to get that held onto first because if you manage to get that spawn and you die at the hard point, you're just going to continuously spawn on from there. And it's just a few steps away from continuously challenging for that hard point. And that's where Ultimate ePro eventually started to swing all of the points towards themselves. And it was very easy to string those points in from P2 at P3 because from Green Radar Station, they move on towards the water tower, falling deep into the Special Forces base. And then they pull the backstab off at the cable car platform. One crazy guy in the name of Rage was holding down cable car platform solo back to back. And he technically prevented the side of Ultimate ePro from closing this game off earlier. Quite frankly, it should have finished off at the Blue Radar Station if it was not for Rage, Nico.
I have to agree. I mean, just completely scrappy here coming from both sides, and you never really saw them, take a punch without throwing one back. And you can really see just how close these two teams are in terms of their power levels on each other. But we're going to be going over in the S&D, which is a very interesting game mode to be playing Takeoff on. We haven't really seen too many Takeoff games happen on S&D, on Search and Destroy, during the group stages, and now it's one of the first times we're actually going to have that happen. We've seen Takeoff on Hardpoint. We've even seen it on Domination, but For it to be on S&D is going to be a very, very big point of contention. This was, I believe, picked here by Ultimate E Pro. And so let's see what they have to bring. They must have picked Takeoff to be a S&D map for a very good reason. I'm curious to see what they have in store for that, especially with them taking map number 1 in such a really kind of valiant fashion. I don't even know what the word for it would be, because it was quite close. It wasn't clinical by any means. It wasn't like clean, but they were able to still claw their way back through. If anything, I would say it was kind of a struggle, but they were really good at, kind of playing under that pressure, and you can really see the experience under their belt really help prevail. And so now we're going into map number 2 here, AJ. Defensive side to start for PDR, and on the attack will be Ultimate E Pro, who are, look at them, they're filing in line. They're all sticking together. No one really wanting to play the flank as of the moment, as a good move as one cohesive unit. And Young Jay will punish that aggression here. A double kill for him, and so will Rage before I'm even done talking. The game, map number 2, round number 1 is already done.
It's PDR Esports. What a push in there. Ultimate E Pro just did not see that coming through at all, but it was just so messy for me, right? Defensive side, PDR, once again, they will go ahead and set up a 2-1-2 for themselves. Ultimate E Pro with the opportunity to ask these questions. This time around, they will take a slower approach. The bomb hanging behind towards cranes should be able to get the access into the B bomb side. But I feel personally that's just a little bit too risky. The A bomb side is always safer. You want to be able to make or open up that area for yourself by going through launch center first. And it has to be the sniper that opens the game up, Nico.
Yeah, that's where you can see the full value of a snipe, to just be able to hold those pixel angles down, take a pick off that range from safety, and just completely shut down the momentum of an attacking push is where you're going to see that come on in. And PDR Esports know to play that to a T. And now Ultimate E Pro, they're going to try and spread things out. Look at the line of attack that they have right now. Playing things a bit more decisively, a bit more compact, less compact, less condensed. Yeah. And Young Jay, what a flick from him to find Yato. And Yato just being completely taken off guard.
Great plays coming through from the side of PDR, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They won the coin toss. They were the ones who brought us into Summit earlier on. Didn't turn out that all too well. Ultimate E Pro bring us into Takeoff. Not turning out well for Ultimate E Pro at the moment. Bomber gets to take Locks out of the equation and still survive. On towards a B bomb side plant, perhaps.
That could be the case here, AJ. And it's down to 1v3. Flex left alone, and he does have the bomb in his hands, in his control. He's going to have to try and find an opening here. Surprisingly enough, he's rotating to A, where 3 PDR members are going to be waiting for him. And Young Jay, he's going to open things up and close the round out with another pickoff with a snipe. 2-0. Very nicely done from PDR.
I'm starting to think that Ultimate E Pro picked this map because they didn't want to play respawn mode at this map. That's the only reason why they pulled it in for Search and Destroy. It doesn't look like they've got super mastery at all. I mean, look at the moves coming through, right? Or they can at the very least, prove me wrong right now. The players dropping into control room, 4 of them as a matter of fact, and Flex takes Rage out of the equation. A beautiful setup now. They should be able to overcome generators as well. If they make that push, going in for the B bomb side still not the safest of things, because the hold coming in here from Millones should be able to shut that play down.
I have to agree. I mean, looking at the side here of Ultimate E Pro, and for the fact that they did pick Takeoff to be played on S&D, it kind of tells me that maybe they really didn't want to play this on a respawn game mode, as you said, and that seems to be the case, because right now they have been struggling to really get things going. Aside from this round, though, they finally do bring it down to a 4v2. PDR, they will get shut down. Young Jay, the only player left alive. The plant will go down on that Bravo site. Young Jay, it's all on to him. He's completely out in the open here in the rafters, and he shall fall down one at a time. 2-1, and Ultimate E Pro finally get their first round on the board. And it seems like, this slower pace that they've been taking on the attacker side has been a bit more favorable for them. When they tried to rush on in, PDR were so ready to receive it and just completely shut down the side of Ultimate E Pro. And so for them to go a bit more, making a bit more cautious, a bit more diligent, has been looking to be that case where it's been working.
Yeah, absolutely agree, man. A slow push coming through once again. from the side of Ultimate Pro. They are going to be looking for the opportunities to take a couple of players down, and Generators seems to have those opportunities, right? 2 players in here, Millones as well as Locks, holding on to Generators. We'll be able to see Yobabs as well as Flex. Yobabs and Flex now, Flex taking the more aggressive push in here. Very, very risky plays, and it does not pay off at all. Locks punishes him for it, and now the attacking side, they are down 1 man. I'm not so sure as to how that push was going to benefit him at all, but let's see exactly what AG will be able to ask. Whether or not he can open up that A side. Yato helps him out, Rage taken down, and this is a good opportunity for the side of Ultimate Pro, Nico.
I have to agree. I mean, for a team like Ultimate Pro who did pick this map, they do not want to give their own map pick up, especially after stealing away PDR's map pick there for map number 1. And so Snipe will not land on Young J, landing the corner of that wall. And see there, fortunately for the side of Ultimate Pro, they do not lose that opening pick on Yato, but Yato will eventually find one of his own, Shorty in hand, and he will make quick work of Jello, smashing him down. It's a 4v3 here, AJ, and seems like, once again, Ultimate Pro have no problem with taking things slower. Ultimate Pro's AG, though, finds that pick on the Millones, and Young J will return the favor on the Yato. Now they bring it to a 3v2 right now, and Young J will go down. Lokes, it's all on him to bring this local hometown hero into the promised land, and can he make it happen with a Holger in hand?
He might be able to. Beautiful shot, but now the numbers game, catching up with him, does not shut Locks out of the equation just yet. Now AG, they have to be very, very careful. Locks, he needs to go in for the defusal, so he needs to be able to pull this off within the next 15 seconds to be the safest.
Okay, they now know where he is, hopping down here from the 2nd floor, and though he shall not stick the landing, Ultimate Pro tie the game up 2-2, and once again, the second time around we're playing S&D, we're going into a 3-2 situation to end the half. And once more, who will be taking that 1-round lead as we move on over and switch sides? Will it be PDR now on the defense, who have been able to string the opening 2 rounds in their favor? Or will it be Ultimate Pro, who have seemed to have been able to read how to play this map now against PDR, at least on the attacking side, by taking things a bit more disciplined and slowly?
Yeah, I hope Flex does not go in for the push once again. He's not the sniper. He's not the main guy. He needs to let the side of Yato perhaps bring in a couple of frags first. Believe in your team members, right? Because if Flex goes in for the overextending once again and get taken down so early on, as the attacking side, you know, your chances of winning this round just considerably lowers. And now, opportunity for Jabin. Very, very close approach onto that A side. Well-placed nade from Millones will be able to ask questions. Jabin taken down. What a perfect toss from Millones.
Nice throwing are there, Millones. Certainly could be a quarterback in many other regions, but in this one, well, he's a top-tier sniper. Certainly is a sharp shot in many ways. But now on the crawl here, Yobabs, finding his way on in, finding Young J. Will he find the follow-up? No Rage, almost whiffing that one. He will eventually confirm the kill, but he brings it down to a 4v2 in the favor of PDR Esports. They're looking to end the half in their favor after winning the opening 2 rounds of the first half. And Yato will find the frag here on the Jello. Rage will answer back into AJ. It's all on to Yato to be able to get some snipes here, and that he shall not be able to do as Rage gets 2 kills to end off the half. And now they go up 3-2. So PDR switching sides on the attacking side. What can they do to be able to steal this map away from Ultimate Pro? As Ultimate they pick this map. And we kind of have a theory here, AJ, that they're looking to do that because they do not want to play and respawn game mode. And there won't be no respawns for Yato as Young J. Just a flick and a pixel angle. How does he do it?
You know, for Ultimate Pro, my bigger question is, why didn't you guys just ban this map, man? Why didn't you just put this out of the equation? Now, I think this is going to end up badly for them, because Takeoff is just that sort of a map where you need to have 100% mastery. And a map like Takeoff, it's so big, so many spots to go in here and hide, so many, you can never anticipate exactly where your opponents are going to be popping out from, mainly because the number of times most of these teams have jumped on into this particular map, very, very low. if you look at the history of all of the previous Call of Duty mobile competitions, how often does takeoff get thrown into the competitive, map pool, right? Not that often at all. And now bringing it in here, they should have just gone in there for the ban instead of playing this map.
Yeah, I mean, they banned some of the other maps that we have seen them been decent enough at playing, and so very curious for them to actually let takeoff in if that was the case. And so it makes me beg to question if they actually really did want to play, search and destroy here, if that was actually part of their plan and it just isn't working out in the way they expected to. So we're going to have to see after the case if that will be something that will benefit them. But in the meantime, they got 20 seconds left on the clock to get something done here, at least for the side of PDR. Ultimate ePro holding down the line, and Millones finding the opening pick on the 4v2. They will get that plant down on the B side. It's up to the retake from Ultimate ePro to make something happen, but Yobab's going down. It's all on the flex, and he's going to have to try and get every muscle in his body going, but that shall not be the case. Millones will bring it 4-2 for PDR.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I was really thinking that, maybe Ultimate ePro was better on the defending side because, as you guys know, if you pick the map, you do not pick which side you get to start. The opposing team gets to pick where to start. And PDR Esports, they wanted to defend first in the first half before we swapped sides. And it seems to have worked out perfectly on their end. Ultimate ePro, on the other hand, attacking didn't really do that well. Defending now, they seem to be struggling yet again. But they hold on to great angles here. Let's see how this pans out, Nico.
Have to find out for ourselves here, AJ. And suddenly, with this position being held here by YoungJay, it gives him lots of information. And more importantly, when they actually do go for that execute, he's going to have a real nice spot to be able to chime in on the fight. Even if he doesn't find the opening pick, he can find one midway through, which could swing the tide in the favor even more so of PDR. And so YoungJay has a very crucial position here. Cannot give it up just yet. Cannot let the side of Ultimate ePro that is here, because with that, when they know he has a snipe, they could just bum rush him and it might not work out for them. But Millones here also finding another pick. This double snipe setup coming from PDR has been completely dismantling Ultimate ePro no matter on which side they're on. But AG will punish Millones looking the wrong way.
Poor boy. He aimed that stun so long, and yet it bounced off the wrong way. I hate it when that happens, man.
Timing.
AG now, Fennec. He might get caught off guard here, but Rage, oh, what a play! Two-piece for himself, but gets backstabbed as he does not nail that landing. Flex takes him out from the back, and it's a 2-2. Flex getting away from all of those shots, will be able to survive a little bit longer, but Jello needs to be a little careful now. He does not know that he's stepping into a 2-versus-1 situation. If he takes a strong approach, Yobabs from afar drops Locks out of the situation, and now the attacking side only have one final man left in here. Jello! Beautiful takedown by Flex, and the side of PDR gets taken down. Ultimate ePro, this could be the comeback setup.
Good find here by Flex to be able to, clutch it out in that 2v2. Successful retake for the side of Ultimate ePro. They're going to look to continue that fortune here on round number 8. Can they tie the score up 4-4? The snipe, he gets a hit marker on the Millones, but cannot find his millions. Has been made, but not here at the moment. Yato, he's gonna try and find a nade frag here, maybe be able to do some damage early on, but will be PDR after that one, just trying to rotate around the right side, trying to go around here the Bravo side and maybe look to aggress there from the closer angles that maybe the snipes won't be as successful nor formidable at.
Yeah, Ultimate ePro. Yato definitely knows his angles. He knows all of the key spots to go in here for those jump shots, but unfortunately for his side, he needs his, the rest of his teammates to step it up as well, right? Beautiful angle held by Yato as he takes Locks out of the equation and joins Jello back up here, taking him out as well. Beautiful plays coming through from Yato. Ultimate ePro should be able to make their way back in here. Yato spots a beautiful stun tossed out. Rage will back away, takes Jabin out of the equation as well. On the way, Yato, beautiful play with the shorty now, takes Millones out of the equation and sets himself up right back. YoungJay right in front of him. Flex takes Rage out, and now YoungJay, the one and only player. Yato a little too quick.
Flex once again ending the round here in their favor is Ultimate E Pro. They've tied the game up, AJ, and we're looking to go in OT even here because we are at the cusp of match point, and at that point, well, it looks like both teams are not going to want to give this up too early. Jumping snipe here from Yato, trying it once more, but PDR are not going to give him that same opportunity to try and capitalize on once again. They've learned their lesson, and they're not going to try and do a repeat of that. You can see here the bomb on the side of PDR, maybe looking to go towards that alpha site. It has yet to really kind of make its way forward, though, as it is Jello taking that forward position. And on the flank here, Rage is trying to find some openings that maybe PDR can use, but there isn't much pressure that PDR are putting here on the defensive side. It's Ultimate E Pro. They've got the good hold and a good lockdown here of the points.
Yeah, I love the approach coming in here from Rage. He should be able to catch Jabin off guard if he makes this play well. And if Rage wins his gunfight, Jabin will be... Oh, beautiful! Rage takes him down, and this is the opener that PDR Esports needs. And now Rage will be able to play distraction just a little bit. Goes in for a quick toss of the nade onto his left. There is a player. He does not spot him. And the player stays alive, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What a very, very, very lucky situation to get stuck in.
Oh, man. That is, at least fortune will favor the bold in the moment. It does kind of go in their way, but PDR Esports, they're up 5-3 here. 5 versus 3. Ultimate E Pro, they now know that they're pretty much going to be flooding the Bravo site, and they're going to have to go for the retake at the moment. PDR have really good positions right now to try and hold everything down, to not let Ultimate E Pro just walk on in. And because of that, Rage will confirm the kill here in the flex. And even if he does go down, you know that Jello has a teammate here to try and support him on out. Where's the peek, though, from Rage? And now AG has brought it down to a 2v3. Suddenly doable with 20 seconds left on the clock for Ultimate E Pro, but they have to step on the gas right now. Time is certainly taking to bring it down to a 2v2, AJ.
Oh, now let's see. And this is the problem with this map, right? It's so freaking huge, and therefore when the players go in here for the flank, you won't be able to know exactly where they're going to pop out from. And PDR Esports shows exactly how to play takeoff and search and destroy, using the terrain to their advantage and using that absolute momentum of surprise to take Ultimate E Pro out of the equation. And now match point for the side of PDR and the ability to pull one back.
What are they really going to be able to do about this one? I mean, at the moment, 5-4. This is not the position Ultimate E Pro want to be in. They did go up in the series 1-0, but PDR are looking to tie the series up 1-1 and bring us into that fourth map at the very least. Now Yato here with the snipe. He's been such a formidable player on the side of Ultimate E Pro. And Ultimate E, they picked this map. They chose to go to search and destroy on takeoff. It hasn't been working out for them just at the moment. PDR, can they clutch this one out? Can they end this in regulation? Or will we go into overtime?
Look at Rage. Now Rage gonna be able to catch AG off guard. Manages to get a takedown. AG taken down as well. Rage on freaking fire. And he has opened the map up for the side of PDR yet again. And now Yobab takes Jello out of the equation. Young J spotting a player out there, but does not respond in time. Rox just goes right through to see if or not he can provide that support. And it is broken down into a 3-2 situation. Millones should be able to catch a snipe, but unfortunately for him, those players back away. And that bomb plant finally comes through. Yato with the questions, managing to pop that shotty out. Jabin steps right behind him now for a little bit of support. Young J tosses that nade in, but they won't get taken down that quick. Jabin goes in with a snuff for that Fennec, and the amount of time on the timer, just a little bit too much. Ultimate E Pro fights this back and pushes us into extra time.
Man, Ultimate E Pro coming in when it matters the most, and they're not letting go of map number 2 just yet. This is do or die. Can they secure map number 2 with an instrumental comeback? An amazing one it would be to be able to get their map in their pocket and bring this series 2 to ORR. PDR Esports going to tie up the series here 1-1. You can see PDR ready to give up that alpha point for the meantime. They're now going to be trying to hold on to Bravo for the most part, as Ultimate E Pro have been attacking that time and time again. So PDR trying to make the adjustments here. You can see trophy system has been destroyed a bit too out in the open, and Yato will confirm that. But Ultimate E Pro, they are neither going to be trying to go too aggressive just yet. They got lots of time to work with and trying to feel out the pace here from PDR.
Yeah, Flex has got a great angle from the health center, will be able to snuff out anyone who steps out of the launch center in towards that alpha side. Great hole coming in from the side of Ultimate ePro, but PDR Esports has been slightly more impressive on this map from the get-go. But either way, Ultimate ePro has managed to fight and push this all the way into the final round, round number 11, where they will take the attacking fight. Yato is going to be wasting this stun now. Nobody is there except Rage, and I believe he has found some great cover for himself. So quite ineffective. Hopefully, Ultimate ePro does not go in here for a callous push.
Could certainly bite them in the back if they're not going to be too careful about this one. The plant will go down on the A site. No denial on that at the moment. No nades to come on in here. And Ultimate ePro will get that bomb on down. The Rayday going to come in a full 5v5. Rayday coming from the side of PDR. And now, I think they have some idea that they're completely scattered here inside of the launch center itself for the side of Ultimate ePro. PDR, they're walking on in. Rage, can he find the pick? They're practically breathing on each other here. PDR's Rage and AG.
Takedown by Yellow. Oh, Rage goes and holds that very, very tight corner. Ultimate ePro. Bomb gets diffused. What a play by PDR Esports. Ultimate ePro. I mean, you can back away from the bomb right after you go in for the plant, but PDR Esports just calls out their crap immediately. I mean, if you pull all of your players back and you leave the bomb out in the open, what did they actually think was going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even have a proper position to be able to deny that. They don't have a sight line on the bomb itself. And, you know, with the quick defuse that you got, then especially with the side of, you know, PDR just completely circling them and just holding down the line to be able to, you know, really secure that plant, to be able to stick the defuse. What were you expecting? You had no nades to try and deny that. You had no defuse denial. And in that post-plant situation, I really do think that for them to back off that much, they kind of, if there was such a thing as underextending over overextending, then that was what they pulled in here. Really not having the proper positions to hold on to it. And there were still full 5 players alive, and they let that one slip by.
PDR should have been able to win game number 1 as well, but because they clearly showed us that they know how to play Summit, they knew the rotations, but they just didn't play those rotations earlier. I do not understand why. I do not know why, but they could have won that map as well, and they forced an issue over at Search and Destroy. Takeoff was picked by the side of Ultimate ePro, but what a surprise. At the end of the day, it was PDR that manages to make that comeback. So we are guaranteed a match number 4 for sure. We are going to be going into firing range, but whether or not Hackney Yard is a game that we also watch, it will depend. Hopefully it goes a little bit more back and forth between these two, because I'm really enjoying this matchup, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been that kind of back and forth, as we said, you know, especially on Summit, and now once again on Takeoff on S&D. No team taking a punch without throwing one back. And that was certainly the case as we go into overtime there for Takeoff for Search and Destroy 6-5. And as we move into map number 3 on Domination, we're certainly going to be moving into map number 4 at the very least. And at that point, everything is up for grabs. We're down to a 1-1, so whoever team can win 2 maps now from now here on will be taking this win and moving up further in that upper bracket. But Raid will be where we were going to see the battle once again. The bout here, Domination on Raid, is certainly going to deliver. And we expected this, AJ, to be one of the, you know, the most hotly contested series we're going to have in this entire playoffs. And for the meantime, it's definitely delivering.
Well, Ultimate ePro, hopefully they start on the strong. Ultimate ePro choosing to start on the Guerrilla base, ladies and gentlemen, boys. It's a very, very interesting choice. They go in here and they want to hold on to the Charlie flag. They think that perhaps Gallery will be able to bring in a little bit more of an advantage for them. Let's see exactly what they bring in here. Beautiful play so far by both teams, but that Bravo flag, as usual, will be the point of contention. The 2 power positions, Laundry as well as Gallery, neither one has picked it up just yet, Nico.
Gallery is certainly a strong position in and of itself, but There are some caveats to that. The white man, though, has been destroyed, so he can actually use it for cover. In the meantime, AJ trying to go on the flank here, and he can potentially find a pick off, but no, he's going to be exposed out in the open and punished here by Millones. Yato finding that one. Millones using the sculpture to his advantage to get that vertical sight line, to get that off angle down into where the side of Ultimate Esports will trickle in. Alpha and Bravo firmly in the hands of PDR, and now Ultimate Epro, they're trying to flood the Bravo point, but a very good job here coming from the side of PDR to hold the line.
Why would Ultimate ePro not pick to start off at the Special Forces base? I mean, it's the slightly stronger area. You manage to go in and get control of Laundry first, which should give you a lot of momentum in this game. It looks like Ultimate ePro just might have given this game away to the side of PDR Esports. Map control now coming in strong from the side of PDR. They will flank right over from Laundry. Beautiful plays coming in from Rage as he helps his team members gain control of the area. And this is that opportunity for Ultimate ePro to pull that B flag back into the bag. Laundry control goes away and B flag is lost.
You know what I think it is here, AJ? I think maybe they were kind of expecting so that, you know, once they go to the second half, they can close out the game strong, starting on the SF side, starting on the Special Forces side. I think maybe that could be the strategy that they were kind of banking on here. Jello will get that kill post-mortem there with a nade, and AG will find one of his own, but still somehow Ultimate ePro, they have that Bravo point in their favor, and they can potentially use this to swing their way. Look, they have both Gallery and Laundry control at the moment. Alpha is all that PDR have in their hands.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of PDR. They seem to be losing all of the gunfights, but the moment I said that, they win too, and that gives them the opportunity to overtake Laundry as well as ask questions at the B flag. Now the B flag falling in strong into the hands of PDR Esports, and Ultimate ePro will lose that. Off to the race to the 75-point mark. PDR still strong in this battle, and now Gallery, the battle is on because Jello out of nowhere goes to ask these tough questions, taking the fight on towards his opponents, and now that Bravo flag will be the point of contention once again. The players from Ultimate ePro flowing in one after the other, but the main one who's going to be able to bring the damage is Yobabs, who has got control of Gallery, but Yobabs taken down by Millones, and this still is on the side of PDR Esports. Mastery of the power position.
Millones here doing so much work for their side, but yet PDR, they're looking to end the half strong. Even with only the alpha point, it's enough for them to end the half at the 75. Maybe 62 points here for the side of Ultimate ePro, but they should be able to get this with a small lead. It's not going to be a huge one, but I think this is where it comes on in, AJ. We're going to be ending the half 75 to 65, only 10 points of a difference, and now Ultimate ePro are going to be going on over to the second half to make that comeback, and they are going to be starting on the SF side. And I think this is what they were kind of banking on.
Let's see if or not the side of PDR goes in immediately for the spawn flip. 3 players now moving towards Central Garden. It looks like the B flag is going to be the main point of contention. C has been capped already. Players moving in for those gunfights from the get-go. Locks will lose his, which means PDR Esports will immediately fall back. They need to see if or not they can take Garden back into their hands. They will hold a better chance in here if Special Forces base belongs to them. 80 to 70, they've still got a 10-point lead, but the B flag has not been capped by either side here, Nico.
That is the case right now. Bravo has not been really held in control, but now Ultimate ePro, as we say that, have taken it. 73 to 83, and at this pace, Ultimate ePro, this lead is certainly being cut down into. If they can control this for the meantime, then this could be a very, very good sign of things to come. They got that sentry on the Laundry here for the side of Ultimate ePro, and this is a good sign for them at the moment. They got the equalizer in the hands here of Tin as well. Is making quick work of it, and he's looking to go for that triple cap, but Young Jay will keep him at bay for the meantime.
Okay, cluster brought out by the side of Ultimate ePro. Very well played to take care of Garden, which means the A flag is going to remain strongly in control of Ultimate ePro. PDR Esports should have gone in there for the spawn flip a little bit earlier, and they're going to suffer because if they don't turn things around, Ultimate ePro has won enough gunfights to make sure those score streaks be such a pain in the butt to deal with. 98 to 95 now. Ultimate ePro have taken the lead, and PDR Esports do not stand a chance if they don't start making a beeline for that A flag.
They have to make things happen right now because Ultimate E Pro, if PDR let this lead get even bigger than it already is starting to get, it's only what, like 7 points? Yes, but that is certainly not going to last for too long if they let this go and run away from them. PDR Esports here, they pull out the Death Machine, but not able to really get too much value out of it as of the moment. Yato's going to be able to find lots of frags with that Fennec up close and personal on Rager Man Millones. And now Yato trying to take the gallery as well. He does, finds the pick on the looks, almost gets raged down to a sliver of his health, and Young Jay has a very good position here on the mid gardens. Now for the meantime, the sentry is down, double sentry here from the Laundry, and he's got the Death Machine, which does eventually expire, but Tien will find a double, one with a sentry and one with his own hands.
Oh, this is game over, man. Ultimate E Pro, they go in with a double sentry setup at the stairs outside of Laundry, and they send one player, which is Young Jay, with the Death Machine in his hands into Laundry in itself, right? You've got literally 3 Death Machines on working for you. Ultimate E Pro now finally losing that A flag, but is this just a little bit too late? Yes, it is too late. Distraction comes true. Now the question's being asked at the B flag. PDR Esports should be able to pull this into the bag, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but they do not stand a chance unless they get a triple cap and hold it on all the way to the end of the match, i.e. they just lost this game.
Ultimate E Pro looking to close out the game. If they can hold Alpha Point at the very least, then this should be a done deal. At this point, PDR going to need nothing less than a triple cap to be able to make it happen. Cluster strike on that Alpha Point. And PDR, they could make this happen, but Ultimate E Pro, that is going to run away from the side of PDR. All they have to do is hold on to Alpha. They know that is their win condition. And at this point, with 2 points away, I think it's safe to say that Ultimate E Pro have got map number 3 to go up in the series 2-1.
PDR Esports, they could have won that, man. I mean, the match was given to them by Ultimate E Pro. I don't understand why they did not take advantage of the situation, right? They didn't pick where to start from. It was the side of Ultimate E Pro that picked, and Ultimate E Pro wanted to start on the Guerrilla base, which means PDR had, from the get-go, the opportunity to take the lead, and they made very, very good use of it. Now, in that second round, the first thing that PDR should have looked forward to doing was flipping the spawns. If they had flipped the spawn, the game would have been so different, man. Towards the end of the match, they try to pull something like that off, but it's just way too late. The cluster strike is there. All of the score streaks have been decked out on the side of Ultimate E Pro, and it was just an easy finisher from then on. Ultimate E Pro technically gave the game to PDR, and PDR just gave it right back to them.
I have to agree. I feel like what the call should have been there from PDR was maybe go through mid gardens, maybe go through the pool side and try and flip those spawns immediately. You know, maybe go for an A backup suddenly, or not even go for A backup. Just completely take that spawn, that garage, and then try and take that A side, flip things over. Yeah, you give some points to the way of Ultimate E Pro for them to be starting on the SF side in the second half. You give some points away. But then again, you know, it doesn't matter how strong you start, it matters how strong it ends. And in that case, it went in the way of Ultimate E Pro. They did, you know, pick Gorilla Spawn to be their first spawn for the first half. And I really think that they were kind of trying to play for that second half to be able to have that better spawn for the second half. But even with that, even if you're spawning on SF for that second half, the call I feel like should have been from PDR to go towards mid and maybe towards a pool side and flip those spawns, as you said, AJ. But of course, hindsight is the case. Although at the moment, 2-1 is the bigger point at hand here. This hard point is what we're going to be going back into, and firing range shall be the battlefield.
Yeah, hard point at firing range is as basic as it gets. Everybody knows how to play this. The main power position that you want to be holding on to from the get-go is that white warehouse as well as auto repair. If you've got control of both of these sites, you are technically guaranteed that first hard point as well as a majority of those points. So whoever who starts off from that special forces base should be able to get control of these sites first. But, you know, the exact opposite sometimes can come through as well, if you've got opponents who are just so good with their gun skills. And so far from what we've been able to see, Ultimate E Pro as well as PDR Esports, when it comes to those gunfights, they are 50-50. It can go either way. And it's all now breaking down towards map mastery. Takeoff was very poorly played by the side of Ultimate E Pro. And PDR Esports, I thought they would be able to literally just take that free gift at raid and just run away with it, right? But no, man. I don't know whether it was ego that they wanted to play it just in that way, or it was just a bad call coming in from the squad. But either way, they should be able to push it into match number 5 if PDR Esports can win this right now.
I also think we have to give credit to how Ultimate ePro were able to play that, not relenting control of what they had. They're not giving it up to the side of PDR, even though they did start that second half with that small deficit. They were able to make it happen, but we're going now in a hard point. And P1 is certainly going to be a quite interesting one to be playing on out here. Very open, as many opening hard points are. And this is one of the most open ones we've had. But for the meantime, PDR, they've taken an opening lead here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful plays coming in from PDR. They hold on to all of the power positions. As you can see, Nico, White Warehouse was the very first place that the players from PDR Esports went in there for the push. And I believe they started off from the Special Forces base. So they made all of those words come true, right? They spawn, they use all of their power positions, and they get those points. But unfortunately for them now, Ultimate Eagles should be able to hold on to this for quite a while. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ultimate ePro taking such a straightforward match. They don't want to hold on to the White Warehouse, and they just paid such a huge price for that. And in towards the second hard point now, Command Center, there's no power position for this. All out gunfights. It's all about the control of the spawn. Let's see if not PDR can do it here as well, Nico.
10-40. PDR Esports right now are starting to look very dominant in this hard point. They can completely snowball this into the win if they're able to get this one going in PDR. Mind you, it went up in the series right now, and the death machine from Young J just completely dishing out every single donut to the way of Ultimate ePro. What is he doing?
Oh, crazy, man. Young J, Death Machine in hand with the sentry on hardpoint number 2. PDR Esports all the way with the masterful gameplay. And now 2 players from the side of PDR backing away into White Warehouse. That's going to be hardpoint number 3. The early setup now comes true for them. And I believe the early rotation will be bearing fruit. Look at them clear out the White Warehouse. No sentries being brought out for just yet. But now the scrap points being given away to Ultimate ePro. Hopefully PDR does not regret that, and hopefully they will be able to hold on to this side as well, because questions asked by the side of Ultimate ePro, and they take over the hard point the moment it becomes activated.
The hard point right now really flipping on over here. Ultimate ePro, they gave up a huge lead to the side of PDR, but PDR, they're looking to try and take it back, as Ultimate ePro are making the comeback looking possible here. They've cut the lead down to just, 30 points at this moment, and they can certainly close that gap even more so. Cluster strike on the point itself to try and force off any Ultimate ePro players, but it shall not really work out in their favor, as PDR still are not able to use that to convert into the point control.
Nah, that's such a bad rotation, man. PDR Esports, they moved into the third hard point so early, but no sentry guns being pulled out. None of those score streaks were pulled out. They didn't get full on control. They didn't take advantage. And on top of everything else, they gave away scrap points at the command center at hard point number 2. So that was just a waste for PDR. They allowed Ultimate ePro to catch up, and they better make sure they recover at Barracks Hut. If they don't, Ultimate ePro is right back in this match. And now look at those players. Ultimate ePro stacking 2 now into Barracks Hut. The challenge coming through from PDR Esports. Great play so far, but immediately snuffed out by Millones as well as his death machine. Beautiful plays from Ultimate ePro. And here comes that comeback, Nico.
87-67, 20 points of a deficit is all that Ultimate ePro have to catch up back into, and they look to be the case. Sentry gun down now here for that P4. It's looking quite decisive from them, looking quite nice to be able to hold down the line here. But PDR just winning every single gunfight at the moment, and they could take this away, and that they shall.
Well, hopefully if they stop making those mistakes, because thus far, all those points that have been lost were purely from mistakes that PDR Esports made. Ultimate ePro have been trying to do the right things, and by doing those right things, they jump on right back into Barracks Hut in here to catch up in terms of those points. Challenge coming through from PDR Esports. Young J continuously being such a pain with his Holger, goes in for the slice, but now the reset of those hard points going to be coming through. Scout Tower will be a point of contention coming through for Millones, but he needs needs to understand White Warehouse is that power position that he needs to make sure he's got his eyes on. Ultimate ePro finally making a play for that power position, so maybe this time things will be a little different.
EDR right now 104 to 91. They do have 10 points of a lead, but it's not going to be much at all, if anything here. Yato from the tin, jumping on down and finding Jello here on this point. No one really gaining full control of it for the meantime. Ultimate ePro, it will be in their hands, but how long can they really hold that? The score will be tied on up right now, but as I say that, PDR have just swung things back their way. It's a complete slugfest. Everybody throwing equal lefts and rights. Nobody giving things up at the moment. A back and forth game, a scrappy one if anything. And Ultimate ePro, they've taken the lead now.
Finally, man, Ultimate ePro, they weren't playing White Warehouse initially with their power position for hardpoint number 1. And finally, when they do play the power position, the points come their way. You have to play the map. You cannot strut into that hardpoint gung-ho thinking you can win the gunfight. And now PDR Esports, I love the ideation here. They bring out the XS1 Goliath for the defense at the command center. But now the challenge will drop through. Gravity Vortex gun comes through. Javen takes Young Jay out. The XS1 Goliath has fallen, and Ultimate ePro have got a chance to wrap things up. What a play, what a comeback. PDR Esports, could they have done it? Have they just given away the game to Ultimate ePro?
That could be the case, in Ultimate ePro looking to end the series perhaps, and this is certainly going to be the right path to doing that. But now, the point as we're going back on it a second time around, PDR Esports have taken it in their way. They have the death machine here right now, which got them so much value, and they're completely shutting down the players here of Ultimate ePro. We could be going to a tie game at the end of this point, and that's looking to be the case here, AJ. As right now, Ultimate ePro, they realize this is a done deal. They're going to have to rotate now for our final point, potentially, of this map.
Oh, they didn't make that same mistake on that second time round, man. Thankfully, PDR Esports, they have stepped up their gameplay, and now they hold on to those final points at command center. They don't give away those scraps, and they hold on to a great defense at the White Warehouse as well. They haven't used that sentry. They haven't used those clusters, so they should be able to bring out some of the supporting score streaks in here. Sentry gun finally pulled out by Jello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and it is all over 150 to 136. PDR Esports got really lucky that Ultimate ePro did not take advantage yet again.
So close at the end there. And PDR Esports, what a performance from them, giving up that lead early and taking it back in their favor. Seems like, honestly, Ultimate ePro, they kind of let that one slip, but that is not to put down the good job by PDR to recognize those faults and capitalize on them, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it almost fell out of their hands. It would have been very unfortunate if that had happened, right? Because the first time around, as we were going into the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the first hard point was played so well by PDR Esports. They sent in 2 players into White Warehouse to hold on to that power position and snuff out all of the opposing players that come in for the challenge. A majority of the points from the first hard point fell to the side of PDR, and they strung it very well into command center as well. But the problem here is they rotated from that second hard point into P3 a little bit too early. And when they rotated into P3, there were no sentries being pulled out. There were no death machines. It was an absolute waste to go in for that early rotation, and they mess that up. They get killed off at that third hard point, and they allow the side of Ultimate to make a comeback. And beautiful plays by Ultimate ePro, right? They string P3 all the way into P4 and straight up into P1 as well. I did not expect to see that strong of a comeback for them, but PDR Esports, they managed to cup this right back at the end. Command center supremacy. They bring out the XS1 Goliath. Granted, it got taken down a little bit early, but what was the biggest game changer here, Nico, is that they did not abandon P2 as early as they did in that first rotation of hard points. They pick up all of those points in there and close it off at the White Warehouse. Well played, and we get exactly what we wanted, my man. Match number 5.
Definitely so. For these two teams, we didn't expect anything less here, and it seemed like Ultimate ePro were about to end the series 3-1. But at that second time around on P3, going to the command center, well, you saw that PDR had a full command of the situation, able to hold that down, and that one death machine that they pulled out got them so much value and control to be able to string that into the next point onto the second time around on P4, and they closed out the game. Very decisive, very nicely done from PDR. And we're going to that map number 5 on S&D, on Hackney Yard. This is looking to be a historical match once again. These two teams are just completely battling it out back and forth, nobody really giving up much ground. And now, because of that, as expected, AJ, we're going to map number 5, and that Hackney Yard is certainly one that shall deliver. I mean, when you kind of see how the back and forth went on Takeoff a while ago on S&D, and it went to a full overtime 6-5, I honestly feel like we're going to be going into a very similar situation here for our final decider of this series.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? The first search and destroy that we kind of witnessed at Takeoff, it was so weak from both sides that I feel like, they are sending out a very poor message to, Smart Omega as well as Phantasma in here. They're not putting up a great front. Yato, beautiful frag onto Young Jay. But this time around, search and destroy. Let's see if they can take this a little bit better. The setup coming in 3-2 on the defense, but the bomb now in towards that A side. Bomb on the ground. Jabin, what a beautiful katana slice. Rage taken down as well with that Fennec. Yato goes in for the slice. Locks taken down. It's a 4-1. One final player in there. Yato puts in that final bullet into his chest. 1-0 Ultimate E-Pro take first round.
Very nicely done here from the side of Ultimate E-Pro to take that opening round. Yato, 3 kills to his name to start off the game. This is certainly looking to be a hot one for him, but can he continue that streak here on round number 2? Flex. Shotty, now that cryo is going to be such a big detriment to his hold. To be able to deny it for the meantime. KRM in hand, you can see just how much value those shotguns get here, especially on a site like A, like Alpha, which is very close, up, tight, and knit. Now, you see Ultimate E-Pro trying to go for this aggression, but cannot be held back for the meantime here on the slide, and Jello will punish Flex for that. Jabin will find one, and Jello will find a second.
PDR, what great placement, and now the bomb's just straying off all alone. Yato has got the KRM in hand. Yobab's taken down. Jello, KRM, beautiful. Rage steps in with the Fennec, snuffs him out. Rage has just been on point throughout this whole day, Nico. I mean, if PDR Esports gets the win, that guy's most definitely going to be our MVP. He's been so on point.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly been a player that has just been, stepping up and beyond, stepping up above and beyond the call here of what is going to be asked for him, just trying to do everything that he can for the team to be able to get these rounds, these very crucial moments. And as we expected, AJ, it's a back and forth. We're 1-1 to start the game off, and here for the side of Ultimate E-Pro, they're going for that A plant. Nobody on the side of PDR going for A denial at the moment. They tried to stack that B site. They went for that gamble and they bet on the wrong horse. For the meantime, as a full 5v5 retake is going to have to come in.
How's PDR at this point? What I would do is just change things up, right? Because you know that the Ultimate E-Pro is taking these sides really well. Oh, beautiful. On through the slice. Millones locks. They go in for those takedown. And now there's just one final player. Ultimate E-Pro did not see that coming. What a retake.
Very nicely done from PDR, just completely flooding things through. They didn't even need to kill every single remaining player on the side of Ultimate E-Pro to win that. They were able to, kind of isolate the fight and just take enough control to stick that defuse, and that they shall. That's a problem when you play off-site. Sometimes you might just be biting yourself in the back, putting yourself in a situation where you can't really help as much as you might want to. And so, Yato, you're on the snipe. Can you land a shot? No, he won't, but they now know where Young Jay is. And the plant will get down on the A side too, very quick from Ultimate E-Pro.
Yeah, this is somewhat of what I was thinking. PDR was to perhaps do a couple of rounds earlier, go in for the flank from office as well as rooftop, but then this is just a late approach in here. Yobabs does not go in for the kill, and unfortunately for him, Locks will make him pay for that immediately. 3-3 situation here. The players from PDR Esports making a slow approach in towards that bomb site. Very good approach at that. Ultimate E-Pro loses their final player, and PDR Esports once again, what a takeover of that bomb site. What a comeback.
3-1 PDR have taken that lead, and they're looking to close off the first half very decisively. For PDR right now, For them to get this 3 lead is going to be huge for them, but Ultimate ePro, they're still not out of this game just yet. They're on the attacking side right now. They've been getting that A plant successfully time and time again with these aggressive pushes, but cannot hold on to it in the post plant. And so the retake here of PDR has been huge, instrumental for them. Nade on out. I'm not sure if that's going to deny Flex on the plant. It will not force him off of it, but PDR, they're ready to go for the retake once again, AJ.
Oh, Young Jay with the access in here. I believe there's a quick stun tossed out. Jello with the KRM misses that opportunity, and Flex makes him pay a very high price for that. Ultimate all the way through, and now leaving just 2 more players on the side of PDR. Just make that one. Rage all alone gets snuffed out as Ultimate ePro make their way back in here as we swap sides.
Ultimate ePro, good retaliation from them. As we said, they get that plant time and time again. They plant the bomb on the A site, but not really been able to secure it. Finally, they do there in the post, winning those gunfights and picking very smart positions that PDR on the retakes have not been able to expect. But now they're flip things over. They're on the attacking side now, PDR, and it's going to be Ultimate ePro. We have to be able to make those adjustments, and already PDR taking a very different philosophy here, and this time they go for the B site instead.
Let's see whether or not they will be able to hold on to this site well, because it's quite a pinch here if the flank is pulled off by the side of Ultimate ePro. Well pulled out by Jabin. They are anticipating that flank, and it needs to be a more straightforward approach. Ultimate ePro now with an opportunity from smokestacks onto the rooftop. They're just clearing out players one after the other. Flex pulls his KRM out, locks as well as the other players. They are just falling, and the defusal is so easy. Ultimate ePro, they make it right back in here, 3-3.
PDR Esports versus Ultimate ePro, and we're already tied up on here. We're kind of expecting an overtime situation, AJ, and this moment rather, it's looking to be true. We're neck and neck once again, a complete back and forth. No team really been able to string many rounds in a row. PDR have been able to do that, string 2 rounds in a row, but never more than that. And so it isn't a stomp either way. Ultimate ePro, can they make this happen? Can they save the day here after potentially giving up that map number 4, which should have been in their way? Jello will find an opening pick for the side of PDR. That's a huge frag for them to find. They can go for the plant now here in the alpha site, and that they shall, as a retake here with the man deficit is going to have to work out for Ultimate ePro.
Yeah, Millones overstepping. Hopefully he doesn't get taken out. He backs away in the nick of time. Jabin from the top will be able to catch Millones out in the open. And Nate is going to be very challenging to perhaps overcome AG with the information that flows through. Manages to take Millones out of the equation. But Rage, look at this guy pop off, man. KRM action back to back. Goes in for the pop. 3-1. And PDR, what a commanding retake of the situation.
Very nicely done from PDR on that plant. Fully in control from the get-go of that round. And we're going to round number 8. Ultimate ePro, they have to get another stop here. They cannot give up match point, because from then on, we know that PDR are really good on closing out these type of situations. Cryo will deny Jabin from taking that forward early aggressive position, and Rage will capitalize off of that space given here, and so will Millones finding Flex this time. Both Flex and Yobab's being taken on down. Jabin's going to find one of his own. It's now down to a 2v3 here. AJ and Young Jay, he knows where they are, but cannot land the shot as a plant will go down. No, quick denial here coming from Yato.
Yeah, well anticipated by Yato, and now a quick nade coming through, but Yato has already backed away. The smoke, my apologies. Yato with the opportunity to go in for the flank, should be able to catch Young Jay out in the open! And Yato gets that shot. Locks now all alone. Holger in his hands. He will have to be very careful, only because going up against a sniper is not going to be the best of situations now to take on. But the A site's fully open. Lox doesn't know that. AG steps up in front just beside Yato. The setup for Bravo has already been perfect. PDR Esports, it all now falls down to Lox.
1v2. Lox there. Lox. However way you pronounce it, you're going to have to twist it in his favor, because there's that 1v2. But if he can isolate the fights here, he's got the Holger. So he probably doesn't need to reload at any point. He just has to take these fights and isolate them. Checking the wrong angle, will probably be shot in the back. No, he's not able to slip by. I think they have an idea on where he is, but he has no idea that they're right behind him. And Yato will chase him down, and landing that shot to equalize the game once again, 4-4.
This is unfortunate the way things are turning out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you guys are currently having a heart attack, wondering exactly which one of these two teams is going to be making it through, I am having a similar reaction here as well. But thankfully, this is not the match that sees one of the teams out of here. This is just the match to see who fights Smart Omega and who fights Phantasma in the remaining two series of the day. Either way, they'll both have those opportunities, but it's not gonna be easy, man. Phantasma as well as Smart Omega, that's a fight of a totally different level altogether. Although, that being said, Phantasma hasn't really shown us those map masteries just yet.
Right now, they are trying to kind of, dismantle this hold from the side of Ultimate E Pro. And, okay, that shot not connecting, but PDR do have a good opener there. For them to find Jabin was a good pick. Jabin might not be able to, continue on here, but the rest of Ultimate E Pro are going to have to pick up the slack. PDR, they're being kept here at a minute left. So they got some time to work with, and they're going for that alpha side, and Ultimate E Pro are already on the rotation here to try and hold that from happening. Good pick off here from Flex to hold down the line, and Flex will find a second on the looks, and Rage will find that kill on him, but it's down to a 3v3.
Oh, beautiful nade on towards Yato. Yato needs to be very careful here. Rage repositions himself, takes EG out. What a masterful play coming through by this guy. And he goes in for the plant. The backup coming through from Young J. Yato will not be able to ask those questions. The bomb now planted. Yobabs gets into position. He should be able to bring on the attack. The defending side, they are outnumbered. They need to play this safe.
Thing is, will that be able to get them out here into the promised land? Yobabs will find that pick in on Leones. Now it's down to a 2v2, but Young J with a pick on the Yobabs, and Rage finding it, bringing it in the match point as PDR a round away from taking this series.
Palms sweaty already. Let's see if or not PDR Esports will be able to close this off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One more round. Match point in here. If they can close this off, they will meet their senpai, Smart Omega, up in the upper brackets. Young J takes Yato out of the equation just like that. Ultimate E Pro, they don't look so good already. The play is now just piling in towards the warehouse. Bomb site B is wide open. The bomb is there as well. Rock goes for the rotation. It looks like it might just be a play for the B-bomb site.
Coming on in here now, another opening pick has gone in the favor of PDR. They were able to use this a while ago to springboard themselves into that round win. They're looking to do that same thing here. Good flashes, great stuns here. Got an execute coming from PDR. Completely clinical. The Flex will have something to say about that. And Yobabs will chime in as well. They brought to a 3v3 here, AJ. And now the plan shall go down. The reading is going to have to work out for Ultimate E Pro. Otherwise, they're going to get sent to the lower bracket as we're going into potentially the final round of this series.
Yeah, Clutch Master Rage has been taken down already. Will Young J be able to help close things off? Miliones, he's always been on the money with his shots. The rest of the players from Ultimate E Pro coming in to ask these questions. Flex! Oh, a little bit too tight that corner. And the KRM from Jello takes him out of the equation. Miliones drops AG as well and is all up to Yobabs. Yobabs with the opportunity. He has got the Fennec in hand and the opportunity to ask these questions, but 2-on-1. Miliones taken down. Yobabs needs to be careful. Goes in for the reload. And Jello just a little too quick. KRM puts this to an end. PDR Esports books their ticket to meet Smart Omega.
And that is certainly something that would be quite formidable, but we know that PDR off of that win are going to be having to feel good about that one, bringing down all the way to the wire. AJ, we expected this to go all the way down to a full 5-map series, and that it did. We went down to the final round of regulation here on S&D to go all the way, and they went the distance for sure. PDR clutching it out in the end as they do bring this win home 3-2, and suddenly Ultimate E Pro are sent down to the lower bracket, and they're gonna go and have to face Phantasma for their tournament life.
But here's the thing though, Ultimate E Pro, they now have the opportunity to really put their mark in the competition, right? Imagine if they are able to kick Phantasma out of the competition. But before you can start imagining that, I also want you to imagine something else. If there's anything that we know about the owners of Phantasma, Ghost Garlic as well as Record. These guys know exactly how to play with the emotions of the community. They love it, and I mean that in the best of way possible. They know how to get those reactions out. What if this is a setup coming in from Phantasma to purposely drop into the lower brackets and take the most stunning rise back up into the finals and just steal the hearts of all of the Filipinos in the community? It's a long shot of a guess, but it is not out of it's not so far-fetched just yet, Nico.
I have to agree. I mean, it's definitely something that isn't, maybe necessarily the most possible thing, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. That doesn't mean that it's certainly out of question. And at the moment, 6-4 Hackney Yard. What a map we got there from PDR, scraping on by, and they've been able to successfully convert those opening picks for the most part into the round itself, utilizing that man advantage to play the trade game and just completely taking things by storm, ending off Firing Range the last two maps here, Firing Range and Hackney Yard, in very decisive fashion. And that has to be a confident win for them, as we're going to move on to the highlights of this entire 5-map series. Let's tune in to how things went.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, at the opener of the day, we were dropped into Summit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at this beautiful blockbuster of a 5-match showdown within series number 2, right? And the biggest failing for the side of, I believe, Ultimate E-Pro here was the biggest failing for PDR, I believe, here was just not being able to make those rotations in earlier, right? Because they could have gone in and gotten the spawn for Green Radar Station at P2. They didn't play the map well. Ultimate E-Pro, they took advantage of that. And P3 was so easily grabbed from their side as well. The one player that was on point throughout all of that process was Rage. This guy was a monster with that KRM.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly living up to his name here, just holding down the line for the side of PDR, especially on that P3 with the KRM, as he pointed out. If they ever close the gap against him, well, then they're in for a world of hurt, because a single click is all he needs, and that is what he's been doing. P3 and P4 was his playground to completely shred the side of Ultimate E-Pro, and Rage certainly furious about that one, but he was still calm and composed in every movement that he put into. He was one of the biggest factors on why they won that map number 1. Really good cryo usage, honestly, from this team, but it's been one of the most actually active cryo-nade usages we've seen from any team here in the Philippine Champions this year.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that was a match that Ultimate E-Pro eventually won. Going into Search and Destroy, things would turn around. This was a map pick of Ultimate E-Pro, but they just did not look strong on it at all. Once again, I think it could have just been a forced pick because they did not want to play this on a respawn mode. But yeah, I think that was just played so badly, right? Because Ultimate E-Pro could have just very easily banned this map out and not played at all. So I don't know if they were outshined by PDR Esports or this was just a plan that just went awry. But this nade was one of the best ones that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, the plant denial there was incredible, and that shot, especially from Young Jay, is one you're certainly going to see in those highlights. What a jumping snipe from him, and we did see here that a lot of the teams, they would get the plant down, but it really would be that struggle of holding it in the post plant against the retake. And for the most part, the retake has been really nice from the side of PDR on this map. You saw them here with the snipes from Yato, especially on the defensive side. Ultimate E-Pro, they brought it really close on in, but both of these teams, answering back and forth. If one team wins map 1, then the other is going to win map number 2. And that was the case in this series, especially such a tightly contested one. And the control here, especially from the side of Ultimate E-Pro, it was looking that like they were about to run away with things, but PDR coming in there, especially on the final round during overtime in and of itself. When we do check that out, it seems like Ultimate E-Pro, they let that slip away from them. They had good positioning, at least on the take itself, on the plant, but in the post plant of itself, that is where they let things go. And so we're moving to map number 3 here. And this one was certainly one that was really, I think, a bit of a slip from their side.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate, right? Because PDR Esports, they went in there for a great push. Unfortunate for them because Ultimate E-Pro made such a strong comeback. Now, it was all because the side of PDR Esports, they should have gone in for that spawn flip early on, right? They didn't want to go in at all. Unfortunately for them, they paid such a high price. And Ultimate ePro, they held on to the Special Forces base. It was so easy to control the Square Center as well as Garden from Laundry, and they just held on to it. By the time Ultimate ePro wanted to make a couple of these plays, it just turned out to be sorry. By the time PDR wanted to make a couple of these plays, it just turned out to be a little bit too late.
81 to 87. And you mean, if you look at the scoreline here, AJ, even though we're cutting from highlight to highlight, from clip to clip, you can see just how close this game has been. Nobody really pulling away with it in that first half. We ended it with just, a 10-point lead here, and with Ultimate ePro switching to that favorable side, now to that SF spawn side, it seemed like PDR, they could have maybe, made that comeback by going for the spawn flip early on, but that was not the case. But this is where they flip things around for their favor. Map number 4, firing range, when it seemed like, PDR, they took that early lead. Ultimate ePro suddenly answering back midway through, and at the second half, after we get into it, Ultimate ePro were looking to close off the game strong, but that second time around on P3 is where they really were able to get their foothold on. And that one death machine that they did pull on that made the comeback happen. Look at this. Ultimate ePro with 30 points left, having that lead. But we go now into P3, and suddenly PDR just shredding them down. Yobabs here and Lokes especially doing so much work. And they finally secure this command center, and they had a complete commanding control of the situation. And Ultimate ePro just, unfortunately, could not claw their way back in.
Yeah, this was PDR Esports' match to lose. They initially had the lead, and then they gave it away to Ultimate ePro with such an early rotation from the command center into White Warehouse on the first rotation of hardpoints. The second time around, bro, they did it well, right? They played a great match. They held on to each and every single point at the command center all throughout till the very end, and they managed to pull it back. And this was that final showdown at Hackney Yard, which could have literally gone either way, but PDR Esports once again managing to clinch that very, very final round at the very end. Now, I feel like it was just a little too close to each other for comfort, and this sort of a matchup between them, although was very entertaining for us to watch and shoutcast over, I don't know if it's enough to ask big questions from the side of Smart Omega.
Oh man, look at this. I mean, PDR, they're one of the favorites, to be able to take that throne away from Smart Omega, but 4-4, PDR able to get those final 2 rounds to clutch out the game, and with that shot, that crucial shot that they landed, PDR, with every single lead that they had, able to run away with things and really springboard themselves into the win, and that really was them, getting that secure game. But here will be Rage, soldier of the game. He's definitely deserving of that title, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. Guns blazing with the KRM. Yes, his KD is not too high. It's not super impressive, but it's only because of how brave he is. And it's inevitable when you play the KRM, you have to take those close quarters combat. And this guy always manages to deliver those kills before he gets taken down. So instrumental with all of his plays. Average score on 3,102. Just superb all throughout the series. Soldier of the game, well deserved, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let us know what you think in the comment section if you guys agree, because Rage was definitely popping all the way through. Who else do you think stood out the most on the side of Ultimate ePro? Because they are not down and out for the count just yet, Nico. They have yet another opportunity against Phantasma later on.
There we go, man. They're going to have one more shot here to be able to fight their way out of it. Ultimate ePro not out of the tournament just yet. And we're going to be looking over to the brackets to see how things have been progressing. PDR, after winning that series, will be moving on over to match 4 versus Smart Omega. And the third match of here will be that Phantasma versus Ultimate ePro lower bracket elimination match. Whoever loses now between Phantasma and Ultimate ePro will be taken out of the tournament. Smart Omega versus PDR Esports. That is potentially a preview match of what our final match could be, our grand final could be here in the playoffs of the Philippine Championships.
Oh, absolutely, man. I cannot wait to see exactly who moves on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and exactly who gets kicked out, because each way It's going to be a heartbreak. Fantasma as well as Ultimate E-Pro. That will be match number 3, Series 3, that you guys will be witnessing after we come back from a break. But so far, let us know. Let us know what you've been thinking of the Philippines Championship, right? We have been waiting for this day for so long. 4 days of the group stages where we had to go through all of the other teams. 16 of them made it through to this spot. And now only 4 remain, Nico. We've already seen all 4 teams in performance and set up the lower as well as upper brackets. I'm not ready to let any one of them go just yet, man.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that will be the case here, AJ, because after this next match, there will be a team going home. After this lower bracket match, we're going to have to play out. Will it be Fantasma or will it be Ultimate E-Pro? Respectively, they're representing their own groups. One shall have to go home. One will be going through that 4th place slot. But for the meantime, we're going to be going into a break. We'll see you guys in a bit here. And actually, no, never mind. We're not the break just yet, but we're almost there. We're almost there. I'm getting a bit too ahead of myself because honestly, I'm fine that we're going to delay the break because I don't want to let go of these teams just yet. They fought so valiantly to get to this point, AJ. And I mean, when we did see, everybody kind of flip things around and, Ultimate E-Pro barely scraping by in their group, barely being able to qualify. And for them, if they go home here again, same with Fantasma, all the fans out there would be, it's not going to be a good day.
It's not going to be a good day at all, man. But you know what? Since we've got a little bit of time now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me just wet my lips up a little bit. Because I think, theoretically speaking, if I gave Crush his kiss now, and if he does faint from the kiss, P and gang will still have a little bit of time to revive the guy, okay? What if his heart stops or something, okay? Because this is a challenge. Okay, so for anyone that does not understand why am I kissing Crush live on stream,
okay, yes, please.
They joined a competition recently, okay? And I joined that live stream. I was watching it. They were dominating the field as usual, but it was quite a tough fight. And, itchy fingers, I just had to type in there randomly, just so randomly. If Crush gets a melee kill, I'll kiss him during I'll give him a flying kiss during the live stream of the Philippines Championship. The moment I said that, Crush got a melee kill. It was just a little bit unrealistic. Literally a few seconds after that. The universe doesn't like me. But here's the thing. Break is ready. The kiss will come right after a quick short break.
el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear. Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar. Pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando. 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que te alto, que de plata estoy llamando. Prendiendo mano, celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un, si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
My calculations are flawless. What exactly could have brought us to this ruined world?
We cannot die here. We have gone through countless worlds and passed by death countless times. We must unite. My friend, you must hold on.
This place is way more dangerous than we thought.
I need more time.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming.
How about we make a deal, stranger?
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Brace yourselves. More flashbacks incoming. Let them come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile's Philippines Championship presented by Sony. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Nico Black and Blue Gayoso to bring you guys all of the craziest action. And so far, the setup for the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets has been established. And we will now see Phantasma take on Ultimate E Pro to see exactly who stays and moves on and who gets kicked out, Nico.
Exactly here, AJ. I mean, it's going to be hard to say goodbye to some of these teams who we've been having along this journey here in the past few weeks. And so it's unfortunate that we're going to have to send one home. There's a consolation. Okay, if you go home today, you go home with at the very least 100,000 pesos in your name for you guys. But that's still a huge prize pool, mind you. But of course, you want to go for gold. You want to go for that top slot. And with match number 1 and 2 being won by Smart Omega and PDR Esports respectively, now we're going to the lower bracket elimination, the first elimination match that we're going to have here in the playoffs here today. It will be between Phantasma and Ultimate E Pro in another full best of 5. In this case, whoever loses in the series will be eliminated once again. Then we're going to be going to their upper bracket final between Smart Omega and PDR Esports right after.
I cannot wait to see exactly what unfolds in the next series. But either way, it's going to be so heartbreaking to see either one of these two teams go back home, right? Ultimate E Pro as well as Phantasma. Let's take a quick look at the lineup of Phantasma. First, ladies, Jabba boys, girls. These boys need no introduction, but I will be reading their names out because they deserve it, man. Bench, Color, Icarus, Ipa, Wadito, as well as Waipai. They've been bringing on so much of firepower in the group stages, but when they took on Smart Omega earlier on today, it did not seem to be the same now, did it, Nico?
Definitely so. It's not the type of play that we were kind of expecting from Phantasma, but I think we also have to take into fact just how much Smart Omega have stepped up their game. When we thought they were already at the top, representing that NRX band, we thought like that was it. But no, Phantasma, they did not look like the form that we were expecting from them here from Phantasma. But then again, this is going to be a completely new challenge for them, a completely different opponent as we're going to be going up against Ultimate E Pro. Let's take a look at them right now. Phantasma, such a merry group of boys, but Ultimate E Pro, these guys have also been so formidable. AG, Flex, Jabin, Tin, Yato, and Yo Babs. This is a team that could have certainly been in the upper bracket. They were up 2-1 in the series, but the reverse turnaround there by the side of their opponent's PDR just flipped them on their heads and sent them down to the lower bracket in a fully fleshed out 5-map series. And now Ultimate E Pro are playing for tournament life here. These guys have proven a lot, but they're going to have to step up even more to be able to continue here in the Philippine Champions playoffs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, AG has been an instrumental player so far for the side of Ultimate E Pro, but the rest of his team members, they all need to step up all the same too, right? Let's see exactly what they will be able to bring in to this next matchup, because once again, ladies, Jabba boys and girls, the losers will be going home. This is the head-to-head, which does not look great for the side of Phantasma when Yato gets compared to Icarus. 19-12, the average kills. Icarus pales in comparison. The KD, Yato seems to be doing so much better as well. On the assist, Yato is superior. In some of the head-to-heads, we sometimes say, Nico, they're just purely numbers on paper. Let the performance talk.
Yeah.
But what do you have to say for this one, man? Because it's so unbalanced here.
I mean, numbers kind of tell you how maybe things have been skewing, but from what I've learned, in my experience, is that it really comes down more to the high impact frags really over, having a lot of things happening going your way. I think it's more when it happens and if you're able to convert that into a win. And the only stat that you guys should be kind of aware is how many maps they win and what their win-loss ratio is, because KD, that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But still, players like Icarus and Yato are both neck and neck in just how great they're able to perform. Let's now move on over to the map Vito. As one would say, quality over quantity.
Absolutely. I cannot agree more with you, Nico. Ultimate E Pro will win the coin toss, which means they get to veto out the first map. Let's see where they do not want to play. Please take takeoff away. Standoff is where they don't want to play. All right. And takeoff. God, Phantasma does not want to mess with takeoff here. So Hackney Yard's still going to be a part of the mix. And, that either side that pulls in, Ultimate E Pro has got 3 of those opportunities to bring us into Hackney Yard. Let's see whether or not they have the guts to do so, because map number 1 at Hardpoint, that's going to be a straightforward firing range. We've seen those rotations come through already. In order to get hold of that first Hardpoint, White Warehouse is going to be crucial. And early rotations, you most definitely will suffer a very, very big price if you don't pull them off right, Nico.
Exactly. We saw it happen against Ultimate E Pro a while ago when they were playing against PDR, for that second time around on P3 when they not really forgot, but weren't able rather to hold on to that command center. Even with the lead, they let it slip away from them. And that is certainly going to be the case once again if they let it happen. You cannot let that command center go away from you. And Hackney Yard will be the second hardpoint map we're going to be playing if we ever get to map number 4. That should be a very interesting one.
Yeah, what a response by Phantasma. You need to have a lot of confidence to bring us into Hackney Yard Hardpoint. And it looks like Phantasma wants to finish things off there and then itself. So let's see if or not they will be able to do that, because Ultimate E Pro might just be able to finish a 3-0 here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So Raid is going to be Search and Destroy. This once again is the map pick of Phantasma. We've seen them drop in here in the past. And they have not convinced me just yet that they've got full mastery on Raid, but knowing the fact that they have got a crazy sniper on board in the name of iPow, Raid is not going to be that difficult to overcome. So Phantasma definitely has a strong chance there, but let's take a look at the response from Ultimate E Pro here.
Ultimate E Pro, what will they be picking? Okay, Summit will be the second S&D map, and Crossfire will be our domination point. Now, this is certainly a map of big contention. We've seen that, Crossfire has been a map that could be skewed either way, and that Bravo point control is one that will certainly be a very important spot for both the teams to fight on over. Annihilator and Sparrow default bans here on the operator's skills, and so we're not going to have anything too out of hand for the moment as Takeoff and Standoff were both taken off of the board.
Absolutely. And Hackney Yard, if at all it's played, it's going to be in map number 4. So if we end with a 3-0, we're not going to go all the way into Hackney Yard. Hackney Yard has been a map that it's not very new to the competitive scene, but we still have a couple of squads in here that are having a little bit of trouble mastering the rotations on that map. So let's see if or not when Phantasma brings us in later on towards there, they will show us masterful gameplay. Firing range will go on to kick off in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Power position now being held on by the players from Ultimate E Pro, winning their gunfights as well, and the hardpoint should belong to them for quite a while.
Okay, so they take that opening P1 here, Ultimate E Pro. You can see just how much of wood control Phantasma are trying to use in their favor, but it's not really converting in much. They're winning some fights here, Phantasma, but still not able to pull things their way. The opening control of mid on the side of Ultimate E Pro has been quite proficient for the meantime. It will be Phantasma who are looking to try and take that back away, but for the meantime, very confident and very, well, I guess conceited here. By the side of Ultimate E Pro for this point, they're not really looking too shaken or stirred.
Is Phantasma throwing the game already? This is very poor performance straight up in here at hardpoint number 1. No challenge onto White Warehouse at all. Finally, we see one player moving on in there, but Ultimate E Pro, what a dominant opener here at firing range. They are going to be able to string this on in towards the command center as well, but it is the player from the side of Phantasma that opens things up in there. Beautifully played. Ultimate E Pro! The challenge coming through as soon as the hardpoint unlocks, not allowing Phantasma to even pick 1 point up.
0 to 56, 0 to 60, quite literally already. Phantasma's yet to take a point here. They're trying to contest here for the command center. P3 has not been taken by them, as AG will get that going his way. Jabin here able to find that pick off in the iPow, and still Phantasma could not get a firm hold on this. They're trickling in one by one. This is not what you want, especially against a team like Ultimate E Pro, We're already at the halfway point here, AJ, and we're at 75-0. They finally get the point, but is it too little, too late?
Yeah, great plays coming through from the side of Ultimate E-Pro. They go in here with a cryo nade just to slow down the players of FANTASMA. Step back in there for a quick shutdown. And now one player just straying away to make sure they do not go in for those early rotations in towards the White Warehouse. Beautiful plays coming in from Jabin just to keep control. But White Warehouse now easily gets overtaken by the players from FANTASMA. They have got the numbers to work with. And Yobabs with his Holger will not be able to make a difference. FANTASMA opens up P3. But the question comes in really strong from the side of Ultimate E-Pro, and they flush FANTASMA out of there. White Warehouse dominance as well. Were you expecting this, Nico?
Oh, definitely not. I thought this was going to be really close, and I do feel like Ultimate E-Pro are still the favorites to win this series, right? But I thought FANTASMA were going to bring it a lot closer than they have. They've only gotten 4 points here right now. 100-point differential between Ultimate E-Pro and FANTASMA at the moment. The trailer control firmly in the hands here of Ultimate E-Pro on this point, and it seems like FANTASMA cannot really rescind that P4 control away from them. Ultimate E-Pro just completely shutting down every single push that FANTASMA has. They finally get the trailer in their hands, but with 10 seconds left, I don't think it's going to be enough at all.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough at all, man. 113 to 16 now. FANTASMA doing great at the scrap point picking for White Warehouse, but they need to be able to swing this on towards the barracks hut as well. And it looks like they are doing a great job in here. Players from Ultimate E-Pro spawning from the backyard, moving in towards passageway. The backstep in towards barracks hut now. Going to be making things very hard for FANTASMA, and FANTASMA loses the hard point because they did not anticipate that entry point. Now, from what I'm seeing here, Ultimate E-Pro is playing firing range to the T. Map control, map awareness all the way, 100%. FANTASMA, although they win their gunfights, they're not playing the map. This was something similar towards the group stages, but back at the group stages, I thought these guys were playing around. I'm surprised, Nico.
I mean, I am too, because FANTASMA, they come into this with a lot of hype. They have some huge names on their side, players here like YPie and all who've been doing a lot in the scene, but just not able to stand up to things at the moment. Ultimate E-Pro just playing like one cohesive unit. The wood control here right now trying to be forced over by both of these teams. FANTASMA do have that point, but if you notice, AJ, the only times that FANTASMA are able to get any points, any of these hard point controls, is when it actually does kind of get to the last maybe 10, 12 seconds onto it. Now FANTASMA, they are looking to maybe make a comeback happen, but Ultimate E-Pro, they need 17 points at this moment just to clutch this game on out, and that is definitely going to be quite easy. 1 point is all they need. One single hard point control. A good solid hold is all they really need to be able to close this game on out, and they're looking to do it here with about 12 points remaining. Can FANTASMA stay alive? At this point, I think they're only delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, it's most definitely delaying the inevitable for the side of FANTASMA. Ultimate E-Pro now 10 more points in here for the push. They don't need to drop into the first hard point anymore. They can go in for the rotation of Command Center. P2 should be the place where things are brought to an end. But Ultimate E-Pro, they can go ahead to ask those questions and they can play with time. A sentry response coming through for FANTASMA just to maintain control in here. But Ultimate E-Pro, out of nowhere, they swoop in, picking up points. 150 to 70. FANTASMA has fallen. And holy Lord, they fell splat on their faces.
I'm shocked. I'm shaking here, AJ. What was that from FANTASMA? Honestly, I don't think any of us were kind of expecting this. Even if we would predict, maybe Ultimate to take map number 1 and then come back for map number 2 for the side of FANTASMA. Not in that fashion. Not in that fashion. Not a 100-point differential at some point in the game. That was incredible. Coming from Ultimate E-Pro, just complete dominance. They never let go of that gas pedal, and even when they kind of let things slip by a bit for the side of FANTASMA to come back into the game, it never really was true. It never really was there. And at the end of it, as I said, it only felt like they were delaying the inevitable. As Ultimate E-Pro, for you to get a 100-point lead on hardpoint, that's for the most part statistically and historically uncomebackable.
Synergy. We talked about this a few times, Nico, and I think we are seeing it in perfect play right now. You can put together a team, but if your team does not have synergy and in the way that the side of Ultimate E-Pro has, regardless of who you are, regardless of how big the individual names are, you are going to fall, man, because at the end of the day, Call of Duty Mobile, when you jump into multiplayer, it is a team game. And here's the thing, though. It's not that synergy is not possible for Phantasma, but synergy takes time, Nico. And I feel like these guys just need to let that seep in. And we may not be seeing the best version of Phantasma, but hey, they just got to put together, right? I mean, look at the side of Ultimate E-Pro.
Yeah.
As a squad, these guys have been playing for more than a year now.
Just, got collected, put in a cup, and sent down. I mean, it's such a hard kind of thing to watch for a team like Phantasma. I know they got lots of backing on their side, lots of fans who are really rooting for them, but to go down that way is certainly not going to be a pleasant, opener here to this series. And if this is going to continue on, they might just be the first team to be sent on home. For a team like Phantasma, who we saw a while ago versus the side of Smart Omega, we thought, is it really Phantasma not performing to what we'd expect? Or was it more like, Smart Omega are just at a completely different level? It feels like it's a bit of both. Like Smart Omega, they're playing really good. But Phantasma, we've seen them do better in the past, and this is not the Phantasma we're expecting here.
Definitely not, man. And once again, I don't know what's the play here, but it could just be Ghost Wrecker just pulling our legs, man. They might want a crazy win in here to turn things around, maybe with a reverse sweep. I don't know. You're playing with fire because Ultimate E-Pro, they know how to punish. As we open up the search and destroy, it's going to be a full-on push straight up in towards that basketball court. The bomb's already there, in with a very, very aggressive entrance. What is Color doing?
Oh man, Color just painting the room red here right now. 5v3 in favor of Ultimate E-Pro. Looking pretty good for them. We have yet to really see, a dominant showing for the side of Phantasma here today. And it is the only day they could potentially be playing if they let this map go to come back 2-0 and make that maybe a win for them. They're going to have to go 3 maps perfectly. That would be quite difficult. Icarus here. He does have that snipe in his hands, looking towards the court here, the Alpha side. The bomb has been dropped away from their control, going a bit too heavy-handed on that, biting more often than they can chew. And AJ will show why by the way out.
Yeah, Phantasma needs to take a breather. They need to slap themselves a few times just to wake up from this little dream that they are stuck in. Because I think these boys are nervous, right? They need to go in with a stronger play. That particular push into basketball court was never going to work out, man. No stuns, no smokes, no flanks, no nothing. It was so straightforward. The Bomber is the first one to push in there. What is Phantasma thinking? 4-1 situation. Give me a break. iPow gets taken out. This is just so one-sided.
1-0 and Ultimate E-Pro are firmly in that seat, AJ. They're not giving up here. The wheel, you're completely taking things for storm, and I love that skin there on AJ. But let's continue on to the point at hand is the fact that, Ultimate E-Pro, they've never really looked this good before, and they're just not faltering at all. A quick plant here on that A site. At least it's what they're trying to go for, but Ultimate E-Pro are not going to let that happen too easily. Even with the smokes here dropped by Phantasma, Ultimate E-Pro just push on forward, and they have a really good line of defense.
Yeah, look at AG, man. AG is just taking a long flank from Mirage and all the way in. But Yato opens things up. Icarus has gotten taken down, which means the attention from Phantasma is going to be pointing towards the side of the basketball court. Perfect opportunity for AG to pull off a couple of backstabs in here. And if AG is able to do this, the bomb is going to go down. Color gets spotted out. AG puts the bomb on the ground. And this is what I'm talking about. Ultimate E-Pro playing the map. Phantasma on the other hand. What's up?
What's up, Phantasma? We gotta ask these questions too, AJ, and the only answer they're given right now is basically silence, because Ultimate E-Pro just completely dominating here. iPow will eventually, look at that. He saw that Yato was completely confident. He even let go of the angle and continued to fight the other enemy that was at the far end of it, continue to fight Bench. And iPow will finally confirm that, but you can see they're just completely confident right now, Ultimate E-Pro, especially after that opening hardpoint win.
Oh, beautiful reflex by iPow here. Takes Jabin out of the equation, equalizes things 2-2. Now the bomb can get planted in the hands of Bench. Very safe, but iPow not quick enough against Yobabs. And it's a 2-on-1 situation. The bomb now going through open stairs in towards Central Garden, but both players now are keeping an eye onto Central Garden. So basically, Bench has got no choice but to back away into the basketball court. But time's up. The questions can be asked by the side of Ultimate E-Pro, and this can... Oh, Ultimate E-Pro just allows him to go in for the plant. There
Well,
that's fine.
it won't really gain them much at the end, as the defuse will be eventually taken here. Final kill, and basically with that plant having to be stuck, AG knew that he was in the prime proper position to get a free kill for himself. And that frag will be confirmed. Ultimate E-Pro with a 2-0 start here. It's going to be on a Phantasma to once again try and bring something back, but we haven't really seen that be the case. They've been close a few times, but never really in a way that kind of actually makes you think, are they going to be able to do this right now? As Yobabs finds an opening pick here for the side of Ultimate E-Pro.
Yobab's beautiful opener, and now AG is getting very, very close to the side of Wi-Fi and the bomb as well. Cullen might get caught off guard, but AG should be holding back. Don't make very careless pushes like that. AG pays with his life, and Ultimate E-Pro needs to understand. Phantasma's playing the map bad, but if you start going in for pushes aggressively, they will make you pay. At the end of the day, Phantasma individually, they are very skilled players in Call of Duty Mobile.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, that is something that nobody's going to doubt here, right? That these guys are prime time. These guys can bring the heat, but as a cohesive unit, they have yet to really been able to show that here today. They do finally get maybe a decisive round in this case, 4-1. It was kind of a trickle in here from Ultimate E-Pro, but will it be enough for them to, get that momentum? Sometimes, AJ, in these situations, a single round is all you need. That one win is all you need to be able to springboard themselves, get that momentum under your wings, get that confidence under your belt, and be able to string that into more rounds and into a win. And if Phantasma can use this map, this round rather, that they just won, to springboard themselves and jump ahead into that confidence spot that they have to be in, then this could be the turnaround point for Phantasma.
And that was a huge warning to Ultimate E-Pro as well. Do not overstep your boundaries. Do not overextend, because Phantasma will make you pay. And now Phantasma, hopefully they can string this on for themselves for their own sake. And now a very careful push once again towards swimming pool as well as the basketball court. It is a 2-3 split on the defense from the side of Ultimate E-Pro. And now the backstab from AG as well as Yobab's not going to be pulled off very early on. And Phantasma needs to see how they can take a better approach in towards that bomb side. Early on, we saw them take it a little bit too straightforward. No tosses of those smokes, no stuns, no nothing. Beautiful wall bangs coming through from Yato, but he's not going to be able to find anyone. Icarus will still be able to fly high. Flex catches him off guard, and now Phantasma will have to buy a little bit more time to let Icarus heal himself back up first, and that's going to be hurting perhaps a little bit. 1 more minute on the clock now, Nico.
Painful. That could have been, not able to really find the pick there. A minute left on the clock, and Icarus is here on the lurk. Maybe his roam game. Oh, he does spot out the foot there, but not actually going for the shot just yet. He did kind of see Yobabs off of the corner of his sight, but I'm not sure if he really was able to. Yato will find that dashing in a safety here, and he finds a double kill. Yobabs will chime in on that fight as well. It's quickly a 5v2. Make that a triple kill in the favor of Yato. You see how deadly that Holger is in his hands. A quick snipe from iPow, but it will be a little bit too late, because Flex will be there for the refrag, and Ultimate E-Pro take it 3-1.
This is difficult, man. This is difficult. And I'll tell you why, right? Because the hype was there. And I was part of building the hype up as well. Phantasma, I expected a little bit more. Unfortunately, we seem to be getting a little bit less. AG taken down by Bench. Great opener here. Ultimate E-Pro once again overstepping their boundaries, going in for a very aggressive defense, but beautiful plays by Phantasma. And now they will get a hold of that B bomb site. Square center, the bomb will be planted down. The timer down towards 40 seconds. Color will still be able to pull this off. The numbers do not look good on the side of Ultimate E-Pro. Wi-Fi has got eyes on the side of Laundry, but the pressure can come through. Yobabs has got the angle.
Oh, now Wi-Fi here holding it down right under the laundry, and Flex will open up the pick, and Yobabs will find one of his helmets down. All the Yobabs will be able to clutch this one on out in a 1v1 after that pick. He's got in his hands. Will Color be able to paint this one wide open? Yobabs with the quick, so he finds a quick on it, and Color will be taken down, painted red, and Ultimate E-Pro go up 4-1.
How, bro? How did you not kill your Bobs? How? You had cover. You had, oh my lord. Ultimate E-Pro is just stepping it up, but Phantasma, they seem to be slipping on something slippery on the floor, man. You shouldn't have spat all around you. Unfortunate, absolutely unfortunate. Now, the approach from the attacking side, Ultimate E-Pro in for towards the basketball court. Look at this entrance, man. They go in for those smoke first. Jabin opens up against iPow, and pressure is on. Look at the rotation. Look at Ultimate E-Pro. The rotation coming in from Yato. Bench gets taken out. That is how you push basketball court.
Oh man, just completely running through it with a turnover and just, going for that fast break onto the court. Nothing they could have done, and they ended with a slam dunk as well. Attacker's side here for Ultimate E-Pro. Practically flawless, and they're continuing that on this attacker side once again. They started off on the defense, and now on the attacking side, they just go full ham on in. This is looking like a donut to be served by Ultimate E-Pro. Can Phantasma have something to say about the situation? They have that gallery control at the moment. Laundry being held here by the side of Phantasma, and what they pick up from Yobabs! And Jabin will find one of his own. He has to be careful here on that Laundry, because iPow, he could be the next one up on the board.
Well, iPow is holding an angle here, but he's looking out the other window. He needs to be very careful because he will get spotted out by Yobabs, who does manage to catch him off guard. 5-2. The bomb has been planted. Yato takes Icarus out of the equation. Phantasma falls again.
Wow. What a performance there from Ultimate E-Pro. You saw that they just had something different about them going into that second half with that push. On like that first round of that second half for them, they go decisively into that on round number 6 of the game and just completely take that the court by storm on that fast break and ending things off with a slam. Just completely dominant from Ultimate E-Pro. 2-0, and this could be one of the quickest series we're going to have here today. It seems like just Phantasma cannot find a foothold in this game.
It's unfortunate, man. Once again, we've touched on this a little bit already. Synergy, it takes time to build it up amongst team members, and individually, the players from Phantasma, they are all superstars in their own rights, right? Each and every single individual player, they've got their own following, they've got their own fan base, and they come together under the leadership of Garlic as well as Wrecker from the Go Squad. And the potential most definitely is there, but Ultimate E-Pro just goes out to show that you cannot scrap together a squad final second, even if they have individual talent in there. At the end of the day, Call of Duty Mobile is a game that is won by teamwork, and it takes a lot of hours grinding together as a squad to get that rhythm right. And so far, the rhythm of Ultimate E-Pro is on point, Nico.
Ultimate E-Pro, they are just, hitting every single beat at the moment. The melody that these guys are playing to the tune of has been spectacular. Just a symphony of destruction that they've been bringing into the game, and Crossfire will be their next bout. Will this be the last stand here, Phantasma? Mind you, they go down, they lose this map. If they lose map number 3, Phantasma, they are out of the tournament. They are out of the Philippines Championships, and they're going to be going home with that 4th place slot. Now, 100K, that is a lot to work with here for the team, but that is certainly not what they were reaching for to start things off.
Crossfire Domination, that's going to be the potential final match that Ultimate E-Pro will be trying to play. And we know that this map pick is from Ultimate E-Pro as well, which means Phantasma technically has got the advantage in terms of picking which side of the map that they want to start on. Are they going to start from the guerrilla base, or do they want to start from the Special Forces side, right? There's only one team that has played the Special Forces side and gotten so many of those back-to-back wins on Crossfire when it comes to domination, and that is Smart Omega. Smart plays coming through back-to-back. We usually see them immediately taking corner building. They flood into Central, and they send all of their firepower there, usually stacking 4 players in to immediately grab onto that B flag, and then they move onto that Charlie point just to swap the spawns. And I don't know why, but Smart Omega has just been pulling off that strat throughout the whole of group stages, right? The better side, if you ask me to start on, would be the Guerrilla base. You should be able to hold on to Butchers strong. So I'm curious to see exactly where does Phantasma choose to start. Either side, you can have your strats to pull off, but you really need to hit the nail on the head with this one, man. If you miss your strats, if you miss the play from the get-go, it's going to be difficult to make a comeback.
Certainly. There's some teams who like to start from Gorilla or SF. Some teams like to go from bottom or top spawn. And it really just depends on, what strats you have in mind and what your positioning is, especially here on Domination. But let's get this game going. Potentially the final map for Phantasma. Can they stay alive in the tournament as Yato finds an opening pick here? Ultimate E-Pro are finding everything. Wi-Fi will answer back, a big-time player. But now they have control of the Bravo point as well. And Ultimate E-Pro have a firm hold on this for the meantime. But look at this with a QQ9 in hand. Trying to make something happen here, AJ. And will be taken on down, and so Phantasma, a great take of that Bravo point away from the hands of Ultimate E-Pro.
Yeah, Phantasma this time around, they are playing the map. Like I said, I prefer the side of Guerrilla base a little bit more because you get to set up Butchers first. But unfortunately now they've lost control of Butchers, but they do have the stronghold onto that B flag. They need to be a little bit careful though, because if they do overstep their boundaries, the players from inside of Central Building will be able to step out and ask questions. But as I say that, questions were asked and Phantasma answered really well. 18-14, B and C flag in their stronghold. I potentially see Phantasma coming out on top of this if they can maintain such an aggression. Look at that XS1 Goliath being brought out so early on.
What? Already? What game are we playing here, AJ? Is this a game of rush mode? Because it seems like they got like double XP on them considering how much score they already built up to get that Goliath up here. And we've seen, a lot of teams who are really, really good on Crossfire. When they have a Goliath to hold down that Bravo point, it can pretty much be a done deal. And for a team, like Phantasma to get that on the board, this is really good for them. This could be a sign of things to come, but the Charlie point has been taken. They've been flipped on over. They got that Gorilla now in their favor, and this might be the turning point. Ultimate E-Pro, the points are not too far ahead from them. They can still melt this Goliath and potentially take that Bravo point away from them. Half HP left on the side here of Icarus and that Goliath.
That is a terrible play, man. Phantasma, at that point, when they were losing that C flag, they had 3 players spawning outside of lounge. They could have gone on to that A flag. They could have gone on for that immediate swap around and allowed that XS1 Goliath to continue picking up points at the B flag. But unfortunately, no. Phantasma lets that one slip right out of their hands, and they finally make the play for the A flag, and they will lose Bravo. What a play from Ultimate E-Pro. But unfortunate, just so unfortunate to watch from the side of Phantasma.
Now they take Alpha, AJ. It seems like they were kind of more concerned with maybe, taking or rather denying that Charlie point from being capped against them, really wanting to hold on to that bottom spawn, but they didn't realize that, Alpha is definitely an open target they could have went for. In that case, they do have Alpha now, but as Bravo, they do finally take it, but Ultimate E-Pro were able to make it a lot more close, and Ultimate E-Pro very close to taking it, but the Predator missile will deny it at the last second, at the last moment there on Yobabs.
Oh, well played now by Phantasma to make their way right back in here. Only one final player left on the map, and that's going to be iPow. He gets snuffed out, but by the time he dies, the rest of his players already back in there. Is it going to be enough time to save that B flag? The answer is no. Ultimate E-Pro on the way back in here, 61-68. If Ultimate E-Pro can hold on to both of that C as well as B flag, they should be able to pull this match into quite a close point before Phantasma wraps it out at that 75 halfway mark. Beautiful plays coming in from Ultimate E-Pro. The defense is absolute immaculate now. Butchers gets locked down on a building. AG tries to hold it out, going in for the aggressive push, trying to spawn lock the players of Phantasma. 73-75, just as we call it. But Phantasma needs to step it up way more than this.
Yeah, there were some openings there. Then they were honestly quite fortunate that they were able to come back into this one, because Ultimate E-Pro could have certainly started to run away with things here. That's 73 to 75. Nobody really in the driver's seat just yet. Stun grenades out on mid, and Tin's going to be caught off guard. But look at that from Phantasma. 4 opening picks, and that should get them a lot of control, and that they shall. Bravo point is theirs.
Beautiful. Look at that sentry placement now coming in from the one and only Icarus, standing right behind the sentry as well. EG brings out the FHJ, but before he can go in for the pop, Icarus now brings out yet another sentry. Yobab, this is just perfect play coming in from the side of Ultimate E-Pro, stepping right behind the sentry off the side of Phantasma, snuffing it out, bringing out the death machine for himself as well. Ultimate E-Pro in here for those plays, and they seem to be making a strong comeback. Phantasma, who opened up the second half strong, they seem to be having a little bit of trouble, but now with the Gravity Vortex gun in the hands of iPow, he gets snuffed out as well. Phantasma needs to continue stepping it up. A and B in their hands, they just need to hold on now.
Gravity Vortex when they're coming to full effect here as well. Comes in the bombardment from the side of Phantasma. They have that Bravo point in their way. The lead isn't out of reach just yet for the side of Ultimate E-Pro, and that they're trying to minimize. Now, only a 10-point deficit between Ultimate E and Phantasma, and they're trying to make this push on the Bravo point. It should be. There's no score streak to try to deny that. No clusters for the meantime, and Tin is pushing his way up all the way here onto the corner building and finds the double. That's huge now to delay the push here from the side of Phantasma, and with the equalizer, just going to completely shred him down. Icarus, Tin going on a rampage right now. That's a quad kill. We'll get the 5K on him. Give him a 6. Tin is doing so much work, keeping them in the can, and now this game is at their heads. Tin completely unstoppable at the moment.
Tin is just a solo man spawn lock for the side of Ultimate E-Pro, and now they make their comeback gameplay. That B and C flag held on strong, but questions will be asked at that C point. Gorilla base attack by Solo. Wi-Fi coming through in here. Prevention from Javen might just be pulled off, but the cluster gets there first, and now they need to rotate back. Just having that cluster is enough. They need to be able to defend that Bravo side. The sentry will be able to hold down the side, whilst Tin is on point. Tin is holding on to that side solo. This guy has put in so much of effort into this domination match.
Oh my goodness, Tin, he's doing it all alone. He's a lone Spartan on the Bravo point, and now Yobab is there to help it. Here comes the backup, and Tin is doing such a great job of holding down the line. He'll eventually go down, but the damage has been done. They've taken the lead here, AJ, and they might just look to run away with this. Look at this job from Yobab as well. He's doing so much great work to hold down his Bravo point, and he gets it. 10 points away from taking this. It seems like Phantasma, this could be their final chance to stay alive.
And they need to make sure they get that Bravo point away now. Phantasma goes in with that push, but unfortunately for them, Tin is just a little bit too hard to take down. 147, 134. I'm sorry, Phantasma, but Ultimate E-Pro will survive and step on form, kicking them out of the competition. Phantasma falls.
Ultimate E-Pro delivering the donut here to the doorstep of Phantasma. No matter what type of backing you might have with you, the fans all behind them, the support here, well, it is how you play in the game that matters the most. And in that case, Ultimate E-Pro were the more decisive one. They were the better team at the end of the day. And that is why they sweep the series 3-0. What a comeback performance from them. This is the closest map we've seen from Phantasma all day, but in the end, it still was not enough for them to take down Ultimate E-Pro.
Ultimate E-Pro was just miles and miles better in terms of pulling off those strats, right? It didn't matter whether it was firing range, didn't matter when we went into raid and crossfire, they just proved it. Ultimate E-Pro, they just know Call of Duty Mobile better, and they flow together as a squad so well. 150 to 70, 6 to 1, 150 to 136, taking down a squad with the fan base way bigger than the number of followers that even I myself have. Phantasma has gotten eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What a performance in here by Ultimate E-Pro.
Man, I mean, to say that they were definitely the better team in this one would be an understatement. They're just completely looking to outclass the side of Phantasma. But I still want to give props, and everybody should give props for Phantasma for them to qualify here in the group stages and into the playoffs to be one of those top 4 teams to make it here. They did such a great amicable job to claw their way into the playoffs, and they're going to be going home with 100K. And that is certainly something that every fan should be proud of and how well these guys are doing. But in the end, one team has to go home first, and it shall be that Phantasma squad. So props to Ultimate ePro for taking the series 3-0. Another donut that we saw here delivered today.
Yeah, it takes time, man. And you know what's perfect here is Phantasma has now created the best starting storyline for themselves. I mean, the question is, how many big competitions have we seen Phantasma jump into for Call of Duty Mobile? 0. This is the very first one, and in the very first one that they do step into, they've gone in all the way into the top 4, not just the top 16, the top 4 of the best in the Philippines. And Ultimate ePro, we are looking at the people like Smart Omega. They have been in here fighting it on from day one, including PDR Esports, for months and months, years now, since the inception of Call of Duty Mobile. So if Phantasma can do and achieve this much in such a short time, under the guidance of 2 crazy guys in the world of esports, Phantasma should be able to go further than anybody else. But perseverance will most definitely be needed.
I have to agree. I mean, you know, the one come out showing for Phantasma here, for this to be, you know, their first real stage that they're going to be playing on as a roster, they, as players, have played, you know, a lot in many other teams, many other organizations, but them together here as a squad, Phantasma has now only been together, and yet they're able to get this far and put up a pretty good show, honestly, against Ultimate ePro, especially on that final map that we did have on Domination. I think that in of itself is something that any person should be proud of. But Ultimate ePro, what can we say? Just complete domination. They are literally, you know, living up to their name, ePro. They are the pro gamers of this one, and you can see just how they move and how they communicate and how they really have these strats, or what defines them from the rest, what defines them from a team that maybe might be more callow, maybe might not have as much time in the oven to be playing with each other, and they just pulled away with that. Now, map number 1, it kind of seemed like Phantasma were looking to make a comeback, but honestly, even with the points that they were getting, it was a little too late. Ultimate ePro, for them to get the 100-point lead on Hardpoint, well, you pretty much seal the deal at that moment unless you really choke things away. And knowing a team like Ultimate ePro, that is never going to happen from them.
Oh, absolutely, man. The sentry gun setup and the battle between Phantasma as well as Ultimate ePro was quite great. But, you know, Ultimate ePro, they were pulling out those score streaks a little bit more than the side of Phantasma. And then when it moved on into Search and Destroy, this was such a throw of a match, right? Phantasma just kept walking right into the crosshairs of Ultimate ePro again and again and again. Rotations were on point for Ultimate ePro. Phantasma, on the other hand, even their entries into those bomb sites was so, you know, questionable. And it was unfortunate. Ultimate ePro punished them so badly for that performance.
Definitely so. I mean, Ultimate ePro, they just, you know, every single opening that was given to them for the most part by Phantasma, they just completely capitalized and punished the side of Phantasma on. And on S&D, you know, it can give maybe some of these teams who might not be on par a bit of a chance because, you know, they're going to be able to breathe and, you know, get those resets in to happen. But when you get even like that, like with Yobab's just too good for, honestly, anybody to really win against him in those situations, landing every pickoff and getting those quick snipes, just so deadly to deal with. But this is the map where the Phantasma really showed that they were not going to go down without the fight here, AJ. And I think because of this performance, they might have went down the series 3-0, but they should be proud of how well they've done to get to the playoffs and how well they've done in this final map to bring it very, very close.
Yeah, but I want to just break the hearts of the the fans of Phantasma and tell them that this was a match that Phantasma had to, had in the bag already, and it was theirs to lose, and they literally lost it, right? And that was with a very early play of that XS1 Goliath, which could have gone very badly, but it didn't. They managed to recover that situation, and the XS1 was used quite well. And now the problem is, what Ultimate ePro did to counter the XS1 Goliath play was to cap the C flag. And at that very point, Phantasma should know that if the players are already going in for the cap on the C flag, they will be low in numbers in terms of the defense on A. You need to cap A immediately to trade them out. But instead of doing that, the players from Phantasma, they rotated from lounge literally all the way across the map to take that C flag back. What's the justification in that? I mean, and they didn't even run through bus station. They didn't run through bushes. They died in middle lane. It was unfortunate.
Yeah. I think that's where you kind of see, the more Morcalo experience really shine. And perhaps, they really want that gorilla base. They really want that bottom spawn to be theirs. But you have to, just talking about a while ago, right? You might have these set strats where your plan is to hold Bravo and Charlie, but the more important factor here is to be flexible and to be able to adjust. And so in that moment, you should be able to adjust that, realizing, okay, Charlie, we can give it up for now. Let's take A. They want to flip things around, then we will do that. We have the proper utility to do that. We have the Goliath to hold down the line. But, well, hindsight is 2020. Some misplays there that ultimately cost them the series and their tournament life. AG will be that MVP of the game, soldier of the game here for the side of Ultimate ePro.
Absolute perfection in terms of firepower AG was able to bring into all three of those matches. I didn't expect it to finish with a 3-0. I expected to see match number 4 and 5 as well. I was quite excited to see what was about to be brought into Hackney Yard, but it's a little unfortunate we didn't get to see that matchup. Ultimate ePro, they get the 3-0 victory, and unfortunately for Phantasma, this is the end of the competition for them. They walk towards the exit. And now we move on over to match number 4, the upper brackets final. Smart Omega as they take on PDR Esports.
That is going to be a battle for the ages here. A potential preview of our grand final, Smart Omega versus PDR Esports. Both of the teams that at the start of this, at the start of the group stage, we were looking at either of these two teams to be one of the favorites to take home that championship, to take home that trophy, go for gold, and claim the title as the kings of the Philippines. And these two teams, they have bouted before, with Smart Omega formerly, taking that NRX, title, and PDR, well, the introduction as well. We know that these guys have been there for a while. The PDR name has been a big name for a long dang time here in the Philippines. And we know that these guys bring their A game against each other. Pretty much one of the biggest rivalries we have here in the Philippines. But now, guys, we will be looking towards that match in just a bit. It's certainly going to be one that I don't doubt we're going to go all the way forward. AJ, before we close out this segment and go into a break, I want to hear your thoughts on what we could potentially expect for the final match of the day.
It's just going to be Smart Omega stomping their dominance on and moving up with the 3-0 victory, because so far we need to see what sort of record they've set for themselves in the Philippines Championship already. We can see that, other teams have stepped up in their own accord. There's no need for Smart Omega to take it easy on any one of these squads. And if you've already, if you're already on a roll, if you've already had a perfect record, why stop now, right? So it's going to be really hard to break the momentum. But if anybody can, it will be the side of PDR Esports. We saw just how good Ultimate ePro was, and they took Phantasma out of the equation. PDR Esports beat them early on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. When we come back, the finals in the upper bracket.
No me hagas mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear. Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar. Pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia para y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que sepa. Alto, capítulo de plata, tú llamaste. Prende la mano celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un, si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
If you would like to get exclusive content updates, previews, and events, don't forget to subscribe and turn on that notifications. Stay frosty, soldiers.
Welcome back here, of course, the final match of the day, the premier matchup that we were expecting, and it will be whoever wins this going to the finals. I'm Black and Blue. With me is AJ here, the Mustachio Man himself. Always amazing, always great, and you are watching the Philippines Championship for Call of Duty Mobile, presented by Sony itself. AJ, we just saw a very dominant sweep there coming from the side of Ultimate E Pro. Do you think we're going to get another donut here from the team that has also been perfect throughout the groups and the playoffs as Smart Omega?
High probability, right? But if anyone is able to ask these tough questions from the side of Smart Omega, it is going to be PDR Esports. But here's the problem, and here's what makes me so confident that Smart Omega may be able to cap a 3-0 here. We haven't been able to see any weaknesses whatsoever from the place of Smart Omega. Their map mastery has been absolutely phenomenal from the group stages in here for the opener of the day in the quarterfinal one against FANTASMA, where they took the 3-0 victory. And now with the opportunity to kick PDR Esports down to the lower brackets final, why the hell not, right? And maintain the perfect streak for themselves. Just to go out there and to say that they are not only the veteran squads in here, but the most dominant brand from the group stages all the way down to the finals.
Agree here 100%. Like, nobody has been able to just completely decimate the competition here in the Philippine scene like these guys have. But we're gonna be looking over to the challengers, the potential usurpers to the throne here of the Smart Omega Kingdom. PDR Esports. You said, AJ, if there's any team that could pull that upset off, it will be the PDR Esports side. You got Jello, JB, Lux, Millones, Rage, and Young J. These players have, and these teams have went against each other in the past. They bouted against each other multiple times. It's one of the biggest rivalries we have here, but they're full support in of each other. But PDR, this is a team that are looking to claim everything from themselves. And as we've seen, they could really have a chance to overthrow the Smart Omega throne.
Yeah, I have to say, man, before we even jump into this match, right, Nico, I'm very glad to be able to shoutcast with you because it's so rare for me to be able to drop into color and to carry the show because I get tempted, man, because the hype is just not there and I have to step right back in there to hype it up. You've been doing an amazing job carrying the show with all of the crazy energy, man. And this is going to be the game that makes you lose your voice, my man. Crush, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Whoopi, as well as 6ix9ine under this guy's guidance. Let's see if or not they will be able to crack that perfect run all the way to the finals, my man.
These guys need our introduction, AJ, and likewise as well. It's been a pleasure to be on here, and we still got 2 more days, man. Let's not call the action before it happens, because I know that this is going to be a spectacle of a show. Smart Omega, the most dominant team, the kings here of the Philippines. AJ, my man, likes to call them the kings of Garena, and how can you not put them in that title when they've been performing so spectacular, flawless, perfect dominance throughout the group stages? They are 12-0 at the moment from the groups into the playoffs, and they're looking to extend that streak further here. Head-to-head between these 2 players, Rage and Candy, some of the best players you're ever going to see in the world.
Oh, absolutely, man. Oh, and what I want to bring our attention to is the KD ratio. We've seen how effective Rage is with his KRM, but Candy absolutely hits the spot, because although this guy is able to get all of those kills, his average death almost half of what a Rage has, right? Candy does not take those CQCs as crazy as Rage, but he still is as effective. And that's what makes the side of Smart Omega so dangerous in these matchups. You will not be able to catch them off guard. You won't be able to find a lot of kills on them. So you need to be really tactical. You need to see exactly how you pull all of those flanks on them, because you need to catch them off guard with crazy strats, maybe even some cheese strats out there, man. Anything goes. They have to do whatever it takes to win.
And AJ, you know, a lot of people, you know, maybe they play, you know, in like the streamer mindset, or like, you know, these flashy plays wherein they think like an insane KD is probably something with like a 4.0 and up. But no, in the pro level, to have a KD of around 2.0 is a really, really big thing. This is the pro leagues. This is where the big boys play up. And to have that, pretty much you're getting like 2 times the worth of value of your own life every single time you spawn into the game. That is huge. For a team like Smart Omega, he's definitely one of the biggest reasons why they are the top dogs. But let's go on over here now here to the map Vito's opening map bans for the final series of the day. The potential preview of our finals will be Firing Range and Hack the Yard.
Oh, so Takeoff is going to be in play. And I'm not so sure as to why PDR Esports does not want to play on Firing Range. I guess they've seen a little bit of what Smart Omega can bring into that map. But Hardpoint will be in the hands of PDR Esports, and they bring us into Summit. It's not the first time they're bringing us in here. We've seen a couple of mistakes coming in from, and not their side, Ultimate E Pro. Wait, was it them or Ultimate E Pro that made that mistake earlier on? I believe it was them that made the mistake, because they lost Summit, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong, Nico.
For Ultimate E Pro, they won map number 1. PDR took map number 2. Then they won map number 3, which means Ultimate, yes, it did, I think.
Yeah, so they made that mistake on the map rotation, and I feel like that's not going to be the sort of mistake that Smart Omega will allow to go unpunished, right? They will be able to bring the fire there, so they need to be really careful. Hopefully, they learned from that first time round. But Takeoff is going to be brought in by Smart Omega when we go in for Hardpoint round number 2. What a response! And I feel if we go into map number 4, PDR is going to be having a tough time there.
Oh man, I mean, to say the very least that it's going to be hard is, I think, a bit of an understatement. It really is a good map Takeoff that we saw Smart Omega completely dismantle the competition in a while ago. Some other teams, they might not be as well versed on playing Hardpoint on Takeoff. And if we ever get to the point that map number 4 will be the decider, you know, if Smart Omega go up here 2-1 and we're going to map number 4 for Takeoff, that is one of the last maps you want to play Takeoff, or you want to play Hardpoint against for Smart, because lots of other teams might not be as familiar on playing Takeoff on Hardpoint as Smart Omega might be. The final S&D map, of course, will be Standoff.
And Crossfire's the map that does not get picked, and Smart Omega gets to pick exactly where they want to start on Crossfire. So if my theory is right, they have been starting off at the Special Forces base ever so recently. So I expect them to start off there and pull off the exact same strat. They seem to be practicing something. I just don't know what it is. We will be able to confirm exactly what those strats bring out. Annihilator as well as Sparrow, common bans in here today. Not surprised about that at all. The meta of Call of Duty Mobile right now. But of course, the Death Machine as well as Equalizer, we've seen them pop out so many times. Remember Tin as well as his Equalizer. Dude, that guy was an unstoppable force. I think he got about 6 to 7 kills in a row with that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you put in his hands. A Finette, then he pulls out the equalizers. This man is just completely shredding down any opposition. He went for like, what, a 7-8 kill streak a while ago on Crossfire. We'll have to see if we're going to be able to bring that one on here, as map number 1 will be Smart Omega versus PDR Esports, the potential preview of our grand final. And we're going here in the hard point of all things on Summit. Let's get this show going, AJ.
Oh, beautiful opener here at control room number 2, and the players from Smart Omega will be flushing out PDR Esports, winning all of their gunfights and picking up those early points. But nothing much for PDR Esports to fuss about right now, because they have got the favorable spawn in this game for this first hard point.
Oh, very nicely done here from the side of Smart Omega, but I don't think we kind of, expected anything less, to be quite honest with you. PDR here, Jello trying to slide on in. He does win that fight on the Candy, and Jay-Z as well. Millones will find him, and Whoopi will get that trade eventually. But Whoopi, oh my, oh lord, oh dear, going ham here with the KRM in hand, finding another pick here, Crush. And really doing a great job, Smart Omega, of holding down the line. PDR Esports have not been able to pierce through that rock solid hole that they've got. And the Cryo will kind of delay them for the meantime, but it's too little too late. We have to go on over to P2 now.
Dude, look at the confidence, man. I mean, Jay-Z went in to control the spawn of Green Raider Station so early to make sure PDR Esports has got no chance of the comeback at all at P2. And P2's just gonna be yet again dominated. Look at Whoopi holding on to the Green Raider Station, but Young Jay takes him out of the equation. Good anticipation coming through from PDR. They go in for that reset of spawns, and they manage to pull it off. And now they can start winning their gunfights. Oh no, their players spawning off from afar. Smart Omega, they know exactly what PDR has up their sleeves. They bring out the cluster strike as they respond. What a play coming in from the creep.
Rain Hellfire from above to deny any sort of push here coming from the side of PDR. Smart Omega playing this to a T, and they're now at the 65-point mark, almost there at the 75-point halfway. And Smart Omega, we knew that PDR, they could make something happen, but this is a lot more dominant than anybody could have expected from the side of Smart Omega, just so far ahead, aside from everybody. PDR just cannot find a foothold in this game, AJ. We're going to P3, and I might have to say that this could already be done, considering the fact that Smart Omega, they have the sentry on point, and they have the spawn as well that they want.
Yeah, and they held on to that spawn, man. Regardless of anything, they did not allow PDR Esports to come back in that match at all. A double sentry setup on opposing sides just to give them an absolute sure winner at this hard point. They won't be able to close this off because I anticipate PDR Esports to bring in their numbers to challenge them. It will be absolutely unacceptable if PDR Esports cannot prevent this game from closing off in here. Game over platform, and finally that prevention, they've bought enough time for themselves to at least push it into that P4. But I don't know why else you would want to pull this game out, because I feel like it's all over already, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just pretty much clawing and scratching for scraps at the moment. What can you really do? And Smart Omega have built a 120-point lead over you, looming that clouds over their heads. Cumulonimbus, and I think it's getting too thick. The fog is certainly not going to clear here for the meantime. We're going now into P4, the fourth point, and Smart Omega are looking to close the game out. Map number 1 in point 4. Only a single rotation is what we might get, and look at that kill feed just completely flushing in down everything in the favor of Smart Omega.
Outclassed, outplayed. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how many times do you want me to say it? The best squad in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. You're watching them right now. Smart Omega, they go in for that final push in here, but PDR Esports, they've got a hold on to that spawn, and they're doing a great job on those gunfights as well. But the final question dropping in by Whoopi, Rage gets snuffed out, and just when I thought they might be able to extend this a little bit, Smart Omega brings this game to a close.
They're so far ahead of the competition right now, and you know, the thing is, people might be thinking, okay, it's only the Philippines that are like this. No, even abroad, even internationally, they are able to play to a team. Maybe not as dominant as you're seeing right now, but they're still pretty dominant, and that's the reason why they're one of the best in the world. at this game. To be able to say that is definitely a big point of pride for this squad. Smart Omega take map number 1 in such decisive fashion. We kind of thought, after the group stage, will Smart Omega be this dominant in the playoffs? Because the playoffs, the level of competition just rises. You're not going to be able to just walk over everybody like you are going to be able to in the qualifiers or in the group stages. But no, Smart Omega, no different tune to be sung by them because they're completely flawless so far.
Oh, absolutely, man. And like I said, PDR, they had some gaps in their map coverage. They had some gaps in terms of their rotations. And I kind of said that Omega has been looking so spot on, literally making no mistakes whatsoever. And we will be able to perhaps see a clear difference in here. And it looks so, I mean, it couldn't be more clear than this, right? PDR, they knew exactly what they did wrong earlier on. They learned their lesson. They go in to reset the spawn for P2 early. But Jay-Z played that even better, man. That guy was already waiting at the green radar station, like when we were halfway through of control room number 2, the first hard point. And that's such an early rotation to come through from Jay-Z. But it's only because the kings of Garena, the kings of Philippines, they understand and they know how important that spawn is going to be. And they also know that PDR will be trying to reset it so they can grab it for themselves. And PDR did make the play. They did go in there for the push. And the moment Whoopi got taken down, Jay-Z got eliminated a little earlier. The moment Whoopi got taken down, when he took Jay-Z's position for the defense later on, immediately the response from Smart Omega, they very, very brilliantly bring out the cluster strike just to keep that dominance onto the edge platform. And PDR makes such a huge mistake at this point. They stop fighting for the points at the edge platform. I understand how they feel. They go in for that early rotation, but they could have picked scraps up. There was just, I believe, one or two final players left in there. They could have just won those fights because it was pretty early, man. I think they had about 13 more seconds on the clock when the rotation was made by Smart Omega from P2 into P3. So great plays coming all the way through. Smart Omega literally was playing chess in this game. They were so many steps ahead. And they even had all of those final steps thought out.
Yeah, I mean, AJ, that's kind of a case in point. And sometimes people might think stuff like a cluster strike, those type of score streaks are used for kills. But no, you can see just how much it is great as a zoning tool to be able to retain that dominance over that point and how much it's able to area deny the point on of itself. And you can see just that full effect of that. And a lot of times, when you have those type of rounds that going for it here, Rage, that is very nice from him. And that is what we want to see from PDR. Take that initiative. Take that choice. Make it your own to be able to go here and maybe get the pick off. Candy will not be able to confirm that kill. That is huge from Rage.
That's what I'm talking about. But Idra seems to be getting his own job done in the back as well. But Milionis just pulls the numbers back to the advantage for the side of PDR. Idra's two-piece just gets undone instantaneously. The bomb in the hands of Smart Omega. They are trying to make that approach, or they were trying to make that approach for the basketball court. But now backing in towards the observation deck, they are trying to flank on over towards that bomb site B. But that's exactly where PDR Esports is. So this is going to be fun.
I really like this coming from them for the side of PDR. And I think by all means, this is the map and this is a mode where they can really make their stance here, where they can really turn things around to equalize the game, the series on up 1-1. The fact that we're going to S&D is going to be huge for them. Miliones.
Oh, nice.
They shots on out. They now know that B site is under attack, and Lokes and Rage will close out the round. And this is a great start for PDR.
Great play by Jay-Z, man. He goes in for the pro, buying himself a few extra seconds, but, immediately capitalized by the rest of the team members from the side of PDR Esports. Great plays coming through so far, and Rage, as usual, the player of the particular round. Beautiful now smokes coming through from the side of Smart Omega, I believe. They want to get that early access on in here, but Crush will be making that approach in towards Garden. But we do have a sniper watching that access. Young Jay snuffs out Whoopi, and it looks like the best sniper from the side of Smart Omega won't be able to pop off just yet.
He knows better than to let that go idly by into the night. And Smart Omega, they're down to 2v5. this is looking a lot better here for PDR. The answer's back, Idra, but will it be enough to really get them that momentum and make this clutch back happen? It's a 2v4 here, AJ. Looks, he has an idea on where Idra is going to be waiting, where Jay-Z is going to be waiting, rather, for the side of Omega. Waiting here in the grass like a snake, trying to strike at the right opportune moment. Cannot find that opening just yet.
Jay-Z's just going to play a little worm for the time being, whilst Idra goes out hunting for a couple of kills. Now, if Idra is able to pull this distraction off and Jay-Z able to plant it over at the basketball court, it'll be such a crazy win for the side of Smart Omega. But let's see if or not they are able to pull this off. We have seen them in action in the past, taking on 2 versus 4 situations. Young Jay catch Idra off guard. And now the Fennec will be able to ask those questions. Jay-Z, beautiful pieces here by Idra. And it's now a one-on-one situation, leaving Locks all alone. The bomb on the ground. And Smart Omega will be able to make a play.
Smart Omega, okay, to a 1v1 here, isolating the fights, exactly what they needed. They know they're going to have to stick to plan, and actually, Idra will be able to. We got the split cam here right now to give you a point of view of both of these players. We'll be going back right now to Idra's point of view and see, can he make the clutch happen? That's going to be an amazing one here, one for the highlight reel. Smart Omega are able to bring this 2v4 into a 1 round. Idra waiting here. He's playing a bit halfway. I don't like this indecisiveness. Just pick aside from him, man. He's going to get caught off guard here. Oh, no, I think he's been spotted. Okay, Lux. He now knows where Lux also is. And with the Holger, going to bring him down to a sliver of his health.
Oh, he's bought enough time, and now Lux needs to go in here for a quick rotation. Idra, he's going to be able to catch him off guard. Oh, Lux turns around, but Idra a little bit too smart. And Smart Omega pull 1 round back.
Wow, what a play from Idra. I honestly think that, normally in that post-plant situation, you wouldn't actually see him be on the bomb itself, be on the point itself, but no, he actually stuck on it, not playing off of the site, actually literally on the plant spot. And they did get it because of that. What a play from him. And Candy will open things up here on the B side. They're going for a really hot take, and Whoopi's going to find a follow-up after. Rage will be able to take one for BDR, but Jay-Z will chime on in. It's now a quick 4v2.
Well played, man. Very, very well played by both sides coming through in here. And you're right, man. I didn't expect Idra to literally just stand on the bomb after the plant, especially with the Holger in hand, right? Because you can clearly see, Nico, to go in and to ADS with the Holger, it takes 3 years. And the guy just bravely just stands on the bomb. I anticipated him to get taken down, but Locks just couldn't get the job done. He exposes himself, gets shot at, exposes himself round 2, and dies. Just badly played by Locks.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy anticipation by Idra.
I mean, with the Holger, and LMGs in this game, by the time you get that thing up to your sights, you're pretty much growing some white hair off of your face because it can take quite a while. And so for him to be playing that angle, very curious to see. But Whoopi and crushing the opposition here right now. He's going to find a second follow-up with the KRM, but it's still a 2v3. PDR, if they can find a pick here, this is certainly doable by them.
Now the bomb's on the ground, open stairs at Central Garden, and we can see Whoopi stepping up. He should be able to pick the bomb right up and get on in towards that basketball court. But the rotation coming in from Rage as well as Jello, they are dropping in towards the basketball court as well. So Whoopi needs to look out, but no, the guy has got his eyes on the ground, runs straight in towards Rage, and that Fennec snuffs him out. Rage now taking position in front of the bomb side. Beautiful nade placement coming through from Crush, and it forces Rage out of his position and makes him panic. Smart Omega, smart plays. What else can we ask for, community?
That is what we were talking about, and that is when I was pointing out the cluster strikes here. And many times in FPSs, people think that grenades and explosive devices are used for killing. No, more than anything, they're used for crowd control and area denial. And you can see exactly why. Because of those nades, it had to force him out into the open, and Rage was easily taken out there by Candy on the flank. So very nicely done for Smart Omega, playing this to a T, clinical fashion from them, but nothing less to be expected. Idra's gonna find an opening pick here. Will he find the second follow-up? No, he won't. Jello will punish him for that at close range. They brought it to a 4v4.
Oh, beautiful play here by Young Jay, but unfortunate for him, he misses Whoopi, and my son backs away instantaneously. Whoopi now going in for a quick scope, manages to take his time and take Locks out of the equation. Jello stepping up, shot
takes him down. Whoopi with a quick scope, but unfortunately for him, Young Jay has got a shotty on hand. Millones drops Jay-Z out of the equation, and PDR pulls one round back. Well played, and we swap sides.
Just barely enough time. There's 7 seconds left on the clock after it, and we're going into the second half with the most equal scoreline you could have here in COD M, S&D 2-3. PDR, they're looking to not go down without a fight here. That's certainly going to be the case. So now on the attacking side, let's see how their executes will stand up to the ironclad defense of Smart Omega. Young Jay here trying to go on the peak. Will he find the snipe pickoff? Not at the moment. Look at this triple stack for the side of Smart Omega on that Bravo point. They're taking really 4 positions. You can see that Jay-Z is very, very far forward here on the gallery. This is an angle that might be common, but you can be surprised on how quick it can catch people off guard. And Whoopi is going to be taken down here by Young Jay. That's a really great pick for PDR.
Yeah, Whoopi just overextending himself, and he pays a high price for it. But Jay-Z and the very tight corner that he's holding on to, if he gets a little bit too excited, he will get snuffed out. Backs away in the nick of time. Katana as well. And now the play comes in from the side of PDR. They want to attack that Bravo bomb side, and it looks like it's a terrible idea because they get caught out. Millones with a sticky onto Kenny, and that's the perfect opener that's needed. They drop Jay-Z out of the equation as well. Smart Omega not looking great on the numbers, but we know they will be able to come back, and therefore PDR says nope, no plans, full on gunfights, and they win it.
What a play there coming from PDR, just using every single piece of brawn over the brains and just shooting their way out of that situation. And after the opening pick there to find Whoopi, that's certainly looking to be the case. Young Jay here once again with a snipe in his hands. He's going to do such a formidable shot here. A correct shot, if anything, for their side, and that is what we're talking about. Young Jay finds Whoopi to open up the round a second time in a row.
How many times is Whoopi just gonna get taken down by Young Jay, bro? Gallery now, hold coming in from the side of PDR Esports. Smart Omega still holding on to their 2-1-1 hold here. The A-bomb side seems to be pretty empty, and the rotation needs to come through. Jay-Z goes in for a beautiful frag. Oi! And he gets taken out by Jello. It's still a 5-2 situation. PDR Esports, there was a hit marker. None of them got taken down, and things have turned around so quickly. Smart Omega needs to make a play, and Kendi and Idra's all they have to count on.
But we've seen them make it happen in the past. Not in a 2v5, but in a 2v4. Can they make it happen when the odds are stacked against them? 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to go on this right now. On the swing there, Young Jay almost taking down, and that he shall be. Candy opening things up here. This could be the opening that they need to be able to make his clutch on happen. But Rage will find Idra. I think it's a bit too little too late.
Oi!
Candy will get the snipe after picking up the DLQ, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, he will be shut down by Jello, and they have now taken the lead in not a mellow fashion. 4-3, a single round away from match point here to favor PDR.
What a crazy snipe from Kendi there. Let's see if or not PDR can wrap this up. Smart Omega now getting left in the dust. Attacking side by PDR Esports. Very strong indeed on Kendi. Come on, bro.
Oh. What?
That's unfair, man. Guy got
No.
Young Jay's
No.
crying right now.
It makes a
Whoopi's
silence.
like,
The silence
dude,
is the
why
both of
did
us.
you take him out? It was my time to snipe him out, but you go nade him out of the round.
Fire in the hole. Okay, call it out next time, I guess. For the meantime, though, okay, opening
Jay-Z.
pick in the way of Smart Omega here, AJ, and you're trying to go for that plant on this. Actually, they can't even go for a plant here. What? Barely surviving.
Millones crawls out of there. He's like, oh no, bro.
Oh man,
I'm not playing this game. Smart Omega's a
sticky
little too
situation.
smart. And Kobe's all around. Trophy system now taken out with just purely nades. Smart, what are they trying to do, man? Just play Kobe. This is just basketball all the way through for Smart Omega now. I love the performance.
yeah, it's like a dodgeball high school moment here right
Are
now,
you
but
kidding me?
Idra's gonna get a double with the Holger spraying things down, and Whoopi will keep him alive. Raid here in a 1v4 after finding that pick on the Candy. They now know his position. The bomb is not in his control. They're going to stack this on the court, and he's going to have to go ISO. Now Hydra will take him down as they do equalize the score up 4-4. Smart Omega not letting this lead get out of hand.
I don't think either side was playing strats there. They were just having fun. They just wanted to get a couple of nade kills. I like it. I like the sportsmanship between the two. Whoopi now going in for a quick toss of the nades. Not going to be able to find anyone. Goes in for the setup as well. Young Jay is already waiting for him. So the Sun needs to be a little bit more careful. Whoopi, great angle coming through in here. Lucky he didn't get caught out in the open. Beautiful questions being asked through from the side of PDR Esports. But the bomb now still not going in for the approach. A 3-1-1 setup. So basketball court should be a easier side for PDR to take on.
Okay, but will they be able to dribble this up the court, or will they be stopped at the half of it? PDR right now on this attacking side. Smart Omega has been really good on that B-side defense. They've been going for that triple stack, and surprisingly enough, they don't even play laundry on that stack, AJ. Something very interesting. They like to take the fight up close, and Rage will use that chaos and confusion in his favor. Looks will find that opening pick as well, and they brought it now to a 3v3.
How is Kendi still alive? The guy is still standing up in here. Holger in his hands. Goes in for the quick reload as well. And the players from PDR Esports, they are backing away from the bomb. And they have got no idea what to do now. Maybe a quick flank from around the side of Laundry might be a little bit more useful. Millones now. Hit marker on him. Kendi takes him out of the equation, leaving just Young Jay all alone. Lonely. So lonely. 3 versus 1. It's an impossible situation to make a comeback from, but it's Young Jay who takes Whoopi out yet again.
Young Jay, he's just had the bullet for Whoopi this entire game with his name on it. Write it down on a Sharpie because he just has been finding him time and time again. But I think he spotted out the foot, but in that awkward angle, Idra will get him first, and Smart Omega have taken match point.
It's just unfortunate, right? He spotted the feet, but I guess you panic a little bit there. Smart Omega, match point in here for the one final push, but they are on the defending side though, so they need to make sure PDR makes a mistake and they capitalize. And now it's going to be a 3-1-1 stack yet again. One player falling in towards Kitchen, the other one into basketball court. Alpha side is a little bit weaker, and the bomb seems to be the only one interested towards the basketball court area. Bedroom now being held by Locks. He should be able to get an opener onto Idra if Idra oversteps, but that's going to be quite impossible because Smart Omega quite deadly in this, aren't they?
Smart Omega right now, they are certainly formidable in every sense of the word here, AJ, and that has been a big problem for every team that has gone up against them here in the Philippine Champs this year around, and they've been completely dominant for so long. But okay, look at this. They have a very forward position on Jay-Z.
Yeah, JG just jumped into gallery, and now he should be able to take the backstep onto Young Jay. If they go in for the approach, Young Jay now moving in. Might get caught out by Jay-Z. Goes in for the quick setup. Jay-Z still staying very, very quiet from the background. Finally drops into passageway, but Locks just makes him pay. So an unfortunate situation for the captain of Smart Omega. It's a 3 versus 2 situation now. PDR, they don't look so good. The bomb is still in hand though.
Okay, they do have that control of the bomb, so not giving up just yet. 2v3 in the meantime. Looking to find an angle here under the fan, but he hits a flick, but did not confirm the kill, getting a hit marker out of it. Candy brings it now to 1v3. It's all on the looks here. Can he bring this one back home? It's going to be very difficult for him. They know he's in the gallery, and with the wall bang, Idra is going to get it with a Holger in hand. As Smart Omega take map number 2.
I love the distraction gameplay there. They wanted to play a quick trick. They go in for the quick toss of that smoke. But unfortunately for them, Smart Omega literally saw that little smoke flying through the air. So they knew the positioning of the players from the side of PDR. A little bit too easy. Search and destroy now taken into the bag as well. Are we seeing the perfect run of Smart Omega now come to a close potentially in the next matchup? Or will PDR be able to pull an upset? Because if anything, the search and destroy look quite strong, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good to come in there from the side of PDR. The closest bout we've seen between these two teams here today. We're only on map number 2. Yes, we're going to map number 3, but seemed like a good sign of things to come if PDR can continue that. I did say, before this whole series started that PDR, this S&D is a map that they should be, or is a mode rather that they should be able to bring the game close and maybe take a map away from this to extend this into a 4 or even 5 game series. But that's not looking to be the case here at the moment. Omega bringing it out in the end, starting it and ending it strong, 4-6 in their favor. And Candy and Idra, once again, completely instrumental to that win. And now we're going over to Crossfire Domination, which is Smart Omega's arguably one of their best maps.
And once again, Smart Omega will be able to choose which side they start from. From the group stages, I saw something quite peculiar. Smart Omega insisting to start from the side of Special Forces base, and then they go in for the push into Bravo, just purely with the numbers, without going in for the Butcher's play, right? So hopefully PDR knows that, and PDR sees that. And when the Special Forces base gets picked again, the immediate response comes in from PDR Esports. And here's the thing. If Smart Omega plays it that way, and if PDR, instead of playing a straightforward match at the B flag as well, instead of doing that, they just go in with the same old hold onto Butchers, I think Smart Omega is going to grab this game because PDR has not done their homework enough. But if they're able to break that, that will be a little bit of a different story. There you go. Smart Omega starting from SF, and they should be going in for that push. Hopefully no Butchers play, no, still 2 players going in there for those Butchers play. Hopefully they will be able to pull something off. Nice! This is what I want to see from the Butchers. They go in for the backstab, and just one player now making that play, and it's gonna be Rage. He asked that question, and prevention of that blue flag, that is what I want to see. That Bravo flag has not been touched or completed by Smart Omega as quickly as they usually do. PDR Esports, they've got a chance.
That was really nice there coming from inside PDR. You can see that they know how Smart Omega plays. This is what we talk about, AJ. When you are the top dog, everybody's got it out for you, and everybody's going to keep their eyes out for what you do and how to counter that. And you can see that exactly coming to play here. But now, that Bravo point almost going to be taken by PDR. They do have a decent amount of control of it, and I think with this poor position by Jello, this should give them enough time to be able to cap that Bravo point, and that they shall. Very nicely done for PDR.
Oh. Absolute brilliance coming in from PDR now. They go in for the push. Smart Omega, they have to understand that people are watching them. You are right, Nico. The bigger you are, the better you are. All eyes on you. And now prevention at the key flag by Millones as well as Locks. Well played by PDR, but they need to go in and clear them up because one player now dropping in from the side. Jay-Z, Captain Jay-Z himself gets kicked out of that side, but he managed to do the unthinkable. He pulls that C flag back for himself first for the side of Smart Omega and PDR Esports. I love what I'm seeing. They know they can anticipate Smart Omega's moves, which means they can catch them off guard.
This is perfect reads here coming from the side of PDR. You can see that they've done their homework, AJ. They know how Smart Omega plays Crossfire, and they're playing the counter of that UAT at the moment. Look at the control they have here at the bomb spawn, and look how far they pushed in on that bus station to be able to have a great cross on the mid alley. But now Smart Omega have taken Bravo point, and this is where they're so formidable. When you give up Bravo point to Smart Omega, it can be very difficult to pull off a guard. Still, PDR, they're winning the fights that they need to, and as Smart Omega are going to try to trickle into the Bravo point, they cannot take it away from them at the moment.
PDR Esports punishing Smart Omega for picking the SF base, and now they have prevented that reflag pickup, but will they be able to snuff out Candy before he pulls it back away from them? No, Young Jace is just a little bit too late to the spot. He brings in the death machine, won't be able to pull the sentry out for the backup just yet. Crush gets taken down, and the solo hold, the solo pull for that B flag now being done by Young J, and he should be able to pull this off for himself. Crazy hole coming in here. B and C side, and the sentry gun setup. That's all PDR now needs in order to hold this on. Rage just flying through all of those players with the equalizer.
Completely damaging the entire push here of Smart Omega. And it's looking like this half could go in the way of PDR. That was perfect. using the death machine just to cap the Bravo point by himself to Young Jay, and then Rage with the push and holding down the line. PDR are playing this to perfection and how to counter the Smart Omega Crossfire. This is one of the best maps on one of the best modes for Smart Omega, and PDR just ended it with a solid lead.
What a play, man. And now PDR Esports, they've got a bigger task up ahead for themselves to now pull off a similar strat like Smart Omega, push in 4 players towards that B flag, and right after trickle on in towards Laundry, jump on in towards Ware Room, and go in for the backstab, pull that C flag back for themselves as well. If they cannot pull that off, oh, beautiful by Jello. And that's exactly what Jello is trying to go in here for, the push in for. Smart Omega preventing those plays, but the sentry gun now being pulled out at the corner building. I'm curious to see how effective it's going to be.
Amazing. Completely dismantling the push here of Smart Omega. Bravo point has not been taken, but that's what PDR need to do. They need to catch him off guard. They need to make Smart Omega wonder, like, how the hell did he get there so quick? And that is what PDR are going to have to do time and time again. But now the Bravo point has been in control of Smart Omega, and this is where it's so dangerous here, AJ. When they have that Gorilla and Bravo control, it can be very, very difficult to pull back. We've seen some teams do it, but it is a very difficult task to pull off. Can PDR retake control here of that Bravo point? They're coming in from the corner building to try now and fight their way on in, but Omega are winning all the fights.
What was that sentry placement there for? Why did they bring the sentry out at the corner building? I don't understand. PDR Esports now losing this battle because they're not sending their men in for those right plays. And now Bus Station, they need to get rid of Whoopi, but Whoopi is just so annoying here. Young Jay finally puts him out of commission, and now are they going to be able to trickle into Butchers and at the very least pull in a distraction at that Charlie flag? But no, they want to bring out the XS1 Goliath at Lounge, and this XS1 Goliath is going to be walking quite a far distance to get to his play point. What's PDR doing?
The plan here, I think, is to go for that back cap towards Charlie. I think it should be the right moment. Try and get that swap. Try and go for the Gorilla instead, because Smart Omega are going to be able to hold down that front line so amicably. If they can take Charlie point away, if they can take that bottom Gorilla spawn away, then they might be able to flip this one on back. It seems like that is going to be the idea, but Smart Omega, rather PDR, they're getting picked off before they're even getting there.
I don't know, man. I don't know. This is such an iffy play for me. Smart Omega, they should have just... sorry, not Smart Omega. PDR Esports, they should have just taken a more straightforward approach in towards corner building, or at least make a play in for Butchers. And now, even with the XS1 Goliath, what are they achieving? They're not pulling the B flag. They're not pulling the C flag. They're winning gunfights. But this is domination. It's not team deathmatch.
Certainly to be the case here. Here comes now, and this is the problem. If you let Smart Omega take that, then they're going to get the utility up online. They're going to get those score streaks to be able to deny the plan from the capture from happening on that Charlie point. Now that they have that cluster, what are you doing, PDR? They had 2 choices. Go hard towards B or go hard towards Charlie and flip things over. They did neither, and that indecisiveness is now biting them in the back, and this is where Smart Omega are so good, for them to be able to make those decisions, to be able to play as one cohesive unit instead of trickling on in. Now, Bravo point has been captured, but could be too little too late. They're going to need a triple cap at this point for the meantime to be able to get back into the game. Now, Charlie point is going to be so difficult to hold on to, at least to retake, especially with the Goliath now up on board. This is a done game. Smart Omega should take the series 3-0.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation you want to be pulling out the XS1 Goliath, man. It's game over. 150 to 133. It doesn't matter what PDR Esports is on. Smart Omega won this map hands down. PDR Esports, not saying they didn't have a chance. I'm so upset they did not take advantage of that situation. The game was theirs. They pulled it right back. Smart Omega made the mistake, but they didn't punish them, Nico.
So close, AJ, from taking that one. For them to start off, the opening half in that decisive fashion, you can tell that they did the homework on how to dismantle the Smart Omega crossfire domination, and that they were. It was a really, really good opening half here for the side of PDR, but you can see, like, in a non-respawn game mode like this, it's so easy to snowball and avalanche a one big mistake into the map win. And I really think the turning point was when they dropped that Goliath and then suddenly became quite indecisive on what they went. It seemed like they were holding that Butchers, but not really going for anything much. It didn't seem like they were really trying to push for either Charlie or Bravo. They're pretty scattered in that, not really, putting one concerned effort into either job. And when you go into half measures, you get the job only half done. And that is what happened there. They did a really good opening half, but could not close it out in the second half because of that indecisiveness. And that is where Smart Omega were able to capitalize it and take the win 3-0.
I don't understand why they would be so undecided.
They had two
Am I
choices.
the only one disappointed here? That
Yeah,
was
they
an
had two
amazing
choices.
match, Nico.
They had two choices, AJ. They could either go straight to B, maybe try and go through, the alley, or go straight to C. Go for that long rotate, flip into the spawn, get that lower gorilla spawn, and, try and flip things there. But they went for neither. And that indecisiveness, as I said, really, bit them in the back.
And on top of that, they brought out the XS1 Goliath to take care of Dead End. There was only one player pissing them off. Whoopi was annoying them, holding onto that bus station, just absolutely ravaging all of their players. Why do you need an XS1 Goliath to take Whoopi out? You don't need the XS1. If Crush was there, you want to use the XS1 Goliath to kill Crush? I understand. Whoopi, he plays dead and he annoys them to a point where they feel they needed to defend bus station with their lives. That was not domination. That was not the B flag. That was not the C flag. XS1 Goliath, so slow on the approach, doesn't bring any positive impact on the gameplay of PDR at all. And they lost this one, man. And everybody knows Smart Omega, how they are, how we usually hype them up. But I was really, really looking forward to PDR Esports pulling an upset because they could have done it.
Yeah, they were really close. And you can see that they did their homework, really close to dismantling what the Crossfire domination here from the side of Smart Omega. We touted it, one of the best modes and best maps for the side of Smart Omega, who are currently the best team in the Philippines, like simply a straight button. That was really close to get things going. So was S&D, but this map number 1, here on Hardpoint, was just complete Smart Omega domination.
Yeah, absolutely, man. They are still the untouchable, undefeated kings of the Philippines. Definitely the kings of Garena for me as well. But since this is round number 2 and we are going to be seeing all of the Garena teams, or at least those that qualify from the MYPHID scene and all, go in there and battle it off soon. The dates will be announced. We will see if or not they have got what it takes to be crowned yet again the kings of Garena, to represent our server on the world stage. The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 presented by Sony, Nico.
That is going to be one of the biggest challenges that any team here, no matter which region you're from, no matter which country, no matter where you have your origins begin from, that is certainly a stage that will bring up the level of competition to new heights. And Smart Omega, we thought, okay, after the qualifiers, can they dominate in the group stages? Yes, they can. After the group stages, can they dominate in the playoffs? Yes, they can. Right now, they are at a 15-0 run here in the groups and playoffs in terms of the maps that they've played, not dropping a single map just yet. Really close here versus PDR. And you did say, AJ, that if there's any team that can do it, it's going to be PDR Esports. But yeah, you're so close, but not enough.
God damn it, man. It's way too close. My heart is broken because that was brilliant plays coming through from PDR. Mainly because, we talked about this, right? When Smart Omega gets to choose which side to start on for Crossfire, they usually pick Special Forces base, which has been quite the change, because I would think that, Guerrilla base would be the stronger side. Butchers is a great opener, but this is a strat that they've been playing from the group stages and they've been perfecting little by little. And PDR Esports manages to read it, manages to call a response for it, and they prevented the B flag pickup early on. They managed to go in for the play and pick that B flag up for themselves. But the disappointing thing is the defense over at their own C flag and the indecisiveness of the squad overall lost them that match, Nico.
Yeah, that's really, that is one of the biggest caveats, one of the biggest caveats you're going to see from teams. What separates the good from the great. To be able to make that decisiveness, those decisive decisions, and stick to it is a very, very important factor, not just, on a individual player aspect, but as a team. And you saw that. We've talked about it, and we're going to harp on it once again because we really did think that PDR, they had a chance. That was their map to lose from that opening half. When they were able to do that, they've done their homework. You can see that they knew what to do. But suddenly, one slip up in a non-respawn game mode here like Domination or like Hardpoint, you make that one slip up, it could snowball into an avalanche of disastrous proportions. And that's exactly what happened here with PDR. They could go B, they could go C. Kind of went halfway on either, and they were punished heavily for it by the kings here of the Philippines, Smart Omega.
Yeah, and Idra picking up the Soldier of the Game title, a true MVP in all of our hearts. 17 average kills, the KD ratio 1.82. This guy was most definitely on point, and every single time he picks that Holger up, he just goes in for the slice non-stop. It is all out control of the recoil. He doesn't take his finger off the trigger at all, Nico.
Yeah, spraying down everything that comes his way. He's been such an instrumental player to the basically dominance here of Omega. I feel like we're saying that for every single player, right? No matter who he put on the board, no matter if it's Whoopi, no matter if it's Candy, no matter if it's Hydra here, all standout performers who have just been doing every single thing that they can to get them over any hurdle placed in front of them. But here is the playoffs, AJ. Smart Omega continuing on in the upper bracket. Flawless, undefeated, perfect, shiny, shimmering, splendid from them to go now into the grand final.
But the question is, will PDR Esports or Ultimate ePro be able to not only win the lower bracket final, but also force a second grand final? Because don't forget, Smart Omega now is in that grand finals with one extra life. If tomorrow, either side, either PDR Esports or Ultimate ePro, if they manage to win in match number 6, Smart Omega can reset the whole bracket and we go back 0-0 and we will call forth the second grand final. PDR Esports, Ultimate ePro, they are going to go up against one of the strongest, if not the strongest team within the Philippines. And they potentially have to do it twice. They have to slay this monstrous dragon twice, Nico.
Yeah, and so do Ultimate ePro. We're going to be having a lower bracket final, which is the rematch of match number 2 a while ago. PDR won that versus Ultimate ePro in a best of 5 to go in the series 3-2. Can Ultimate ePro get the revenge against PDR Esports to go now and get their shot against the Kings of the Philippines, the Kings of Garena, Smart Omega? That remains to be seen. But tomorrow, we're going to be here once again, same time. We're going to be getting things going. Actually, no, even earlier. We're going to be starting at 6 p.m. GMT plus 8. That is Malaysia, Singapore, and Philippine time for you guys watching out there. PDR Esports versus Ultimate ePro to start the day off. And we're going to get the grand final right after.
6 p.m. started tomorrow. So ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, do not forget to set an alarm for yourself. Make sure you are in the stream by 5:45 itself, way before we kick things off in here, because you do not want to miss the opener, man. PDR Esports as well as Ultimate ePro. This is going to be a rematch for sure, but I anticipate it to go even crazier than what it was today. We saw a 5-match blockbuster within that series itself, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, just a spectacle that you cannot replicate anywhere else, especially there between those two teams. And we kind of expected that to be the closest match we're going to be having in this entire playoff stage. And we're going to have a rematch of that tomorrow here when we come back in the Philippine Championships presented by Sony, guys. So will PDR be able to get their shot, beat Ultimate ePro, and get a second chance at redemption here versus the side of Smart Omega to maybe not go down without the fight this time, to maybe be able to bring it to a full 5-map series against the Kings of the Philippines? Or will Ultimate ePro get the revenge versus PDR and get their shot at the throne here versus the Smart Omega squad? Remains to be seen, AJ. Any closing thoughts before we end the day?
Either way it goes on to end, whether it is Ultimate E Pro or PDR Esports that goes up there to the grand finals, we know it's going to be lit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So make sure you do not miss the broadcast tomorrow at 6 p.m. Nico, once again, man, it has been amazing casting the Philippines Championship with you. I look forward to more great shows with you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. On that note, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the amazing Nico, Black and Blue Gaioso. We'll catch you guys tomorrow.